The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Well, as I repair my house because a certain someone has never heard of the Unabomber, sorry, I welcome you to this special St. Patrick's Day broadcast of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Let's get on with this day in history. In 432, St. Patrick, aged about 16, is captured by Irish pirates from his home in Great Britain and taken as a slave to Ireland. In 1861, Italy is unified into a single kingdom under Victor Emmanuel II following the campaigns led by Giuseppe Garibaldi. In 1905, Albert Einstein finished his scientific paper detailing his quantum theory of light, one of the foundations of modern physics. In 1939, Battle of Nanchang between Kuomintang and the Japanese breaks out. Sino-Japanese War of 1937 to 1945. In 1942, Belzec concentration camp opens with transportation of 30,000 Lubian Polish Jews. In 1960, one of the first French New Wave films, Breathless, directed by Jean-Luc Godard, starring Jean-Paul Belmondo and Jean Steinberg, is released in France. In 1938, Bee Gees make their U.S. TV debut on The Ed Sullivan Show, performing To Love Somebody and Words. In 1897, British boxer Bob Fitzsimmons KOs American champion Gentleman Jim Corbett in the 14th round to win World Heavyweight title in Carson City, Nevada. In 1908, Canadian champion Tommy Burns KOs Irish challenger Jim Roche in 1 minute 28 seconds of the first round at the Theatre Royal Dublin, then quickest world heavyweight boxing title fight. I sure hope they had something else on the program, because that seems like it was kind of a ripoff. Hey. How come you weren't interjecting as much this time? Well, after I blew up your living room, I figured I better keep my head down. Good instinct. Pretend that you've just blown up my living room every day. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Luke Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, will you come over here, please? Will you listen to me? What are you writing on that pad?
Hey, Abbott.
What are you writing on that pad?
I'm just making out a list of girls I'm going to kiss next week. Here's who I got picked out. Lizzie Schwartz, Maggie Mugglemeyer, Tessie Tinfoil, Lana Turner.
Now, wait a minute. Lana Turner wouldn't kiss you.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Then I'll scratch her off my list.
I love you. You dummy, always thinking of girls. Girls. Now, great men don't waste their time on girls. Where do you suppose Benjamin Franklin would have been if he'd have thought of girls all of the time?
In the front row at Earl Carroll's?
No. Costello, I've been telling you for the past 3 weeks. You've got to quit chasing girls and get yourself a job. Look how sloppy you are. Look at your socks.
I can't help my socks, Abbott. It's those new Hickok plastic garters.
What's the matter with them?
Your socks stay up, but your legs fall down.
Yeah.
Luke Costello, telegram for Luke Costello. Here, boy. Out of the way, fatso. I'm looking for Luke Costello.
Boy, he is Luke Costello.
The famous Luke Costello?
Certainly.
The one and only Luke Costello?
Yes.
That's me. Gee, I listen to you on the radio every Thursday night. You break me up when you say, how do you do? Wait a minute. That ain't me. That's the mad Russian. You're saying? I'm right. Who's going to take this telegram?
I'll take it.
It's collect. $14.
He'll take it. Oh, give it to me. Here, boy. Hey, Costello. This telegram is from Joe DiMaggio. Listen to this. Dear Lou, as you know, I am recovering from a foot operation. I would appreciate you taking my place on the New York Yankees until I recover. Please report to the Yankee Stadium immediately. Signed, Joe DiMaggio.
Abbott.
Hey, that's wonderful.
News. That's the news I've been waiting for. I'm going to be a big league ball player.
Yes.
DiMaggio probably heard about my playing with the Cucamonga Wildcats last year.
You a ball player? I don't believe it, Costello. You know nothing about ball.
Oh, no, I eat baseball. I live baseball. All night when I'm asleep, I dream about baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and miss my turn up at bat?
Oh, that's ridiculous. What's the matter with you?
Yes. And another thing, Abbott. What page are you on?
Never mind what page you're on.
And another thing, Abbott. Not only that, in Paterson, New Jersey, I worked out with a baseball team. I used to stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
This was a girls' baseball team.
Costello, if you're going to play with the New York Yankees, you really have to know something about big league baseball, Lou.
I know all about baseball.
All right, suppose there's a left-handed pitcher pitching. What do?
I put in a right-handed batter.
Now, suppose there's a right-handed pitcher pitching.
I put in a left-handed batter.
But now I trick you. I take out the right-handed pitcher and put in a left-handed pitcher.
Then I double-cross you. I take out my left-handed batter and put in a right-handed batter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those right-handed batters?
The same place where you're getting all those left-handed pitchers.
Oh.
Hello, Bud. Hello, Louis, honey.
It's Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. I've got great news. I'm going to play ball with the New York Yankees. I'm taking you along as a pitcher.
Oh, now, Costello, Marilyn Maxwell can't pitch.
Oh, no? You should see all the guys she struck out that were trying to get to first base. This kid has got some nice curves.
All right.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. But I do hope you be careful. You know big league baseball is a very dangerous game.
Oh, what's dangerous about baseball, Marilyn?
Well, I read in the paper this morning that in the opening game in Boston, 5 players died on base.
Marilyn, you don't seem to know much about baseball. Let me show you how to play indoor baseball. First, I put my left arm around your waist. Then I snuggle my head on your shoulder like this. Then I press my cheek against your cheek.
Oh, wait a minute, Costello. That's not the way to play indoor baseball.
How do you like that? Every season, new rules.
Well, goodbye and good luck, Louis. I just know you'll become famous with those New York Yankees.
Marilyn's right,
Thank you,
Costello.
dear.
This is your chance to become famous. Now, you've got a good job as a baseball player, and you might find your proper niche in life.
Yes, I might. I mean, after all, if I find my... What will I find?
A niche. You'll find your niche.
Abbott, when I find an itch, I scratch it.
No. What in the world are you talking about?
An itch. I once had the 7-year itch.
What happened?
I scratched real fast and got rid of it in 3.5 years.
No, I'm not talking about that kind of an itch. I mean an itch in life. An itch in life is what everyone is looking for. Anyone who is successful has found a niche.
Well, if that's the case, I know an Airedale that is doing very well.
Will you listen to me, Costello. When I say a niche, I don't mean a niche like you have when you have an itch. I mean a niche like you have when you have a notch.
Oh, you don't mean an itch like an itch when you have an itch. You mean an itch like you have when you have a notch.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, why do you mash everything up like that? You're the most mixed-up man I ever saw.
Well, maybe it's because I fell on my mother's mix master this morning. She had it set for mashed potatoes. Oh, mother.
I know that. You're an idiot. All I'm trying to tell you is that a niche is a notch. Catch?
Natch.
Natch. All right. Now you know that a niche is a notch. You know that both of them are the same.
Yes.
Now, I could have a notch and you could have a niche.
Yes, niche to me and notch to you.
I'm only trying to impress you the importance of being a big league ball player and having a good income. Did you ever draw a nice big fat salary?
No, I never drew a fat celery, but I once sketched a skinny tomato.
No. Costello, when I say draw, I don't mean draw like you draw when you draw. I mean draw like you draw when you draw a salary.
Abbott, let me smell your breath. Just as I thought. You've drawn one too many already.
Will you listen to me, please? When I say you draw a salary, I mean you draw money.
Now he's got me drawing money. Wait till the FBI finds out about this. I'll probably draw 20 years in a clink. And they don't feed you any celery in there either.
Costello, when I say you draw money, I mean you draw like you draw money to spend it. Not like when you draw on an easel.
That's what I always say. With money, it's easel come, easel go.
No. Everybody draws money. I draw money. I've been drawing money for years. My brother draws money. He's been drawing money for years.
You draw and your brother draws?
Certainly.
Just as I thought. You and your brother are an old pair of drawers.
Experience is the best teacher.
It happened shortly after the end of the war. 2 cigarettes glow in the dusk on the veranda of a country house as a man and woman are chatting. The woman remarks,
Robert, you've changed your cigarette brand. This is a Camel. I can tell without even looking.
Yes, I have changed my brand. You know how we smoked whatever cigarettes we could get during the war?
Don't I?
Yes, I must have tried all the brands during that shortage. That's when I found I liked Camel's best.
And weren't you right?
Yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarettes they could get. It was this experience that taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. As smokers tried cigarette after cigarette on their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that stood out from all the others. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. Lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. On the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Well, Costello, you want to be a big league ball player, you've got to get yourself in shape. Now, from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you lift weights. From 9 to 10, deep knee bends. 10 to 11, skip rope. 11 to 12, run 5 miles.
12 to 1, I'll never make it.
Hey, look. You idiot, you'll never be a ball player. Staying up late and going to nightclubs, eating rich food, running around with beautiful girls. Do you know what can happen to you?
Yes, I can become manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Costello, I don't even know why DiMaggio picked you. You don't even know how to swing a bat.
I know all about swinging bats. When I was a kid, my father used to hit me with a baseball bat. My brother used to hit me with a baseball bat. My Uncle Artie Stebbins used to hit me with a baseball bat. And my mother used to hit me with a tennis racket.
With a tennis racket?
Yes, she didn't like baseball.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, it's Skinny Ennis.
Hey, Costello. I heard about you taking Joe DiMaggio's place for the New York Yankees.
That's right.
You know, I used to pitch for the Hollywood Stars, and boy, I'll never forget my last game. There were 5 men on base.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Skinny. Wait. 5 men on base. Now, that's impossible.
Did you ever see the Hollywood Stars play?
Ennis, I've seen the Hollywood Stars, and I don't remember you.
Oh, I've changed a lot since then. I had the biggest buck teeth you ever saw. I was the only man on the team that could slide into second base and spike you from either end. Well, so long, Fatso.
So long, Skinny. So long. Hey, you know that Skinny would make an ugly skeleton?
All right. Costello, don't waste time with him. Now, you've got to get ready for the opening game.
Yes, I think we're going to play the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, eh?
Uh-huh.
Feller pitching?
Certainly there's a feller pitching. Who do you think they'd use, a girl?
Oh, I know they don't use a girl. I said feller pitching.
What feller?
Feller with the Cleveland Indians.
Look, Abbott, there's 9 guys on the Cleveland team. Now, which feller are you talking about?
Feller that pitches. There is only one feller with Cleveland.
You mean 9 Yankees are going to play against one feller?
That's right.
You mean there's no fellas in the outfield?
No.
And there's no fellas in the infield?
No, Cleveland only has one feller.
Well, this fella must be pretty good if he don't need any other players but himself.
Look, all the players will be out there helping him.
You just said there was only one feller on the team.
That's right.
Then where did all them other fellers come from?
Oh, you idiot. When I say there's only one feller on the team, I mean there is only one feller that pitches.
Well, Abbott, when the manager of the team wants this pitcher, what does he call him?
Feller.
You mean he just hollers, "Hey, feller!" And this guy knows that they mean him?
That's right. His name is Feller, Bob Feller. And when I say there is only one feller on the team that pitches, that's it. And the feller that pitches is Feller. There's only the other fellers on the team, but there's only one feller.
Boy, are you mixed up. Oh, you mean the feller that pitches is feller. And there's other fellers on the team, but they're not fellers?
Now you grasp it.
Yes, I grasp it, but it keeps slipping out of my hand.
Forget it. Let's go into this sporting goods store and get your baseball equipment. I want you to look right for the opening game. Now, go ahead and ask that lady there where they keep the baseball uniforms.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott.
Hello.
And Mr. Costello.
Hello.
You fought, little mon, you.
What are you doing in the sporting goods store, miss?
Oh, I just stopped in to get a gift for my nephew. I'm buying him a Boz ball.
Boz ball? Abbott, you know what a Boz ball is. That's what the poocher throws to the coocher. And the booter tries to boot a home run.
My nephew is just a lotto chope, but his ambition is to be a Brooklyn Doger catcher.
Well, if he's only a little guy, why don't he join the Detroit Tougers and be a short stoop?
Well, I must be going. As we say in Chinese, Gisha gooey hop dooey on push back to you.
And a dish of gooey chop suey and a push for you, too.
Hey, look, that fella. Here comes the salesman now.
Oh, good morning, boys. As Johnny Weissmuller said to Buster Crabbe, what dive did you come out of?
Well, my friend and I are here to get some baseball equipment. I'd like to see a baseball uniform that would fit Costello.
So would I. Look, as Adam said to Eve, quit ribbing me. However, I'll do the best I can. We'll start with the spiked shoes. What size do you wear?
8.
Oh, let me see. I've only got one pair left, and they're size 5. Maybe you can squeeze into them, Costello. Go ahead and try.
Okay. What are do you know? Open-toed baseball shoes.
Now for the uniform. My, you're certainly a pudgy little rascal, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you overweight?
I'm about 120 pounds overweight, but I'm going back to my normal weight.
Yes, what's normal?
60 pounds overweight.
Costello, you should really go on a diet. Yeah, of course, you know what a diet is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's where you can eat all you want of everything you don't like.
Young man, if you really want to reduce, why don't you exercise with a couple of dumbbells?
Okay, I'm ready whenever you and Abbott are.
All right, now.
Cut that out. Oh, we've got to get your baseball equipment. Mister, do you have any bats?
Oh, certainly. Here's a fine bat, autographed by Slaughter of the Cardinals. This bat was made for Slaughter.
Ain't you got one that was made for baseball?
When he says Slaughter, he means Slaughter, the baseball player.
Slaughter, the baseball player? With that bat, you could slaughter anybody.
No, Costello. I'm talking about Slaughter. Everybody knows Slaughter. He knows Slaughter.
Well, maybe he knows Slaughter, but I don't know him.
Look, you idiot. Everybody knows Slaughter, the baseball player. Slaughter is the man's last name.
What's his first name?
He knows.
Now, there's a clever guy. He knows his first name.
Oh, look. Let's forget about the bat. Look, mister, do you have a baseball cap that will fit Costello's head?
What size pencil sharpener does he wear?
Yeah.
Oh, a baseball cap. Oh, yes, here's a dandy. This is the kind fella wears.
What fella?
The fella with the Cleveland Indians.
There's 9 players with the Cleveland Indians. Which fella are you talking about?
Oh, young man, when I say fella with the Cleveland Indians, I am only referring to one fella. The fella that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
When you say the fella with the Cleveland Indians, you're only referring to one fella. The fella that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
Yes. As Orville said to Wilbur, you're right.
How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in sporting goods stores.
Oh, forget about him, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Mrs. Wetwash's late husband used to be a big league ball player. Now, he was a home run king, in other words. Now, maybe she'll give you one of his bats for good luck. Let's go over to her house and ask her.
Oh, okay. I'll go right over now, huh? You're right, Abbott. As John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. How do you like that? I forgot what John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my, you know you ought to muzzle that St. Bernard dog. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Tell me, Costello, how are things in Gawker, moron?
Mrs. Wetwash, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just telling Abbott your face reminds me of a rose.
Oh, really? An American Beauty rose?
No, a rhinoceros.
Hey, shut up, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's leaving for New York to join Joe DiMaggio's place. Take Joe's place. Isn't that wonderful? He's going to play with the Yanks.
Oh, I can't believe
Yes.
it. What do those big Yanks want with a little jerk like him?
Mrs. Wetwash, that was an insult. I'll have you know that beautiful women find me irresistible.
I don't find you irresistible.
And I don't find you beautiful.
Quiet, Costello. Ask her for those baseball bats her husband left her.
Okay. Mrs. Wetwash, I understand when your husband was alive, he had a lot of old bats.
That's a lie. He never went out with anybody but me.
No, Mrs. Wetwash. Costello means your husband's baseball bats. You see, he thought you might give him one of them.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Wetwash. You see, I need a good bat.
Oh, you need a good bat. I'll be glad to help you out.
Can I have the bat right now?
Right now. Oh, my little head.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere and in honor of New Orleans Jazz Week, Marilyn sings for the first time on the air the title song of the picture, New Orleans.
Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day? I know I'm not wrong. The feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. The moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. The moonlight on the bayou, a Creole tune that fills the air. I
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Now, you probably enjoy rich, full flavor and cool mildness in a cigarette just as much as doctors do. And that's why, if you're not a Camel smoker now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't in harmony with your throat. See if you, too, don't say, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, I'm going to New York with you. You know, Bucky Harris, the Yanks manager, gave me a job as coach for as long as you're on the team.
Look, Abbott, if you're the coach, you must know all the players.
I certainly do.
Well, you know, I never met the guys, so you'll have to tell me their names, and then I'll know who's playing on the team.
Oh, I'll tell you their names, but you know, strange it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
You mean funny names?
Strange names, pet names, like Dizzy Dean and...
His brother Duffy?
Daffy Dean.
And their French cousin.
French?
Gouffet.
Gouffet Dean, oh, I see. Well, let's see, we have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You're going to be the coach, too?
Yes.
And you know the fellow's name?
Well, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing first.
Who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Look, you got a first baseman.
Certainly.
Who's playing first?
That's right.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
All I'm trying to find out is the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The guy that gets the money.
That's it.
Who gets the money on
He
first
does, every dollar. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Look, all I want to know is when you sign up the first baseman, how does he sign his name to the
Who?
contract? The guy.
Who?
How does he sign his
That's
name?
how he signs it.
Who?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base.
No, what is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
One base at a time.
Well, don't change the players around.
I'm not changing nobody.
Take it easy, buddy.
I'm only asking you, who's the guy on first base?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, what's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him. Now, let's forget about
Now, how did I get on third base?
it. Why, you mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again. Will you stay on third base and don't go off it?
All right, what do you want to know?
Now, who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
What am I putting on third?
What is on second?
You don't want who on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base. Look, you got outfield?
Sure.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Now tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing first?
I'm not. Stay out of the infield. I want to know what's the guy's name in left field.
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base. And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
Look. You got a pitcher on a team?
Sure.
The pitcher's name.
Tomorrow?
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you,
then
man.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now listen, who is not pitching?
I'll break your arm, you say, who's on first? I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Got a catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name.
Today.
And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on the team. You know, I'm a catcher, too.
So they tell me.
I get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Now, the heavy hitter bunched the ball. When he bunched the ball, me being a good catcher, I'm going to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's all you have to do.
Is to throw the ball to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
Look, if I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to Natural.
No, you don't. You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's different.
That's what I said.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to Naturally.
You throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
That's what I said.
Listen, you asked me.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you asked me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you.
Don't change it around.
Same as you.
Now get it over.
I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs a second.
Yes.
Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to because. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What?
I said I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
I'm an idiot.
Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Lyon, Colorado, USAF Station Hospital, Davis-Monthan Field, Tucson, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Palo Alto, California. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What is that, Lou, you've got in your hand there? Another telegram?
Hey, Abbott, look, I just got a telegram from Joe DiMaggio.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Lou, just heard your show. I think you have the makings of the world's greatest natural ball player. You have spiked teeth, a club head, and you've been off your base for years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and a special good night to Joe DiMaggio. Get well quick, Joe.
Listen to Abbott and Costello again next Thursday night when Costello is going to build himself a new prefabricated house. You can imagine the trouble he'll get into. I don't know whether it'll be a 1-story house or a 2-story house, but anyway, that's another story.
Prince Albert Pipe Appeal. They're one and the same thing. Any tobacco burns, makes smoke, but where else can you find the tobacco that has the pipe appeal of Prince Albert? The coolness, mildness, the rich, full flavor. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crim cut to smoke slow and cool. So pack your pipe with mellow, rich PA. Enjoy Pipe Appeal with Prince Albert. And while we're speaking of enjoying yourself, be sure to tune in on Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night. You all know and love the songs of America, but this week you have something extra special in store for you. Red Foley and his guests, Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff. Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine, Who's on First, is now available at Phonograph Records. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Up next, we have a special one-time presentation of a series of interview clips that is being called An Evening with Groucho Marx. Enjoy.
Soon we were in vaudeville, and I was a German comedian with a spade beard. I was dressed like my uncle Al Sheen, with Gallagher and Sheen in those days. That was my mother's brother. I don't know if you remember him, but he used to sing, "Oh, Mr. Gallagher, oh, Mr. Gallagher, what's on your mind this morning, Mr. C?" So I became a German comedian. And we were playing in Shays, Toronto, when the Lusitania was sunk in the First World War. I was supposed to sing a song, a German song. I was afraid if I did, they were going to kill me, that audience. I'm going to sing the song for you now.
Thank you. It's nice to be wanted. I must tell you, for the people in the back, it's Dick Cavett up here. I can't believe that I'm here tonight. It's not Carnegie Hall that gets to me, but I can't believe that I know Groucho Marx and that he asked me to introduce him tonight, and I'll do that as quickly as possible. I met Groucho Marx on a sunny Sunday afternoon about 12 years ago. He was coming from the funeral of a great friend of his, a man he's often said was his god, George S. Kaufman. We met on the corner of 81st and 5th, and I couldn't believe it, but he asked me to walk down Fifth Avenue with him, and we stopped every so often so he could insult a doorman. And when we got to the plaza where he's staying, I assumed that the dream was over, and I was trying to think of a way to say goodbye, and he said in that familiar soft voice that I knew first from the quiz show and then from the movies, "Well, you certainly seem like a nice young man, and I'd like to have lunch with you." And we had lunch. It was wonderful. I went home and wrote it down as much as I could remember of it. I remember for dessert, the captain and the waiter both came over to take his dessert order. And Groucho said, "Do you have any fruit you can recommend?" to the waiter. And I don't mean the captain here. It was like that. The only sad thing about Groucho's life is that there are so many thousands of funny things that have gone unrecorded. Luckily, there was someone along at the anti-Semitic country club when they told him he couldn't use the pool. And he asked, since my daughter's only half Jewish, could she go in up to her knees? I would... Thank you for him. There are a lot of profound things that should be said about Groucho, like the fact that his comedy achieves the level of great art, that he has all the gifts, I think, that a comedian can have. Some of them have a few of them, and he has them all. But that's for people to write about. I was asked to mention one thing. Please don't take any flash pictures. It makes Groucho dizzy, and he could, it's true, he could fall. And he wanted me to mention that, and I said, how can I say that and not alarm the audience? And he said, easy, tell them I'll drop dead if they do. So he's serious, but not when you want him to be. Anyway, to get quickly to the part of the evening that you came and paid for, I would first like to introduce a few people that should be mentioned now. Among them, Rufus T. Firefly, J. Cheever Loophole, J. Cheever Loophole, so hold the applause till the end, please. Dr. Hugo Z. Hackenbush, Otis B. Driftwood, and Captain Jeffrey Spaulding, the one, the only, Groucho.
First, I would like to take a bow for Harpo and Chico. Hello, I must be going. I cannot stay, I came to say I must be going. I'm glad I came, but just the same, I must be going.
For my sake, you must stay, for if you go away, you'll spoil this party I am throwing.
I'll stay a week or two. I'll stay the summer through, but I am telling you, I must be going. How I got started in show business. I saw an ad in the Morning World, which doesn't exist anymore. And hardly do I. The ad said, boy wanted to sing. I ran all the way from 93rd Street, where I lived then, to 33rd Street, and ran up 5 flights of stairs. I knocked on the door, and a man came to the door wearing a woman's outfit. Not entirely, just lipstick. And I realized that that was the profession that I wanted to enter. I better start talking about my family first, I guess. There's quite a group of them. Can you hear me out there? You're not missing anything. Luckily, I can't hear it either. Well, I had a family. I had Harpo played the harp. That was pretty obvious. And Chico was what they used to call a chicken chaser. In England now, they call them birds, which is the equivalent of a chicken chaser in America 50 years ago. He did very well with that, too. And Zeppo was born when the Zeppelin arrived in Lakehurst, New Jersey. He had nothing to do with the arrival. My other brother, Gummo, it's not his real name. His real name was Milton. It seemed like such a silly name. And we used to call him Gumshoes because somebody had given him a pair of rubbers. In a nice way, I mean. And that's his name, Groucho Marx. My name, of course, I never did understand. I had an uncle who was a chiropodist. He would come to your house and he had a small suitcase and he would cut your toenails for 25 cents. Then he got a job. Because there's not much money in cutting toenails for 25 cents. And it was cold, it was winter. So he got a job setting fire to hotels in the Catskills. Then he was so good at this that they finally transferred him and they gave him a job in the Adirondacks, where they had much bigger hotels to bind up. He finally wound up in Sing Sing. Marvin Hamlish. That must be you, huh? Oh, this is Marvin Hamlish. I'm going to sing you a song written by my good friend, Harry Ruby. It's called Timbuktu. Are you ready to play this?
Always ready.
Long ago in old New Amsterdam, there lived a cousin of the Duke of Buckingham. His friends knew Buckingham to be a sport, so they cut their ham and called him Buck for short. One day Buck met a little cluck and he whispered, Ducky dear, in accents loud and clear, please marry me, my dear. She replied, I will be your bride, but there must be no delay. So they were buckled up that day. Soon they had a little bucks to know how fast they grew. There was 1 buck, 2 bucks, 3 bucks, 4 bucks, no one knows how many more bucks. Mrs. Buck would play the ukulele every morning till 2. And while old man Buck was singing, all the little bucks were bucking, ringing. When they had eggs for breakfast, Buck was out of luck. Each buck would eat a dozen eggs, and a dozen cost a buck. The landlord came to raise Buck's rent, but he couldn't raise a sou. So he backed up and mowed the truck, and he said goodbye, said good luck, and he said good luck, he said goodbye, and he's to Timbuktu. I muffed a few words in there, but it's such a crazy song it doesn't make any sense. I used to live in a street called 93rd Street, and there was a girl there that I was stuck on. She was almost 15 years old, and I used to go out every morning and buy bread for my mother. And I used to get the stale bread because it was 4 cents, and the regular bread was 5 cents. So in no time at all, about 4 months, I had saved 70 cents. And I was stuck on Annie Berger. She had a great pair of legs, and I used to watch her walk upstairs. She lived on the floor above us. So one day, after I had the 70 cents, I said, why don't I take you to the theater? I had it all figured out. 10-cent car fare for 2, 10 cents for car fare coming back, and 50 cents for 2 seats in the 3rd gallery. Now, when we got to the theater, there was Hammerstein's Victoria Theater, there was a fellow selling sauerkraut candy in front of the theater, and it was a nickel bag. And she said, gee, I'd love to have some of that sauerkraut candy. Well, I only had 10 cents left by this time. So I bought her a bag of this candy. Now we're sitting in the gallery so high, you couldn't even see the actors. And she starts eating the sauerkraut candy. And I can hear her, and I can't hear the actors on the stage. And I could have killed her. I thought she'd offer me a piece. But she didn't. So when the show was over, by this time she consumed all the candy. And we got outside, and I said, Annie, it was cold. It was real cold. It had been snowing all that day. I said, look, you had sauerkraut candy, didn't you, in the theater? You never offered me a piece of the candy, did you? Now, I only have 5 cents left, and we got to go all the way to 93rd Street. Now, look. I care a great deal about you, but I don't want to walk to 93rd Street. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll toss a coin up, this nickel that I had left, and you holler heads or tails. She hollered heads, it came down tails, and she walked home. I didn't see her again for 10 years. I had an uncle named Julius. He was well over 4 feet. And I was named after him because we were under some peculiar impression that he had money. As a matter of fact, my father wanted to throw him out of the house. But my mother said, no. I remember I read a story once in which a man was supposed to be broke. And when he died, he left a lot of money, so they named me Julius. He never worked anyhow. He was just in the house sitting there. You find he died. And he left a will. His will consisted of a celluloid dicky, an 8-ball, and 3 razor blades. And besides, he owed my father $85. which she never did get from him. Then we had a sister. She wasn't really our sister. She was an adopted sister. The father of that sister had gotten a look at this girl and fled to Canada. And we never saw him again. But the girl stayed with us, and her name was Polly. Polly she wasn't a bad-looking girl, but her rear end stuck way out. You could play pinochle on her rear end. I understand that some time ago, Jack Benny played the violin here at Carnegie Hall. And I thought it'd be a good idea to take this and break it over my knee and then jump on it. I've had quite enough of Jack Benny. And so is the violin. Well, let's get down to cases. And Chico was the gambler of the family. He pawned everything. My father was a tailor, and a very bad one. And Chico was always short of money, and he used to hawk my father's shares. So whenever my father made a suit, of course it didn't fit. And the shares would be hanging up in the pawn shop on 91st Street. Chico got a job at Klauber Horn and Company. They used to manufacture paper, different kinds of paper. And Chico never brought home a salary because he was always in the ballroom or he was someplace, and he never brought a salary. And my father told him, he says, next week, if you come home without your salary, I'll kill you. They had a very close relationship. Chico didn't know what to do. His father was laying for him. In a nice way, I mean. And Chico entered apprehensively. And there was my father waiting for him. And Chico says, Dad, I got a great surprise for you. They had a sale today on paper, and I took the $3 that I was supposed to bring home, and I bought this paper. And my father opened it, and it was toilet paper. It was the first time we had ever seen toilet paper in Ireland. We had always used either the Morning World or the Herald Tribune. And when I was real young, before that, I used to smoke it. I'd smoke it up into a small bowl and then light it. It was very good. It was a very peculiar family. Mr. and Mrs. Klein, they lived a life so fine until the relatives came. Uncle and Tante Wolf brought all the little wolves. Like wolves, they lived up to their name. 1 week went by, Klein started to cry. It looks like the wolves mean to stay. So he told his wife one night that while they were sleeping tight, let's leave him and he'll run away. Say, it's better to run to Toronto than to live in a place you don't want to. With 20 wolves in front of me, my house looks like a menagerie. Imagine the cheek from the tante to bring all them wolves from Toronto, and oh, how they can eat at least a pound of meat. Say, they take what they want, to. Just think what the bills will amount to. Every day they're growing more and more. They eat 1 meal a day, that's right. They start in the morning and finish at night. It's going to be a cold, cold winter. and I can't keep the wolves from the door. When I was over in London some years ago, I did a quiz show over there for a while. It wasn't too successful, but the American ambassador, he liked me because I used to be funny and crack jokes. And Jackie Onassis' sister, Razawell, you may have seen her. She's been on TV a few times. She's a very pretty girl. And she had a husband who was Polish. He was well over 4 feet. And I told him a story. This is the story. It's about a hooker. You all know what that is, I guess. I'm sure sometime in your life somebody has seen one. It was a story about a girl who picks up a Pole and takes him home and feeds them, gives them dinner. They go to bed that night, have a great time. Next morning, she helps him get dressed, puts on his uniform with his big epaulets hanging on, and he starts to leave. And she says, just a moment, what about money? And he says, a Polish officer doesn't accept money. Once we were on the bill with Fanny Bryce. I'm sure a lot of you remember Fanny Bryce. She was quite a performer. And on the bill, too, there was an act called Swains, Rats, and Cats. Now, you wouldn't believe that, but that was the name of the act. And they had a miniature racetrack on the stage. And the rats were dressed as jockeys, and the cats were horses. It was an incredible act, imagine. Teaching these cats and rats to learn all this. And they wore the uniforms, too. And one day, while they were doing the act, there was a screen came from Fanny's dressing room. And Swain ran in there. And he had a Turkish towel with him. He didn't know what he was going to... Fanny Bryce is standing on a chair, frightened to death, got her clothes away up. Swain grabs this rat. It wasn't one of the rats from his act. This was a sewer rat that had got into the theater. Well, Swain captured this sewer rat. And the next year, we played on a bill with Swain again, and this rat was now the star of the show. Speaking of vaudeville, there used to be a critic in Chicago when we played there by the name of Percy Hammond. This is about 30 years ago, I guess. He was on the Chicago Tribune. And he reviewed our act. We did a big act, and we had about 25 people in the act. And he reviewed the act. And the next morning, this was the review. He said, the Marx brothers and their various relatives ran around the stage for almost an hour yesterday afternoon. Why, I'll never understand. He was a tough guy. During the Second World War, years later, the Chicago Tribune correspondent had died. And they had to get a new guy to go over and cover the war. And they had a big meeting one day. They had Ring Lardner there. And they had the whole staff of the Chicago Tribune. And somebody suggested sending Percy Hammond over, this critic who had reviewed our act. And Ring Lardner says, no, you can't do that. Suppose he doesn't like the war. How many of you have read the George Kaufman book? Nobody, huh? He was a close friend of mine. He was a hell of a playwright. And he was also a show doctor. And I remember one of the Bloomingdale department store family was producing a show and opening it in Philadelphia. And they invited George Kaufman to come down there and see the show because it needed a little help. And Kaufman went down and sat in the second or third row. And when the show was over, the fellow from the Bloomingdales, he came down the audience and he said to George, he said, how about the show? How'd you like it? And Kaufman said, tell you what you do. Close the show and keep the store open at nights. I did a bond tour during the Second World War. It was Hope and Crosby and Cagney, most of the big stars. Desi Arnaz. Yeah, that was one of them. We were raising money. And we played Boston and Philadelphia and most of the big cities. And we got to Minneapolis. There wasn't any big theater to play there. So we did our show in the railroad station. Then I told the audience that I knew a girl in Minneapolis. She was also known in St. Paul. She used to come over to visit me, and she was known as the Tale of Two Cities. I didn't sell any more bonds, but they didn't allow me to appear anymore. There were times when I used to wear a mustache, and there were times when I didn't. I got tired of wearing it, and I would take it off, because if I didn't have a mustache on, people didn't bother me in the street. So one night I went to the Winter Garden, and Houdini was appearing there. And I was sans mustache. That means without. Got to watch yourself in the Winter Garden. At any rate, I'm sitting in the second row, and Houdini is now doing a trick. He would take some needles and put them in his mouth, and a spool of thread, and then he would thread the needles. So he asked for a volunteer out of the audience. Now, who do you think went up on the stage? And he opened his mouth wide. I want to prove that there's no trickery to this trick. What do you see in there? And I said, fire air. And left the stage. I knew a fellow named Otto Kahn. He was a very rich man. And he gave a lot of money to the Metropolitan Opera House at one time. And his close friend was Marshall P. Wilder, who was a hunchback. And they were walking down Fifth Avenue, and they came to a synagogue. And Kahn turned to Wilder, and he said, Marshall, you know, I used to be a Jew. Marshall said, really? I used to be a hunchback. When we did Animal Crackers, we needed 2 minutes for a change, a scenery change. So I wrote a ridiculous poem. And I always think of whether the audience is really listening to the actor on the stage. I wrote the most ridiculous poem you could possibly write and tried it on the audience. And the first 10 weeks that we did the show, we used to get a sophisticated New York audience. And they used to laugh, and they used to applaud at the end. And then you start getting the out-of-towners, people from the Middle West. And they thought I was serious. And this is the way it goes. Did you ever sit and ponder as you walk along the Strand that life's a bitter battle at the best? And if you only knew it and would lend a helping hand, then every man could meet the final test. The world is but a stage, my friend, and life is but a game. And how you play is all that matters in the end. For whether a man is right or wrong, a woman gets the blame. And your mother is your dog's best friend. Then up came Mighty Casey and strode up to the bat. And Sheridan was 50 miles away. For it takes a heap of loving to make a home like that, on the road to where the flying fishes play. Then I used to take a chair, which the vaudeville actors used to do in those days, and I would start walking off the stage. And the last line would be, so be a real life Polyarch and laugh, clown, laugh. Years ago, there were many songs written about mothers. You know, like Mammy and Island Must Be Heaven. Mom, they're making eyes at me, my mother's eyes. But nobody ever wrote any song about fathers. Father was the town schlemiel in almost every place. He was nothing. Mother was the boss. I think there were two songs that I remember. Pop Goes the Weasel. And Oh, What a Crumb is My Old Man. And I remember one more song. It was called Everybody Works But Father. He sits around all day, feet in front of the fireplace, smoking his pipe of clay. Mother takes in washing, so does Sister Ann. Everybody works in our house but my old man. That was a big hit, that song. And they even sang it in Europe, in Germany. Alles schafft aber nicht Vater, geht den ganzen Tag herum und raucht die verdammte Pfeife, das alles geht drüber und drum. Und Mutter nimmt den Washing und auch tut Schwester an. Alle arbeiten in unser Platz, aber nicht der alte Mann. I don't know if you remember the Second World War, because there's so many now, it's hard to keep track of them. Well, during the Second World War, Hess had been sent by Hitler to try to negotiate peace with Churchill. Churchill at that time was in the projection room at 10 Downing Street running monkey business. He sent an orderly to the door. He says, tell him to come back after I sing monkey business and we'll discuss business. One night at the embassy, Winston Churchill's daughter, Mary, was my dinner partner. And when the butler passed around the cigars, she said, take one for me. I said, what? What do you want a cigar for? You don't smoke cigars, do you? She says, no, my father does, Winston. And we play a little game. I said, what kind of a game? I take a cigar, and he takes a cigar, And then he bets me £1, I think was around $2.50. And we bet who can hold the ash on the cigar the longest. At this time, he was running the British government. No, you never think of a man like that. Trying to win $2 from his daughter. You know, Berlin wrote our first real Broadway play. It was Coconuts. And George Kaufman hated music. Even when he wrote the Pulitzer Prize play with Maury Riskin, he didn't like songs because it got in the way of the jokes. So this got Berlin angry. And he went home that night and he wrote a new song. He said, "You didn't like the song in Coconuts. I wrote a new song for you." And he played it for Kaufman. And Kaufman said, "It stinks." And this is it. Sing it, you fool. Let's hear it. Da 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 da. Not for just a day, not for just a year, not for just a week or something, but always. I once knew a woman who couldn't spell cat. Her face was as homely as cinch. That wasn't necessary, that part.
Can I try it again?
Let's keep it on a high basis.
Oh. Can I try again? Can I get another crack at it?
Okay.
Thank you.
I once knew a woman who couldn't spell cat. Her face was as homely as cinch. In winter, she always wore last summer's hat, and a size 11 shoe was a pinch. When she played piano, strong men would faint, and weak men would cry out in grief. And as for her singing, well, it made you feel that it wasn't so tough to be deaf. But with all these things that the people would say, her voice and her looks couldn't drive them away. 'Cause, oh, how that woman could cook. Her bread was like angel fool's cake. She could take soup meat and give it one look, and right away it was porterhouse steak. Her pfannkuchen, what a beautiful dream. Her tripe was like peaches and cream, and with the table between us, she looked exactly like Venus. Oh, God, how that woman could cook. Well, obviously, with the Lusitania laying at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, I'd have got killed if I sang that song in Canada. So I put some makeup on here, and I made myself a Jew comedian, which I'd never been. I'd never been a Jew comedian. And I sang this song. I was playing the Palace Theater once, and Sarah Bernhardt was on the bill. She was one of the first great stars to play the Palace. She insisted on getting $1,000 in cash before she appeared. She was old at this time, but they wanted her at the Palace just the same. She used to do some scene where she Used to lie in the coffin and play a dramatic scene. Oh, she was alive. She only had one leg. Did you know that? She was getting $1,000 before each performance. I had two legs, and I was getting $50 a week. Waylon and I were very friendly, and Harry Ruby and I surprised him. We sang one of his songs, which he hated. It was a song from the First World War. And the song went like this. Down below, down below, sat the devil talking to his son, who wanted to go up above, up above. He said, it's too slow for me down here, and so the devil said, listen, lad, listen to your dear old dad.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
You stay down here where you belong. The folks above you, they don't know right from wrong. To please their kings, they've all gone off to war. But not a one of them knows what they're fighting for. Way up above, they say that I'm a devil and I'm bad. But the kings up there are bigger devils than your dad. They're breaking the hearts of mothers, making butchers out of brothers. You'll find more hell up there than there is down here below. We were sitting at a table, Ruby was at the piano, and Berlin called me over. He says, if you ever have an urge to sing that song again, if you'll get in touch with me, I'll give you $100 not to sing it. But I still sing it. Because I think it has 4 wonderful lines in there. And it applies today just as much as it did 40 years ago. They're breaking. Have you got a key you're not using? They're breaking the hearts of mothers. They're making butchers out of brothers. You'll find more hell up there than there is down here below. I had a great friend in England. His name was T.S. Eliot, the poet. Well, there are people out here who might not know that he was a famous English poet. As a matter of fact, he was born in St. Louis and moved to England. He wrote me a letter, and he said, I'd like a picture of you with a cigar on it. You know, one of these. So I sent him a picture of me, and he retained it. He says, I want a picture of you smoking a cigar. So I sent him one smoking a cigar, and we got very well acquainted. And I had read up on T.S. Eliot, Murder in the Cathedral, and a few things like that. And I thought I'd impress him. And all he wanted to talk about was the Marx Brothers. That's what happens when you come from St. Louis. Well, he was a wonderful man. He was a great friend of mine. But eventually, he died. They had a great memorial, and Mrs. Eliot had asked me to go on the stage and say a few words about her late husband. So I went in around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the stage door was locked, and I went through the front of the theater, and I walked down the aisle. And it was Stygian darkness there, and I couldn't see anything. I don't see too well anyhow. Is there anybody out front? At any rate, I finally felt my way down to the front row. And I sat down. And I'm now sitting on, I can't think of his name. It'll come to me in a couple of hours. Did I sing, "Oh, How That Woman Could Cook"? No, it was true. I was sitting on Candatinan's lap. It was dark. So he says, "Take the next seat." So I took the next seat, and I'm now sitting on Laurence Olivier's lap. So he says, "What are you doing here, Groucho?" I says, "Well, I thought, I was invited by Mrs. Eliot to come over here. I thought I'd take a look at the theater." He says, "Why don't you get up on the stage and show us what you're going to do?" I said, "Well, I don't plan on doing anything here." "Well, not with all the actors you've got here. You had all the Shakespearean actors in England, and I was an old vaudeville ham." So he says, "Well, get up and say something. You've got to do something for Mrs. Eliot." So I went up on the stage, and this came to me while I was standing on the stage with Olivia down front and Kenneth Tynan. It's a tough audience for an old vaudeville actor. It was a story about a man who was condemned to be hanged. And the priest had said to him, "Have you any last words to say before we spring the trap?" And the man says, "Yes." He says, "I don't think this damn thing is safe." Fields was doing a picture many years ago with a kid named Baby Leroy. And in those days, you had to have a nurse on the set. This was one of the rules in the movie industry. So the nurse had to go to the bathroom. Even nurses do that occasionally. And Fields says, "Look, I'll take care of the kid. You just go to the bathroom." And when she had gone, he took a bottle of booze out of his back pocket and got Baby Leroy dead drunk. And they had to close the show for the movie for 3 days until he sobered up. There used to be a girl actress in Hollywood. She was an actress, a very pretty one, too. And she always wore an anklet. And she had to have it around here. And on this anklet, it said, "Heavens Above." She did quite some business with that anklet. Well, you want me to leave the stage?
I think we'll both go, yeah.
Well, I'll go off. I have a friend in Hollywood. I think I do. I'm not so sure of it. His name is Harry Ruby. And he wrote a lot of songs that I have sung over the years. Today, Father is Father's Day, and we're giving you a tie. It's not much, you know. It is just our way of showing you we think you're a regular guy. You say that it was nice of us to bother, but it really was a pleasure to fuss. For according to our mother, you're our father. And that's good enough for us. Yes, that's good enough for all I can tell you about Margaret Duman, who was Mrs. Rittenhouse in our picture. We did a picture, it was a war picture. And a shell came through the window. And I rushed over and pulled the shade down. And she said, "Otis, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm fighting for your honor, which is more than you ever did." Then we were on the boat, and I had 2 suitcases. Mrs. Rittenhouse was in back of me. And she said, "Otis, have you got everything?" And I said, "I haven't had any complaints yet." Now we get to W.C. Fields. He was a friend of mine. He was a great drunk. And if they'd have had marijuana in those days, I'm sure he'd have been using it. And he lived in San Fernando Valley. And he always carried a BB gun. And he sat in the bushes, and when the tourists would go past, he would shoot at them. One day he allowed me in his house. And he had a ladder there, and it led up to an attic. And in this attic, he had $50,000 worth of whiskey, unopened cases of whiskey. And I said to him, "Bill, what do you get that booze there for? We haven't had prohibition in 25 years. He says, "It may come back." I remember playing baseball with Will Rogers in Baltimore. In those days on the Keith circuit, they used to have teams. And our team would be the Marx Brothers and a few other players. And Will Rogers was playing second base. And I got on first base, and I ran to second base, and I slid in there. And Will Rogers was standing about 20 feet in front of second base. And he turned around to me, and he says, "You're out." I says, "How can I be out? You got to touch me with the ball on second base, don't you know that?" And he said, "Groucho, at my age, wherever you stand is second base." That's a true story. I think we ought to sing Show Me a Rose. Ever since songwriters started writing songs, they have written songs about the rose. Red roses, blue roses, old roses, new roses, roses from the north and south and west. But here's the rose song that I love the best. Show me a rose and I'll show you a girl who cares. Show me a rose or leave me alone. Show me a rose and I'll show you a storm at sea. Show me a rose or leave me alone. She taught me how to do the tango down where the palm trees swayed. I called a rose a mere, and she called a spade a spade. Show me a rose, and I'll show you a stag at bay. Show me a rose, or leave me alone. One night in Bixby, Mississippi, we watched the clouds roll by. I said, my dear, how are you? And she whispered, so am I. Show me a rose and I'll show you a girl named Sam. Show me a rose or leave me alone. Show me a rose, a fragrant rose. Make believe that you don't know me until you show me a rose. I was once invited to Cecil DeMille's projection room, and they were running Samson and Delilah with Hedy Lamarr and Victor Mature. I'm sure many of you had seen that picture sometime or other. So and Cecil DeMille came up to me when the picture was over, and he said, how did you like the picture? I said, it'll be a failure. And he said, why? Why will it be a failure? Well, because you got the characters wrong. Victor Mature has much bigger knockers than Hedy Lamarr. And they never asked me at the Paramount again. I've always had trouble with priests. I was married by a rabbi, I think. I'm not sure of that. I think my grandfather had bought a speech for $5, and all the brothers used that speech. My dear parents, for many years you have toiled and labored for my happiness. We had no idea what the hell we were talking about. But we did the whole thing, and it was only $1 apiece for each speech. I was in the Plaza Hotel, and there's a priest standing there. And he recognizes me. He says, aren't you Groucho Marx? And I said, yeah. He says, my mother's crazy about that quiz show you do. And I said to him, I didn't know you fellas had mothers. And I continued. I said, I always thought it was Immaculate Conception. Then I was in Montreal. I made a quick exit out of the elevator. was in Montreal, and a priest comes up to me, puts out his hand. He says, I want to thank you for all the joy you put into this world. And I shook his hand, and I said, and I want to thank you for all the joy you've taken out of this world. He said, could I use that next Sunday in my sermon? I said, yes, you can, but you'll have to pay the William Morris office 10%. I was in a building called the Thalberg Building. It was a building that was built to honor Irving Thalberg, who was our producer at MGM. And a woman backed into the elevator. And this woman was wearing a hat. I have nothing to do, I'm bored. So I take the back of the hat and I push it up. And I turn around and it's Greta Garbo, the biggest star in all of show business. I didn't know what to say. And finally I said, I'm terribly sorry, but I thought you were a fellow I knew from Kansas City. Lydia, oh Lydia, say have you met Lydia? She has eyes that men adore so, and a torso even more so. Lydia, oh Lydia, that encyclopedia. Lydia, the queen of tattoo. On her back is the Battle of Waterloo. Beside it, the wreck of the Hesperus, too. And proudly above waves the red, white, and blue. You can learn a lot from Lydia. La, 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 la. When her robe is unfurled, she will show you the world. If you'll step up and tell her where. For a dime you can see Kankakee or Paris or Washington crossing the Delaware. La, 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 la. Oh, Lydia, say, have you met Lydia? Lydia, the tattooed lady. When her muscles start relaxing, up the hill comes Andrew Jackson. That encyclopedia, Lydia, the queen of tattoo. For 2 bits she will do a mazurka and jazz with a view of Niagara that nobody has. And on a clear day you can see Alcatraz. You can learn a lot from Lydia. La 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 la. Come along and see Buffalo Bill with his class. Just a little classic by Mendel Picasso. Here's Captain Spaulding exploring the Amazon. Here's Godiva, but with her pajamas on. La 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 la. Oh Lydia, say, have you met Lydia? Lydia, the queen of them all. She once swept an admiral clear off his feet. The ships on her hips made his heart skip a beat. And now the old boy's in command of the fleet. For he went and married Lydia. I said Lydia. He said Lydia. I said Lydia.
He said Lydia.
Olé! haven't done anything. I was in Italy. I was in Rome. Wonderful city. And I just lit $1 cigar. And I was walking to the corner. And somebody bumped against me. And this is $1 cigar. I wasn't going to let it lay there. So I reached down to pick it up and I says, Jesus Christ. And I turn around, there's 2 priests standing next to me. And one of them had bumped against me. And he reached in here and pulled out 2 cigars. He says, Groucho, you just said the secret word.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Smile the Pepsodent, make bright for merriment. We'll shine tonight with brighter light. Here's hope, that sunny gent.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope, still eating 3 meals a day with your teeth. I'm a little tired tonight. I just got back from the Santa Anita handicap. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to have my barrel pressed. Santa Anita, that's the outdoor version of You Can't Take It With You. But really, it's beautiful out there, folks. The grass on the infield is gorgeous. After the 4th race, I had some of it for lunch. And they've enlarged Santa Anita this year, and I want to tell you, the whole place is run just like a machine, a vacuum cleaner. I've never seen so many people in one place. The crowds were so heavy, the pickpockets had to put on extra help. In fact, they were so busy they wouldn't pick the pocket of a tweed suit. The fuzz slowed them up too much. One pickpocket lifted my wallet and the list of the horses I was going to bet on. He took one look at the list, handed me back my wallet, and gave me an extra $1 for car fare. And you should have seen the automobiles out there. I've never seen so many cars. It looked like the backyard of the finance company. I hear Morgenthau wants to trade his job for the parking concession. I came late and had to park at the end of the parking lot. In fact, when I got out of my car, I found out I had paid $0.25 to park in my own driveway. They say it's hard to get back to town in traffic, but I fooled them. I left before the first race. No, I wish I had. Skinny gave me a tip on the handicap. He said the horse can't lose. The jockey's been eating garlic, and the horse will win trying to get away. First time I ever saw a jockey ride a horse backwards. I said, what's the idea of riding a horse backwards? He said, I have to. It makes the horse nervous to have anyone look over his shoulder. Nice horse. Every once in a while, he'd look around to see if his plow was on straight. He was so far behind, his tail showed in the photo finish. Really, the jockey pulled him up so much, it's the first time I ever saw a horse finish with a bit under his tail. I should have known better when I saw the jockey carrying an overnight bag. And now, Bill Goodwin. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is that grand little star from MGM, Miss Judy Garland. And now, Skinny Ennis and our 6 hits in the Miss swing out with Could Be. Take it, talent.
Here comes Skinny. Could be he'll sing us a song.
Could be that yellow moon is just a big balloon, and not that yellow moon above. Could be that angel face is something out of space, and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be.
Above, moon is shining so brightly. Could be a baby face, there's something out of space. It ain't the kind of face I love, oh no. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be that I'm in love, it could be.
Could be this dream I see, but if you're asking me,
really, truly, I'm blowing my top. Could be I'm in love, could be.
Say, Bob, you know, you really looked swell out there at the Santa Anita Derby last Saturday.
Bill, that's Derby. The English say Derby, and the Americans say Derby.
Yeah, and the losers say nuts. Yeah. Say, Bob, I hear the owners of the horses out at Santa Anita sit in boxes that have their names on them.
That's right, Bill. There's the Whitney box, the Vanderbilt box, Bradley, Astor.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the box you were sitting in, Bob?
A Sunkist. Say, how did you like that suit I had on?
Suit? Where did you get that thing? It looked like it was cut down from a shroud.
Is that so? I'll have you know I was the best-dressed man at Santa Anita. I was a regular Beau Brummel.
Hello, Beau. What do you hear from the other bummels?
Well, Patsy Kelly. Say, Patsy, I saw you out at Santa Anita Saturday.
Santa Anita? Slot machines with horses.
Why, Patsy, it's a privilege to go to a beautiful track like Santa Anita. Why, do you know what the name Santa Anita means?
Oh, yes, I know. It's Spanish for hello, sucker.
Say, weren't you out there with Skinny and his brother?
Yeah, the three of us hitchhiked out there.
Really? Didn't your thumbs get awfully tired?
Oh, no, we didn't have to use our thumbs. We just waved Skinny's brother.
Well, tell me, is his brother that thin?
Thin? Why, that guy has to wear snowshoes when he takes a bath so he won't slide down the drain.
Now, wait a minute, Patsy. Skinny's brother isn't that skinny.
Oh, no, listen. That guy is so thin, he just got himself a daytime job stuffing olives.
Stuffing olives?
Yeah, he crawls through the olives, dragging the pimento behind him.
Hi, everybody.
Well, hiya, Skinny.
Well, if it isn't Tremble Tonsil.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Bated Breath. Say, why don't you inhale once and see how it feels to rough it?
Now, listen, see here, Kelly. You can't talk to me like that. Don't forget, I'm a man, incidentally.
Incidentally? You mean accidentally.
Listen, Kelly, before you say another word, just take a look at those bulging muscles.
Muscles? Where? I don't see any muscles.
Doggone it, I forgot to put them on tonight.
Say, Patsy, I heard that your family was out here for the big race.
Yeah, they just got here from back east.
Back east, huh? How are things in Pomona?
Yeah.
Say, I suppose they've been out to the studio to watch you make pictures.
Yeah, they came out on the set and watched me work on my last picture.
Say, I saw that picture, Patsy. Say, what were those swallows doing flying across the screen?
Those weren't swallows. My father was sitting on one side of the set and the cuspidor was on the other.
Say, well, what does your family think of our radio program?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I just got a letter from my uncle back in Brooklyn.
Really? What does he say?
Well, here it is. Dear Patsy, the Pepsodent show is much improved. You're much better than you were. Skinny Ennis is much better, and Jerry Colonna is much improved.
Well, doesn't he say anything about me?
Oh, yes, here. P.S. Hope you are the same. So long.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
How long was that big race last Saturday?
Well, it was 1.25 miles, Bill.
Well, just what does that mean, Bob?
Well, it means it was the horse's last mile and my last quarter.
Oh, well, now, don't be discouraged, Bob. You know our motto, never say die.
Never say die.
Yeah.
Opens at the Paramount Theater in New York tomorrow. Isn't it? Plug.
Well,
Never
listen,
say die,
if you ever get another quarter, I know lots of things to do with it.
What, for instance, Bill?
Well, for instance, Bob, for a quarter, you can get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And that's the only toothpaste that contains irium. You know, irium is the lively agent that sparks up Pepsodent's cleansing power. Gently, safely, but ever so quickly, irium helps Pepsodent remove dingy surface stains from your teeth. Persuades your teeth to shine with natural brilliance. Brushing twice a day with Pepsodent Plus irium is like spring cleaning your mouth. It gives you cleaner, brighter, smoother teeth and keeps them at high shining luster. The surefire recipe for $1 million smile is dazzling teeth. So why not invest a quarter now for a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with irium?
And now may I present one of the most charming and talented members of Hollywood's younger generation, soon to be seen in The Wizard of Oz, MGM singing sensation Miss Judy Garland.
Mr. Hope, I hope that you will not be cross. I hope that you won't think that I'm a bore. But when I heard you sing that lovely song to Shirley Ross, I knew that Gable didn't matter anymore. It had to be you. It had to be you. I looked all around and finally found marvelous you. For you are the one, say what you will, with all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you.
Why, Judy, I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Oh, Mr. Hope, I used to like Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, but you're different.
I know it, Judy. I've been told that before.
Gee, I've seen all your pictures, and I listen to you every time you're on the air, no matter what the rest of the family wants to hear.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Imagine meeting my fan face to face.
Oh, but Mr. Hope, it's not that. It's deeper than that. You see, well, you're my crush. You're my dream man. You're my Prince Charming.
Now, wait a minute, Snow White. Let's not have a scene. After all, I may be just a passing fancy in your life.
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. This is the real thing. It's lasted almost 2 whole days.
Gosh, and in Hollywood, too.
Oh, you men are all alike. Always joking. Why, I don't think you even know what it means to have a crush on somebody.
Oh, don't I? How do you think I felt last week when they told me Hedy Lamarr to elope with someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you feel you just ought to go out and jump off a cliff and end it all.
Well, I want to have a long talk with Madeline Carroll first.
Oh, well, never mind them, Mr. Hope. I'm not like other girls. I'm willing to take you just as you are. Isn't that just too wonderful?
But, Judy, look, I'm flattered. I'm glad that you told me only...
Only what?
Well, do you think I'm your type?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I know I'm not worthy of you, but you don't have to love me right away.
But, Judy, I mean, after all, I'm not exactly...
Oh, I might have known it. Are you somebody else's crush?
Well, not exactly, but, well, there are some strings attached.
Oh, then you are someone else's crush.
Well, I was, but she married me.
Oh, gee, that's awful. But I can go right on having a crush on you, can't I? From a distance, I mean.
Judy, With so many other handsome men in Hollywood, why did you have to pick on me?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, it was like this. First, I picked out Clark Gable to have a crush on. But I had too much competition. He didn't appreciate me.
Oh, well, what could you expect from that tap dancer?
Then I had a crush on Robert Taylor, but I guess I had too much competition there, too. And after Robert Taylor, all there was left was a choice between you and Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. Beauty versus beast.
And I picked you. I guess I was tired of competition.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, Mr. Hope, you're wonderful. Say you'll be the man of my dreams.
But, Judy, really, I'm not the kind of man for you. I'm not good enough for you. Well, I pull little dogs' tails, and I take candy away from babies. And once I gave a canary a hot foot.
You're so brave and masterful.
Well, maybe I am on the surface, but underneath I'm a no-good guy, Judy. Take my word for it. Hope is a louse.
But you're a good louse.
Yeah. No, Judy, it's no use. We couldn't get along together.
Then you're turning me down?
Don't take it so hard, Judy. None of the others did.
All right. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's the old, old story. It's the woman who pays. I'm sorry I bothered you. Now I know how Greta Garbo felt when Robert Taylor left her in Camille. But don't worry about me, Mr. Hope. I'll recover. Time is a great healer. But I won't forget. I never will. Though you're a cat, I love you still. It had to be you. Wonderful you. Had to be you.
Say, Judy, can a cad say a few words in his own defense before you go? Tell me, why don't you have a crush on someone near your own age?
Well, most of the boys I know think I'm only an in-between. You know, not old enough to be a glamour girl and too old to go around with dolls.
Well, I hope I'm never too old to go around with dolls. But you know, Judy, I've been having the same trouble you've had. Tell me, do you think I'm old enough for Carol Lombard?
Well, of course.
And I guess she has some other reason.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, so long, Mr. Hope. I've got to go now.
Judy, you can't get away without giving us one of those Garland specials.
Well, all right. Would you like to hear Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones?
Would I? Let's have it.
Hey, Rufus Rastus Brown, spread the news around, all around the town. Say it's a holiday, stop your work and play, hurry on your way. Tell the world about this celebration. This is one thing that concerns the nation. Sing the glory, hallelujah, get Hosanna running through ya. I am here to say it's a big holiday everywhere. For the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he walks down, he'll never will meet with a name like the name that he got today. When he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. What a smile, and how he shows it. He'll be happy all day long. What a name, I'll bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree. He'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Go to sleep, my baby, and maybe you'll be a Democrat by and by. file. You're a lucky baby with Franklin D. for your name. Mrs. Jones's baby boy is a welcome resident. Give him a fishing rod for a toy. He's the future president. Hooray for young Franklin D. Jones. Give a cheer for the babe of the year. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud? Just you wait and see. He'll make history, 'cause he's Franklin D. Roosevelt
Thank you very much, Judy Garland. That really was great. And now, here's a word from Bill Goodwin, who has a crush on Irium.
Thank you, Bob. Nearly all toothpaste comes in a tube, keeps fresh, and is pleasant enough to taste. You can expect this from any toothpaste. But Pepsodent toothpaste has all of this, plus an important something the others haven't got. The extra something is Irium. That's the lively super addition that steps up Pepsodent's action, brightens the results. Irium helps Pepsodent remove the unattractive surface stains that cloud over your smile. It brings out the natural luster. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, brush your teeth with Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you'll quickly be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say, I never dreamed my teeth could sparkle so. I never knew my mouth could feel so fresh, so clean. It certainly feels grand to have well-groomed teeth.
I have eyes to see with, they see only you.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular new song hit, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes.
Bob, shh. Yes, Bill. Bob, listen, I have a swell idea how we can both make money.
No, Bill, this year I'm going to pay my income tax.
No, that isn't what I mean. I think we ought to become spies. Shh. Important spies.
Don't be silly, Bill. There's no money in spying.
Oh, no? Did you ever see a house detective on relief?
Yeah, I guess spying is a good racket if you don't lose your head.
You can be famous, Bob. Really, you can be famous. Think of the great spies in history. Think of Mata Hari.
Oh, yes. Mata Hari.
And think of Nathan Hale and Jonathan Daly and Benedict Arnold.
I can't, Bill.
Why not?
I'm still thinking of Mata Hari. But really, Bill, I couldn't be a spy. I don't know how to act.
Bob, let's leave your picture work out of this.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I'll go into the spy racket with you, but I'll have to get a spy suit.
A spy suit? What's that?
Oh, it's nothing. You just go out with a bloodhound and a black coat and vest.
And what pants?
The bloodhound.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's get busy.
Okay.
The Hope and Goodwin Spy Salon, a snitch in time pays the rent. What's that? Hope and Goodwin very good at shadowing people in dark alleys? Well, I should say so. They're real slinkers. No, I said slinkers. Okay, just a minute. It's for you, Cheese.
Cheese, Patsy, that's Chief. Take the script and read it.
That's Cheese. Take the script and smell it.
That's Cheese. I'll take the script and eat it. Hello?
This is Spy Number 1X reporting from Africa, Chief.
Greetings, Spy 1X. Where's Spy 2X? Isn't he with you?
No, Chief. The cannibals had 2X for breakfast.
Come in.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bill, look, she's beautiful. What grace?
Yeah, what form?
What telephone number?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Vanya Tanya Sonia Henya Notgranovich Babuchka. Oh, but you can call me Tuski.
Well, what do you want with me?
Oh, I need help. If you do not help me, I shall have to kill you.
Kill me? Kill me?
Yes. I will shoot you or stab you or poison you. Or take you in my arms and squeeze you to death, smothering you with kisses. How would you like that?
I'd like Dot. Say, where do you come from, Tootsie Woodskin?
I come from the little country of Schlemilia.
Schlemilia! What a small world this is.
Ah, yes. I shall never forget my last day in Schlemilia. Bombs bursting. People were dropping like flies. The streets were covered with blood. Oh, it was so beautiful.
I can see. Look, Tootski, what can I do for you?
You must save me from my cousin, the ambassador from Schlemilia, rat-faced the repulsive.
Well, what happens if I find him?
Undoubtedly he will kill you.
And what happens if I don't find him?
Undoubtedly I will kill you.
What's in it for me?
Either way, you'll be buried with full military honors. Until then, I say, hello.
Come on, Patsy, we got to go to the Schlemielian embassy.
Right. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Chief.
For me? Hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, you'll never catch me, you old spidery spy, because you're just a ham, and hams can't fly. I ask myself this as I flit on my way. Is Hope a big dope? Oh, boy, I'll say.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a great big stork.
A stork? What are you doing here with me?
Just looking over one of my mistakes.
Come on, Patsy. Let's go to the embassy and meet Ratface the Repulsive. Here we are. This looks like the embassy.
Yeah, look at that sign. Embassy of Schlemilia. Office hours 12:30 to 1. Treaties broken Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Goodwin, you stay outside, and if we have any trouble with Ratface, blow up the embassy.
Right, Chief. Are you armed?
And how? I'm armed to the teeth.
Hey, you better not yawn or that club will fall out.
Ring the bell, Patsy.
Hello?
Tootski.
Hoopski.
Runsky.
No, Patsy, don't run. I'm right behind you. Where's Ratface, Tootski?
Here comes Ratface now!
Greetings, Rat. Meet a diplomat.
Why, it's Professor Colonna with the Bay Rum Aroma. Tell me, are you the ambassador?
Ah, yes, and I'm the President, Secretary of War, Navy, State, Interior, Exterior. In fact, I'm the whole schlemiel.
I can believe that.
And who is the little wren with you?
This is Matta Kelly, the international spy. She loves you, Professor.
Ah, my little Matta. You've made me so much glatter, and all my cares would scatter because your heart belongs to data.
Professor, tell me, were you ever caught as an ambassador without portfolio?
Ah, yes. Briefcase, wasn't it?
What has been your worst experience, Professor?
Once, for no reason, I was held for treason and placed against the wall to be shot.
Did they shoot you?
I don't know, Knave. I was blindfolded. Will you pardon me? I feel a bomb coming on.
Ambassador, you've blown up the whole block. Why did you throw that bomb into the street?
I love parking space.
Well, Professor, your goose is cooked.
Why so, Knave?
I can prove that you're a traitor and have been carrying on with the enemy spy, Sonia the snitch.
What proof have you?
I was in a closet and took a picture of you kissing Sonia. Here, look at the picture. What do you think of that?
Not bad. I'll take a half a dozen.
Come on, Hope. Let's get out of this place. This guy's a screwball.
Yes, isn't he? Who said that? I did. And I apologize, Colonna. I'm sorry I insulted you. Silence. I refuse to accept your apology. I am the screwball. Colonna, you are not. I am. All right, you are. Oh, so you admit it. Take that. That's one tooth gone. And that. And that. Help! I'm shooting off my mouth.
Come on, Patsy. It's nearly midnight. Goodwin should be getting ready to light the fuse.
Oh. Hey, look, the radio station blew up.
Well, I carried out your instructions, Bob.
But I told you to blow up the embassy.
Embassy? Great Scott, I thought you said NBC.
And thanks for the memory. If one more friend we've made with our small cavalcade, it's evident that Pepsodent will keep us on parade. So thank you so much
Excuse me, Bob, but I hear you're having Jack Oakey as your guest star next week.
Yeah, and I'm really happy about that, Bill, for that great guy, great comedian Jack Oakey. And then we're going to have Patsy Kelly, Skinny Ennis and his band, our six hits in the Miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon, and this is Bill Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night. Joe has a slight cold. Emily has the grip. Tom is home with flu. Makes you wonder when your turn is coming. Well, don't wait for flu or grip or a cold to strike you before you do something. Start now this very evening to help guard against this epidemic. Gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic. Because it contains chlorothymol, Pepsodent Antiseptic kills germs in seconds, even when diluted with 2 parts water. Pepsodent Antiseptic containing chlorothymol reduces the germ count in your mouth as much as 97%. And here's something to remember. No other leading brand can match Pepsodent's extraordinary germ-killing power. So gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic tonight. Taste chlorothymol in action and know that it's killing germs. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A small bakery shop in your city is held up. A man and his daughter are shot down without reason. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 3rd. It was chilly in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Ed Walker. My name's Friday. It was 5 minutes to midnight when we got to 318 Silver Avenue, Stendel's bakery shop.
Yeah?
Romero and Friday, central robbery.
Hi, I'm Jacobs, Unit 16R. My partner Olson's back there in the shop talking to the owner.
You answered the call, did you?
Yeah, must have been a crazy man. Shot 2 of them down, cold blood. There they go in the ambulance now. Shot up pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Who runs the place?
Swedish family named Stendal. Father, mother, 2 daughters. All 4 of them work in the bakery here.
Mm-hmm. They all here at the time of the robbery?
Yeah, the hold-up man shot the father and the oldest daughter. The mother and the younger girl are in the back, straight through that door.
Okay. Thanks, Jacobs.
Right, Sergeant.
Joe. Huh? On the side of the door here. Looks like a bullet hole. Hey, Jacobs.
Yes, Sergeant.
You want to call into the crime lab, ask them to send somebody out?
Right.
Thank you. Hi. You Olson?
That's right.
Romero and Friday, central robbery.
Oh, how are you? These are 2 of the victims, Mrs. Signey Stendal. The girl's her daughter, name's Jennifer.
Any other witnesses?
Not so far. Neighborhood around here is pretty deserted this time of night. Hold-up man made a fast getaway.
The 2 people who were shot, what kind of shape are they in?
The father, Mr. Stendal, he's got a bullet wound in the right shoulder. Older daughter's a lot worse. Her name's June, 19 years old, shot 4 or 5 times through the stomach.
Mm-hmm. You want to stand by?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Stendhal, we're from robbery detail.
Ja, how do you do?
How do you do?
Jenny, var snäll och se om sittplats för herrarna. 2 stolar.
Yes, Mama.
You will excuse me for not getting up, officer. I don't feel so well.
That's perfectly all right, ma'am.
Chair for you, officer.
Well, thank you. I'll get it. Thank you very much. You and your daughter here were in the front of the bakery shop at the time of the robbery. Is that right, Miss Stendhal?
No. Jenny was back here with her father. That's Lars, my husband. Uni and I were in the shop in front.
Oh, who were you with, ma'am?
Uni and I.
June?
Mama means June, my older sister. She calls her June.
Yeah, June.
Oh, yeah. You mind telling us what happened?
Well, June and I was scrubbing the floor of the shop. Every Tuesday night we scrubbed the floor of the shop. Then this man came in and pointed a gun. He wanted our money.
About what time did he come in?
11:15, 11:20. I don't remember for certain. He wanted our money, and I gave it to him.
How much was that, ma'am?
Jenny, du vet. Hur mycket pengar var det kasten?
$24.
Yeah, $24. Just the paper money. He took it and put it in his pocket. June, my daughter, she started to cry. The man hit her. She cried some more. Then Lars and Jenny came running from the back.
Yes, ma'am.
The man pointed the gun. He made Lars and me and Jenny stand against that wall. But not June. He took hold of her. Jenny, hur ser du det? Den vägen din mannen. Han bara... June...
It was getting fresh with her, Mama. The man tried to get fresh with June officers. June hit him. He tried to drag her out the door with...
Yeah, June hit him. Hit him good. And he went like that, threw her against the counter and pushed June down. Crazy man. Crazy look. He kicked her.
Mm-hmm.
Then Lars, my husband, he ran at the man. He heard the gun loud, and Lars fell down.
And I screamed.
Yeah, and I screamed. I turned and I saw the man standing over you. He pointed the gun down at her.
Yes, ma'am.
The crazy look on him. He kept shooting her 4, maybe 5 times. Jenny screamed. She kept screaming. The man ran out the door.
It's all right now, Miss Fibber. Had either one of you ever seen this man before?
No.
Neither did I.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Yeah, I think so.
I would, officer. I got a good look at him. He was wearing a blue cap like a baseball player wears.
Mm-hmm. How'd he get away? Was he on foot or did he have a car?
Well, nobody followed him, but after he left, I heard a car start up down the block, and then it drove away.
Do you have anything else to add, Mrs. Stendhal?
I hope you catch the man. He's bad. Please catch him.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to try.
Jenny, var snäll och ge mig nickels ifrån kassan.
Yes, Mom. Here, Mama.
Here, officer. When you find the man, please call me.
You keep the nickels. We'll call you. Before we left the scene of the robbery and shooting, Mrs. Stendhal and her daughter gave us their description of the hold-up man, together with the clothing he wore. The suspect had no outstanding physical characteristics that they'd noticed. The only thing unusual about his clothing was that he wore what appeared to be a baseball cap at the time of the hold-up. She described the cap as light blue with a visor. Together with Officers Bechtel and Lopez from Central Robbery, we canvassed the immediate neighborhood for other possible witnesses. We found none. The next morning, we went out to the hospital. The condition of the older daughter, June, was critical. We interviewed the father. He could tell us nothing. At 10 a.m., Mrs. Stendhal and her younger girl, Jenny, were brought to the office, and we started them looking through mug books of parolees previously convicted of armed robbery. Within 2 hours, both of them positively identified the picture of a recent San Quentin release as that of the holdup man. His name was Harold Best. We started a quick rundown.
You pulled the package on it?
Yeah, here's the dope. Harold Best. Alias Harold Norris, alias Harold Thompson, alias Tom Norris. One term for armed robbery in Q. Got out 4 months ago. Ammo and description both match.
How about the ex-con file? Did you check it?
He's registered. Did you get a hold of his parole officer?
Yeah, 2440 Excelsior Avenue is rooming house.
Well, that checks with the ex-con files.
Parole officer says Best went to work 2 weeks ago at a filling station over on Vermont.
Yeah?
Doesn't seem to be able to hold a job. Quarrelsome, run himself into debt. I got it. Robbery, Romero. Yeah, right. That's all, huh? Yeah. Right, bye. Ray Pinker at the crime lab. They checked the slugs taken from the 2 victims.
Yeah?
They came from a .32 caliber revolver. Probably a Colt.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
That's it. Not too bad a start.
We've had worse.
Yeah. Maybe we can make that phone call pretty quick.
2 p.m. Wednesday. Ben and I drove out to his rooming house at 2440 Excelsior Avenue, and we found that Herbert Best was still living there. We had the landlady show us his room. Besides the usual personal belongings, we came across nothing of consequence. After questioning the landlady, we drove to the service station on Vermont Avenue, where Best was supposed to be employed.
I don't see anyone around.
No, there's a fellow over there greasing your car in the rack.
Oh, yeah. That looks like Best.
Mm-hmm. Hey, fella, you.
Yeah?
Can you tell us if there's a Herbert Best working here?
Sure, I'm him. Why?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Routine investigation. Got a few questions for you.
Supposed to have this car greased up a 3:45. What am I supposed to do, please? You or the boss?
I'll find him, Joe. You got any heat on you?
No. What's it all about?
How long is this going to be?
A couple of minutes. Won't take more than a grease job to put this thing in shape.
Well, we'll wait for you.
How'd you find me? That nosy landlady of mine?
No, routine channels.
Every fettin' on this trap was froze. Piece of junk. Well, what's it all about?
Got a few things to straighten out, Best. How long you been working here?
You didn't drive out here for that. That's not your game. What's the pitch?
Routine investigation. We'd like to know where you've been spending your nights.
For instance?
Sunday night. Where were you?
Well, I don't know. I went to a show. Yeah, I saw a Mickey Rooney picture.
Where?
Downtown. I had a beer after the show, come home.
How about Monday night?
I went home after work. I was pooped. Went to bed early.
Can you prove it?
Landlady saw me come in, always snooping around. She ought to know if I was there or not.
How about last night, Tuesday?
We played some cards with a friend of mine, him and his wife, Penny Annie Booker.
Where?
Their place. It's down on Pico, near the park. You can ask them.
What time did you get there?
Oh, I'm not sure. About 8 o'clock, I guess.
What time did you leave?
What's it all about?
What time did you leave?
Around midnight, yeah. Must have been around midnight.
What'd you play with your friend and his wife?
Poker. I lost as usual. Took a streetcar home, went to bed.
I'm sure you didn't leave earlier.
Of course I'm sure. It was around midnight, I remember.
How do you remember?
I looked at my watch. Good enough for you?
What time did you get home?
Well, it takes about a half hour on a trolley. Must have been about 12:30.
Did your landlady see you come in?
I don't know if she saw me or not. Always snooping around. Probably did.
You're not sure?
No, of course I'm not sure. She looks for me. I don't look for her.
You own a gun, Best?
You know better than that, copper. Ex-cons can't have a gun.
Your friend and his wife, now they're going to back you up if you were playing cards with them till midnight?
Why not? I was. Say, there's a boss looking for me. I better let him know I'm here.
Just a minute, Best.
Yeah?
What's that you got in your back pocket there?
Huh?
In your back pocket, the right one there.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Baseball cap. Why?
4 p.m. Ben and I checked the suspect's locker at the service station and then drove him back to the office of the interrogation room. We continued questioning him. He denied any knowledge of the holdup and shooting at Stendhal's bakery shop the night before. We asked him again about the friends he was supposed to be playing cards with at the time of the robbery. He told us that they lived over on Pico, but he couldn't remember the address. He volunteered to direct us there, but he said they wouldn't be home. He told us their names were Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Mitchell, and that they were in charge of the food concessions at one of the football stadiums in town. Best was held for suspicion of robbery. That night, we drove out and interviewed the landlady at his boarding house. She knew nothing of Best's whereabouts the previous night. She didn't know what time he left or what time he returned. Ben and I went over his room again. There was no sign of a gun. Friday, 2 p.m., Officers Bechtel and Lopez went out to the hospital to see if Mr. Stendhal and his daughter, June, could identify Best's mugshot. Ben and I drove out to the stadium to locate Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Mitchell. There was a high school football game going on.
High school kids sure have a lot of fun nowadays. Best years of your life, Joe.
You sound like you're 85.
Some nights I feel like it. The way those kids turn out for these things, you'd think USC and Notre Dame were playing.
You see the number on that gate over there?
Yeah, 23. Is that the number the gatekeeper gave me?
Yeah. Must be the Mitchell stand over there. Come on.
Oh, miss, can you tell us where to find Mr. and Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, around back to the stand. You're knocking on the door.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on in.
You Ms. Mitchell?
That's right. What is it?
Police officers. I'd like to talk to you if you have a few minutes.
All right, I'm having a bite of lunch, but come on in. Shut the door.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Lousy food business. You never get a chance to feed yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, you care for some of these? New kind of potato chip. Revolutionary, it says.
Oh?
Mother Thompson's puff chips, flavored. Got all kinds, see? These here are a combination, see, garlic and eggplant. Sure tastes different. Have some?
No, thank you very much.
I would. Thank you. See, we're inquiring about a friend of yours, Ms. Mitchell. Maybe you can tell us something about him.
Oh, who's that?
A man by the name of Herbert Best.
Herb? Yeah, old-time friend of my husband's. What do you want to know?
You see him quite often, do you, Miss Mitchell?
Once, twice a month. Clyde and I play cards or go out bowling with him. Herb's pretty good company.
Uh-huh. When's the last time you saw him?
Early this week, Tuesday, I think it was.
Sure, it was Tuesday.
Let's see, yeah. It was. We played cards. Why?
That's your play?
That's right, a little poker. Clyde and Herb and me.
What time did Best get to your place, Miss Mitchell?
Right after I finished up with the dinner dishes, around 7:45, I'd say.
How long did he stay?
A couple of hours. We sat around, had a few drinks, played poker, nickel limit.
What time did he leave? Do you remember that?
A little before 10, I think.
I'm sure that, ma'am, is important.
Sure as I can be. Must have left before 10 because Clyde and I listened to the 10 o'clock news alone. Then we went to bed right after.
Your friend Best tells us he didn't leave your place until midnight.
Oh, that's not right. There must be mixed up. He left before 10, I'm sure of that.
All right, Miss Mitchell. Thank you.
Say, I hope I haven't said anything I shouldn't have. I know Herb's next con.
Yeah.
He likes to gamble. You're not checking up on him for Tuesday night, are you?
That's right.
You playing too much poker?
We're not playing enough. 3:30 p.m. We located Mr. Mitchell, corroborated his wife's story, and then we went back to the city hall. Officers Bechtel and Lopez were waiting for us. They told us that they had seen Mr. Stendhal and his daughter, June, at the hospital. Both of them had identified Herbert Best's mugshot as that of the holdup man. At a show-up, Mrs. Stendhal and her daughter identified Best. We checked auto records for all stolen cars that might tie in. There were none. We then started to work on the theory that he had taken a bus from his friend's place where he had been playing cards to the Stendhal bakery where the shooting took place. Lopez and Bechtel rode the bus over the same route. It took 43 minutes. Plenty of time for Best to have gotten from one place to the other, even on a slow run. We interviewed the bus driver who'd been on duty that particular line Tuesday night between 10 p.m. and midnight. He identified Best as one of his passengers, but he didn't remember where he got off. The next morning, Ben and I met with Ed Walker, captain of robbery.
Hi. How'd you make out? Just saw the deputy DA. Laid out the case for him.
Yeah?
We got the complaint. He'll be arraigned this afternoon.
How strong a case you got?
Well, each one of the Stendhal family identified Best. His alibi didn't stand up for Tuesday night.
Uh-huh.
Then we got that bus driver. He tapped Best, too. And that blue baseball cap. All we need now is the holdup gun.
I hate to spoil it for you. This letter just came through in the mail. Have a look.
Thanks.
What do you think?
I read in the paper this morning about Herbert Best.
You got the wrong guy. I'm the one who held up that bakery.
Every detail about that robbery's written down in that letter. The information wasn't in the newspaper story. Nobody else but the hold-up man would know all those details.
Yeah, wait a minute, listen to this. Yeah. If you don't believe I'm the right man, I'll shoot up a couple of more jerks. Next time, I'll kill him.
It's no crank, Letty.
No, it isn't.
You got the wrong man.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to this case history recorded by a typical Fatima smoker.
Hi there. My name is Bab Beckwith. Bab. That's short for Bethany Ann Beckwith. I live in New York City, and I'm a fashion stylist. The other day, at a showing of the new fall styles, I ran out of cigarettes. A friend of mine, a designer, introduced me to the new long Fatima. I really wish someone had told me about them sooner. Fatimas are a lot milder than the cigarettes I've been smoking, and they have a delightful flavor, too. I'm very glad to recommend them to you, because I know from experience it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatimas.
And more smokers every day are finding that out. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
After we received the anonymous letter in the mail confessing to the Stendhal Bakery holdup, we met with the deputy district attorney. We acquainted him with the new facts in the case. That afternoon, the charges against Herbert Best were dropped. We started again at the beginning. 10 a.m. Monday, November 9th. The members of the Stendhal family were again shown mug books of ex-cons with robbery records. This time, they picked out 8 mug shots of known robbery men, each with a marked resemblance to the original suspect, Herbert Best. Together with Officers Bechtel and Lopez, we started checking them out. The first 2 days, we tracked down 4 of the 8. All of the 4 were in the clear. 5:15 p.m., we got back to the city hall, the car full.
See any empty spots, Joe?
No, but don't park it in any one of the city councilman's stalls.
Yeah, I might get sore.
Well, why don't you pull up here? Boyd will take care of it.
Yeah, okay.
That's good right here.
Doggone it, I knew there's something I forgot to do.
What's that?
Oh, they had an underwear sale today. That place down in South Fake, shorts, T-shirts. Wife told me to be sure and get down there.
Well, that'll be another one. That place has sales all the time, don't they?
Only twice a year on underwear. Stuff I've got's not going to last till next time.
Friday? Ben? Wait a minute.
Gene Beck.
Yeah. Hi, Beck.
Hi. What up?
Yeah. How'd you make out?
2 men we checked were clean. We picked up something 77th Street Station. Now, go ahead, Ben.
Uh-huh. Oh, watch that elevator door.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, what's with 77th Street?
Oh, a couple of men in traffic out there covered an accident this afternoon. 91st and Central, hit and run.
That's so?
One of our traffic cars saw the collision, took out after the guy. Chased him 10 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And while they were chasing him, they thought they saw the driver throw something out of the car window.
Yeah, what?
Well, I'm coming to that. When they finally pulled the car over, gray coupe, the driver told him his shoulder was wrenched in the accident. He was on his way to his own doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Our men took him to 77th Street, had the doc there look at him.
Yeah.
Well, the doc was treating the guy. Only one of the officers was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned to get a drink of water, the suspect slugged him, then the doctor. Jumped out of the window, got away. Teletype's out on him.
He went to an awful lot of trouble to beat a traffic rap.
Yeah, that's the way to impress the boys out there. They got out of broadcasting the guy, went back to the spot where they thought they saw the guy toss this thing out of his car when they were chasing him.
Did it pay off?
They found a 32 Colt revolver. Our Russ Camp's checking it now over in the crime lab.
What did they say the man looked like?
Description measures pretty close to our holdup guy.
I'll get it. Robbery Friday. Yeah, just a minute. You back.
Thanks. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Russ. Yeah. Okay, fine, right. Russ Camp checked the 32 revolver with the slugs in the Stendhal case.
Yeah.
Positive make.
gray coupe, which the unidentified suspect had been driving, had been checked out by traffic officers at 77th Street Division. They had found that the owner and driver of the car was a man named Bruno Stock, a two-time loser with a page full of major and minor crimes to his credit. We checked his mama sheet, and we got out a broadcast on him in an APB. A stakeout had been placed at his last known address. We picked up a sandwich and a cup of coffee for dinner, and then we started checking out Bruno Stock's relatives and friends. By 6 o'clock the following night, we still had no idea where he was. A little after 9 p.m., we got a call from an informant who told us that a Tommy Josephson, a small-time thief and reputedly a friend of Bruno Stock's, wanted to talk to us. We found him in a small apartment over on West 6th.
One thing I want to set you straight on. Bruno's no friend of mine. He's in on the heavy rackets. No heavy racket man's a friend of mine.
All right, we got it. Now where's Bruno?
He came here tonight, 6:15. Moved right in on me. Didn't even ask me.
What do you want with you?
Now, you remember, Bruno's no friend of mine.
Yeah, we got that. Now, what do you want?
A gun. He knew I had one. I keep it for self-protection. You can't trust these heavy men.
Did you give him the gun?
Give it to him. He took it. Shook me down like a rat. Made me go out and buy dinner for him. My own dough. Had to bring it back here from.
Yeah.
Bruno's no friend of mine. What he does with that gun is his grief. It's out of my hands.
When did he leave here?
An hour ago, I think. Maybe a little less. Shook me down like a rat. Real heavy guy.
Where was Bruno going?
I don't know. He's crazy. All them heavy guys are crazy. Talk like somebody with a paper head.
Did he tell you where he was going?
See a friend of his over in Dogtown. The guy runs a bowling alley. Bruno's going to borrow his car.
What for?
He's heavy, I tell you. Said he was going out on a heist tonight. Did he ever write you guys a letter?
Why?
Well, he told me he was going to prove what he wrote to you. Crazy. I didn't get it at all.
Yeah.
Said he was going out to kill a couple of jerks.
9:30 p.m. We got the address of the bowling alley run by Bruno Stock's friend, and we called the office. An alert for the suspect was broadcast immediately. Together with Gene Bechtel and Lopez, we drove to the bowling alley. Ben and I went in. Bechtel and Lopez covered the outside.
It's a good crowd. I wonder where they do business. I don't see any counter.
No, neither do I.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Way over in front.
Oh, yeah. There's nobody behind the cash register. How about that fellow in the white T-shirt standing by the cigarette machine?
Yeah, looks like he works here. Let's go. Joe, the guy with him just turned towards
Bruno, come on.
He sees us. He's going for the back.
All right, Joe, let's hold it up. Come on. He ducked in there to the right, Joe. Down behind the alley. Hold it up, Stock.
The window, Joe.
Went right through it. Come on. Here.
There he is. Get out.
Joe? He's in there, Beck. Cover the front.
Right. Over the fence, Joe. There he is.
All right, give it back.
Yeah.
Come on.
You see?
No.
Got to be in the yard someplace.
Yeah.
Where'd it come from?
I can't see. Keep down.
Backstairs of that house. There he is.
Give it up, Stock. All right, mister.
You tag him.
Come on.
What's it look like?
Wait a minute. It's a shoulder wound. You want to shake him down?
Yeah.
Joe? Ben? You all right?
Yeah. Get an ambulance, will you, Beck?
Right.
I'll throw the cuffs on him. Huh?
Yeah. Well, that's it, Joe.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I got a phone call to make.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 84, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. In the Record Bureau of all metropolitan police departments, there's a special file in which all known criminals are cataloged and cross-indexed according to identifying marks. Marks which help the working detective. And so, with a cigarette, the outstanding identifying mark of Fatima is quality. The careful selection and blending of only the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker, you'll find, like I did, that every pack is extra mild. You'll find it's the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
know Alfred Stock was tried and convicted of first-degree robbery and assault with intent to commit murder, 2 counts. Because of his prior convictions, he was adjudged an habitual criminal and sentenced to a life imprisonment. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles. Coming up, Duffy's Tavern. Next Tuesday, it's Fibber Magee on NBC.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The smiles of Pepsodent make bright for merriment. We'll shine tonight with brighter light. Here's hope, that sunny gent.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope, still eating 3 meals a day with your teeth. I'm a little tired tonight. I just got back from the Santa Anita handicap. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to have my barrel pressed. Santa Anita, that's the outdoor version of You Can't Take It With You. But really, it's beautiful out there, folks. The grass on the infield is gorgeous. After the 4th race, I had some of it for lunch. And they've enlarged Santa Anita this year, and I want to tell you, the whole place is run just like a machine, a vacuum cleaner. I've never seen so many people in one place. The crowds were so heavy, the pickpockets had to put on extra help. In fact, they were so busy they wouldn't pick the pocket of a tweed suit. The fuzz slowed them up too much. One pickpocket lifted my wallet and the list of the horses I was going to bet on. He took one look at the list, handed me back my wallet, and gave me an extra $1 for car fare. And you should have seen the automobiles out there. I've never seen so many cars. It looked like the backyard of the finance company. I hear Morgenthau wants to trade his job for the parking concession. I came late and had to park at the end of the parking lot. In fact, when I got out of my car, I found out I had paid $0.25 to park in my own driveway. They say it's hard to get back to town in traffic, but I fooled them. I left before the first race. No, I wish I had. Skinny gave me a tip on the handicap. He said the horse can't lose. The jockey's been eating garlic, and the horse will win trying to get away. First time I ever saw a jockey ride a horse backwards. I said, what's the idea of riding a horse backwards? He said, I have to. It makes the horse nervous to have anyone look over his shoulder. Nice horse. Every once in a while, he'd look around to see if his plow was on straight. He was so far behind, his tail showed in the photo finish. Really, the jockey pulled him up so much, it's the first time I ever saw a horse finish with a bit under his tail. I should have known better when I saw the jockey carrying an overnight bag. And now, Bill Goodwin.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is that grand little star from MGM, Miss Judy Garland.
And now, Skinny Ennis and our 6 hits of the Miss swing out with Could Be. Take it, talent.
Here comes Skinny. Could be he'll sing us a song.
Could be that yellow moon is just a big balloon, and not that yellow moon above. Could be that angel face is something out of space, and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be.
Could be the yellow moon is just a big balloon that shines above. Moon is shining so brightly. Could be a baby face. There's something out of space. It ain't the kind of face I love. Oh, no. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be that I'm in love, it could be.
Could be this dream I see, but if you're asking me,
really, truly, I'm blowing my top. Could be I'm in love, could be.
Say, Bob, you really looked swell out there at the Santa Anita Derby last Saturday.
Bill, that's Derby. The English say Derby, and the Americans say Derby.
Yeah, and the losers say nuts. Yeah. Say, Bob, I hear the owners of the horses out at Santa Anita sit in boxes that have their names on them.
That's right, Bill. There's the Whitney box, the Vanderbilt box, Bradley, Astor.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the box you were sitting in, Bob?
Sunkissed. Say, how did you like that suit I had on?
Suit? Where did you get that thing? It looked like it was cut down from a shroud.
Is that so? I'll have you know I was the best-dressed man at Santa Anita. I was a regular Beau Brummel.
Hello, Bo. What do you hear from the other bummels?
Well, Patsy Kelly. Say, Patsy, I saw you out at Santa Anita Saturday.
Santa Anita? Slot machines with horses.
Why, Patsy, it's a privilege to go to a beautiful track like Santa Anita. Why, do you know what the name Santa Anita means?
Oh, yes, I know. It's Spanish for hello, sucker.
Say, weren't you out there with Skinny and his brother?
Yeah, the three of us hitchhiked out there.
Really? Didn't your thumbs get awfully tired?
Oh, no, we didn't have to use our thumbs. We just waved Skinny's brother.
Well, tell me, is his brother that thin?
Thin? Why, that guy has to wear snowshoes when he takes a bath so he won't slide down the drain.
Now, wait a minute, Patsy. Skinny's brother isn't that skinny.
Oh, no, listen. That guy is so thin, he just got himself a daytime job stuffing olives.
Stuffing olives?
Yeah, he crawls through the olives, dragging the pimento behind him.
Hi, everybody.
Well, hiya, Skinny.
Well, if it isn't Tremble Tonsil.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Bated Breath. Say, why don't you inhale once and see how it feels to rough it?
Now, listen, see here, Kelly. You can't talk to me like that. Don't forget, I'm a man, incidentally.
Incidentally? You mean accidentally.
Listen, Kelly, before you say another word, just take a look at those bulging muscles.
Muscles? Where? I don't see any muscles.
Doggone it, I forgot to put them on tonight.
Say, Patsy, I heard that your family was out here for the big race.
Yeah, they just got here from back east.
Back east, huh? How are things in Pomona?
Yeah.
Say, I suppose they've been out to the studio to watch you make pictures.
Yeah, they came out on the set and watched me work on my last picture.
Say, I saw that picture, Patsy. Say, what were those swallows doing flying across the screen?
Those weren't swallows. My father was sitting on one side of the set and the cuspidor was on the other.
Say, well, what does your family think of our radio program?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I just got a letter from my uncle back in Brooklyn.
Really? What does he say?
Well, here it is. Dear Patsy, the Pepsodent show is much improved. You're much better than you were. Skinny Ennis is much better, and Jerry Colonna is much improved.
Well, doesn't he say anything about me?
Oh, yes, here. P.S. Hope you are the same. So long.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
How long was that big race last Saturday?
Well, it was 1.25 miles, Bill.
Well, just what does that mean, Bob?
Well, it means it was the horse's last mile and my last quarter.
Oh, well, now, don't be discouraged, Bob. You know our motto, never say die.
Never say die.
Yeah.
Opens at the Paramount Theater in New York tomorrow. Isn't it? Plug. Where were we?
Well,
Never
listen,
say die,
if you ever get another quarter, I know lots of things to do with it.
What, for instance, Bill?
Well, for instance, Bob, for a quarter, you can get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And that's the only toothpaste that contains irium. You know, irium is the lively agent that sparks up Pepsodent's cleansing power. Gently, safely, but ever so quickly, irium helps Pepsodent remove dingy surface stains from your teeth. persuades your teeth to shine with natural brilliance. Brushing twice a day with Pepsodent Plus Irium is like spring cleaning your mouth. It gives you cleaner, brighter, smoother teeth and keeps them at high shining luster. The surefire recipe for $1 million smile is dazzling teeth. So why not invest a quarter now for a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium?
And now may I present one of the most charming and talented members of Hollywood's younger generation, soon to be seen in The Wizard of Oz, MGM singing sensation, Miss Judy Garland.
Mr. Hope, I hope that you will not be cross. I hope that you won't think that I'm a bore. But when I heard you sing that lovely song to Shirley Ross, I knew that Gable didn't matter anymore. It had to be you. It had to be you. I looked all around and finally found marvelous you. For you are the one, say what you will, with all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you.
Why, Judy, I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Well, Mr. Hope, I used to like Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, but you're different.
I know it, Judy. I've been told that before.
Gee, I've seen all your pictures, and I listen to you every time you're on the air, no matter what the rest of the family wants to hear.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Imagine meeting my fan face to face.
Oh, but Mr. Hope, it's not that. It's deeper than that. You see, well, you're my crush. You're my dream man. You're my Prince Charming.
Now, wait a minute, Snow White. Let's not have a scene. After all, I may be just a passing fancy in your life.
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. This is the real thing. It's lasted almost 2 whole days.
Gosh, and in Hollywood, too.
Oh, you men are all alike. Always joking. Why, I don't think you even know what it means to have a crush on somebody.
Oh, don't I? How do you think I felt last week when they told me Hedy Lamarr to elope with someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you feel you just ought to go out and jump off a cliff and end it all.
Well, I want to have a long talk with Madeline Carroll first.
Oh, well, never mind them, Mr. Hope. I'm not like other girls. I'm willing to take you just as you are. Isn't that just too wonderful?
But, Judy, look, I'm flattered. I'm glad that you told me only...
Only what?
Well, do you think I'm your type?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I know I'm not worthy of you, but you don't have to love me right away.
But, Judy, I mean, after all, I'm not exactly...
Oh, I might have known it. Are you somebody else's crush?
Well, not exactly, but, well, there are some strings attached.
Oh, then you are someone else's crush.
Well, I was, but she married me.
Oh, gee, that's awful. But I can go right on having a crush on you, can't I? From a distance, I mean.
Judy, with so many other handsome men in Hollywood, why did you have to pick on me?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, it was like this. First, I picked out Clark Gable to have a crush on. But I had too much competition. He didn't appreciate me.
Oh, well, what could you expect from that tap dancer?
Then I had a crush on Robert Taylor, but I guess I had too much competition there, too. And after Robert Taylor, all there was left was a choice between you and Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. Beauty versus Beast.
And I picked you. I guess I was tired of competition.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, Mr. Hope, you're wonderful. Say you'll be the man of my dreams.
But, Judy, really, I'm not the kind of man for you. I'm not good enough for you. Well, I pull little dogs' tails, and I take candy away from babies. And once I gave a canary a hot foot.
You're so brave and masterful.
Well, maybe I am on the surface, but underneath I'm a no-good guy, Judy. Take my word for it. Hope is a louse.
But you're a good louse.
Yeah. No, Judy, it's no use. We couldn't get along together.
Then you're turning me down?
Don't take it so hard, Judy. None of the others did.
All right. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's the old story. It's the woman who pays. I'm sorry I bothered you. Now I know how Greta Garbo felt when Robert Taylor left her in Camille. But don't worry about me, Mr. Hope. I'll recover. Time is a great healer. But I won't forget. I never will. Though you're a cat, I love you still. It had to be you. Wonderful you. Had to be you.
Say, Judy, can a cad say a few words in his own defense before you go? Tell me, why don't you have a crush on someone near your own age?
Well, most of the boys I know think I'm only an in-between. You know, not old enough to be a glamour girl and too old to go around with dolls.
Well, I hope I'm never too old to go around with dolls. But you know, Judy, I've been having the same trouble you've had. Tell me, do you think I'm old enough for Carol Lombard?
Well, of course.
And I guess she has some other reason.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, so long, Mr. Hope. I've got to go now.
Judy, you can't get away without giving us one of those Garland specials.
Well, all right. Would you like to hear Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones?
Would I? Let's have it.
Hey, Rufus Rastus Brown, spread the news around, all around the town. Say it's a holiday, stop your work and play, hurry on your way. Tell the world about this celebration. This is one thing that concerns the nation. Sing the glory, hallelujah, get Hosanna running through ya. I am here to say it's a big holiday everywhere. For the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he walks down, he'll never will meet with a name like the name that he got today. When he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. What a smile, and how he shows it. He'll be happy all day long. What a name! I'll bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree. He'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Go to sleep, my baby, and maybe you'll be a Democrat by and by. Oh, you're a lucky baby with Franklin D. for your name. Mrs. Jones's baby boy is a welcome resident. Give him a fishing rod for a toy. He's the future president. Hooray for young Franklin D. Jones. Give a cheer for the babe of the year. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud? Just you wait and see. He'll make history, 'cause he's Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Thank you very much, Judy Garland. That really was great. And now, here's a word from Bill Goodwin, who has a crush on Irium.
Thank you, Bob. Nearly all toothpaste comes in a tube, keeps fresh, and is pleasant enough to taste. You can expect this from any toothpaste. But Pepsodent toothpaste has all of this, plus an important something the others haven't got. The extra something is Irium. That's the lively super addition that steps up Pepsodent's action, brightens the results. Irium helps Pepsodent remove the unattractive surface stains that cloud over your smile. It brings out the natural luster. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, brush your teeth with Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you'll quickly be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say, I never dreamed my teeth could sparkle so. I never knew my mouth could feel so fresh, so clean. It certainly feels grand to have well-groomed teeth.
I have eyes to see with, they see only you.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular new song hit, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes.
Bob, shh. Yes, Bill. Bob, listen, I have a swell idea how we can both make money.
No, Bill, this year I'm going to pay my income tax.
No, that isn't what I mean. I think we ought to become spies. Shh. Important spies.
Don't be silly, Bill. There's no money in spying.
Oh, no? Did you ever see a house detective on relief?
Yeah, I guess spying is a good racket if you don't lose your head.
You can be famous, Bob. Really, you can be famous. Think of the great spies in history. Think of Mata Hari.
Ah, yes. Mata Hari.
And think of Nathan Hale and Jonathan Daly and Benedict Arnold.
I can't, Bill.
Why not?
I'm still thinking of Mata Hari. But really, Bill, I couldn't be a spy. I don't know how to act.
Bob, let's leave your picture work out of this.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I'll go into the spy racket with you, but I'll have to get a spy suit.
A spy suit? What's that?
Oh, it's nothing. You just go out with a bloodhound and a black coat and vest.
And what pants?
The bloodhound.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's get busy.
Okay.
The Hope and Goodwin Spy Salon, a snitch in time pays the rent. What's that? A Hope and Goodwin very good at shadowing people in dark alleys? Well, I should say so. They're real slinkers. No, I said slinkers. Okay, just a minute. It's for you, Cheese.
Cheese, Patsy, that's Chief. Take the script and read it.
That's Cheese. Take the script and smell it.
That's Cheese. I'll take the script and eat it. Hello?
This is Spy Number 1X reporting from Africa, Chief.
Greetings, Spy 1X. Where's Spy 2X? Isn't he with you?
No, Chief. The cannibals had 2X for breakfast.
Come in.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bill, look, she's beautiful. What grace?
Yeah, what form?
What telephone number?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Vanya Tanya Sonia Henya Notgranovich Babuchka. Oh, but you can call me Tuski.
Well, what do you want with me?
Oh, I need help. If you do not help me, I shall have to kill you.
Kill me? Kill me?
Yes. I will shoot you or stab you or poison you. Or take you in my arms and squeeze you to death, smothering you with kisses. How would you like that?
I'd like Dot. Say, where do you come from, Tootsie Woodsky?
I come from the little country of Schlemilia.
Schlemilia! What a small world this is.
Ah, yes. I shall never forget my last day in Schlemilia. Bombs bursting. People were dropping like flies. The streets were covered with blood. Oh, it was so beautiful.
I can see. Look, Tootski, what can I do for you?
You must save me from my cousin, the ambassador from Schlemilia, rat-faced repulsive.
Well, what happens if I find him?
Undoubtedly, he will kill you.
And what happens if I don't find him?
Undoubtedly, I will kill you.
What's in it for me?
Either way, you'll be buried with full military honors. Until then, I say, hello.
Come on, Patsy, we got to go to the Schlemielian embassy.
Right. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Chief.
For me? Hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, you'll never catch me, you old spidery spy, because you're just a ham, and hams can't fly. I ask myself this as I flit on my way. Is Hope a big dope? Oh, boy, I'll say.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a great big stork.
A stork? What are you doing here with me?
Just looking over one of my mistakes.
Come on, Patsy. Let's go to the embassy and meet Ratface the Repulsive. Here we are. This looks like the embassy.
Yeah, look at that sign. Embassy of Schlemilia. Office hours 12:30 to 1. Treaties broken Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Goodwin, you stay outside, and if we have any trouble with Ratface, blow up the embassy.
Right, Chief. Are you armed?
And how? I'm armed to the teeth.
Hey, you'd better not yawn or that club will fall out.
Ring the bell, Patsy.
Hello?
Tootsky.
Hoopski. Runsky.
No, Patsy, don't run. I'm right behind you. Where's Ratface, Tootsky?
Here comes Ratface now.
Greetings, Rat. Meet a diplomat.
Why, it's Professor Colonna with the Bay Rum Aroma. Tell me, are you the ambassador?
Ah, yes, and I'm the President, Secretary of War, Navy, State, Interior, Exterior. In fact, I'm the whole schlemiel.
I can believe that.
And who is the little wren with you?
This is Matta Kelly, the international spy. She loves you, Professor.
Ah, my little Matta. You've made me so much glatter, and all my cares will scatter because your heart belongs to data.
Professor, tell me, were you ever caught as an ambassador without portfolio?
Ah, yes. Briefcase, wasn't it?
What has been your worst experience, Professor?
Once, for no reason, I was held for treason and placed against the wall to be shot.
Did they shoot you?
I don't know, Knave. I was blindfolded. Will you pardon me? I feel a bomb coming on.
Ambassador, you've blown up the whole block. Why did you throw that bomb into the street?
I love parking space.
Well, Professor, your goose is cooked.
Why so, Knave?
I can prove that you're a traitor and have been carrying on with the enemy spy, Sonia the snitch.
What proof have you?
I was in a closet and took a picture of you kissing Sonia. Here, look at the picture. What do you think of that?
Not bad. I'll take a half a dozen.
Come on, Hope. Let's get out of this place. This guy's a screwball.
Yes, isn't he?
Who said that?
I did. And I apologize, Colonna. I'm sorry I insulted you. Silence. I refuse to accept your apology. I am the screwball. Colonna, you are not. I am. All right, you are. Oh, so you admit it. Take that. That's one tooth gone. And that. And that. Help! I'm shooting off my mouth.
Come on, Patsy. It's nearly midnight. Goodwin should be getting ready to light the fuse.
Oh. Hey, look, the radio station blew up.
Well, I carried out your instructions, Bob.
But I told you to blow up the embassy.
Embassy? Great Scott, I thought you said NBC.
And thanks for the memory. If one more friend we've made with our small cavalcade, it's evident that Pepsodent will keep us on parade. So thank you so much.
Excuse me, Bob, but I hear you're having Jack Oakey as your guest star next week.
Yeah, and I'm really happy about that, Bill, for that great guy, great comedian Jack Oakey. And then we're going to have Patsy Kelly, Skinny Ennis and his band, our six hits in the Miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon, and this is Bill Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
Joe has a slight cold. Emily has the grip. Tom is home with flu. Makes you wonder when your turn is coming. Well, don't wait for flu or grip or a cold to strike you before you do something. Start now this very evening to help guard against this epidemic. Gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic. Because it contains chlorothymol, Pepsodent Antiseptic kills germs in seconds, even when diluted with 2 parts water. Pepsodent Antiseptic containing chlorothiamol reduces the germ count in your mouth as much as 97%. And here's something to remember. No other leading brand can match Pepsodent's extraordinary germ-killing power. So gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic tonight. Taste chlorothiamol in action and know that it's killing germs. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A small bakery shop in your city is held up. A man and his daughter are shot down without reason. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 3rd. It was chilly in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Ed Walker. My name's Friday. It was 5 minutes to midnight when we got to 318 Silver Avenue, Stendel's bakery shop.
Yeah? Romero and Friday, Central Robbery.
Hi, I'm Jacobs, Unit 16R. My partner Olson's back there in the shop talking to the owner.
You answered the call, did you?
Yeah, must have been a crazy man. Shot two of them down, cold blood. There they go in the ambulance now. Shot up pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. Who runs the place?
Swedish family named Stendal. Father, mother, two daughters. All four of them work in the bakery here.
Mm-hmm. They all here at the time of the robbery?
Yeah, the hold-up man shot the father and the oldest daughter. The mother and the younger girl are in the back, straight through that door.
Okay. Thanks, Jacobs.
Right, Sergeant.
Joe. Huh? On the side of the door here. Looks like a bullet hole.
Hey, Jacobs.
Yeah, Sergeant.
You want to call into the crime lab, ask them to send somebody out?
Right.
Thank you.
Hi. You Olson?
That's right.
Romero and Friday, Central Robbery.
Oh, how are you? These are two of the victims, Mrs. Signey Stendal. The girl's her daughter, name's Jennifer.
Any other witnesses?
Not so far. Neighborhood around here is pretty deserted this time of night. Hold-up man made a fast getaway.
The two people who were shot, what kind of shape are they in?
The father, Mr. Stendal, he's got a bullet wound in the right shoulder. Older daughter's a lot worse. Her name's June. 19 years old. Shot 4 or 5 times through the stomach.
Mm-hmm. You want to stand by?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Stendal, we're from robbery detail.
Ja, how do you do?
How do you do?
Jenny, var snäll och se om sittplats för herrarna. 2 stolar.
Yes, Mama.
You will excuse me for not getting up, officer. I don't feel so well.
That's perfectly all right, ma'am.
Chair for you, officer.
Oh, thank you. I'll get it.
Thank you very much. You and your daughter here were in the front of the bakery shop at the time of the robbery. Is that right, Miss Stendal?
No. Jenny was back here with her father. That's Lars, my husband. Uni and I were in the shop in front.
Oh, who were you with, ma'am?
Uni and I.
June?
Mama means June, my older sister. She calls her June.
Yeah, June.
Oh, yeah.
You mind telling us what happened?
Well, Ewan and I were scrubbing the floor of the shop. Every Tuesday night we scrubbed the floor of the shop. Then this man came in and pointed a gun. He wanted our money.
About what time did he come in?
11:15, 11:20. I don't remember for certain. He wanted our money, and I gave it to him.
How much was that, man?
Igen, du vet. Hur mycket pengar var det, Karsten?
$24.
Yeah, $24. Just the paper money. He took it and put it in his pocket. You, my daughter, she started to cry. The man hit her. She cried some more. Then Lars and Jenny came running from the back.
Yes, ma'am.
The man pointed the gun. He made Lars and me and Jenny stand against that wall. But not June. He took hold of her. Jenny, hur ser du dig? Den vägen din mannen. Han var June.
He was getting fresh with her, Mama. The man tried to get fresh with June officers. June hit him. He tried to drag her out the door with...
Yeah, June hit him. Hit him good. And he went like that, threw her against the counter and pushed June down. Crazy man. Crazy look. He kicked her.
Mm-hmm.
Then Lars, my husband, he ran at the man. He heard the gun loud, and Lars fell down.
And I screamed.
Yeah, and I screamed. I turned and I saw the man standing over you. He pointed the gun down at her.
Yes, ma'am.
The crazy look on him. He kept shooting her 4, maybe 5 times. Jenny screamed. She kept screaming. The man ran out the door.
It's all right now, Miss Fibber.
Had either one of you ever seen this man before?
No.
Neither did I.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Yeah, I think so.
I would, officer. I got a good look at him. He was wearing a blue cap like a baseball player wears.
Mm-hmm. How'd he get away? Was he on foot or did he have a car?
Nobody followed him, but after he left, I heard a car start up down the block, and then it drove away.
Do you have anything else to add, Mrs. Stenley?
I hope you catch the man. He's bad. Please catch him.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to try.
Jenny, var snäll och ge mig nickels ifrån kassan.
Yes, Mom. Here, Mama.
Here, officer. When you find the man, please call me.
You keep the nickels. We'll call you. Before we left the scene of the robbery and shooting, Mrs. Stendhal and her daughter gave us their description of the hold-up man, together with the clothing he wore. The suspect had no outstanding physical characteristics that they'd noticed. The only thing unusual about his clothing was that he wore what appeared to be a baseball cap at the time of the hold-up. She described the cap as light blue with a visor. Together with Officers Bechtel and Lopez from Central Robbery, we canvassed the immediate neighborhood for other possible witnesses. We found none. The next morning, we went out to the hospital. The condition of the older daughter, June, was critical. We interviewed the father. He could tell us nothing. At 10 a.m., Mrs. Stendhal and her younger girl, Jenny, were brought to the office, and we started them looking through mug books of parolees previously convicted of armed robbery. Within 2 hours, both of them positively identified the picture of a recent San Quentin release as that of the hold-up man. His name was Harold Best. We started a quick rundown.
You pulled the package on him?
Yeah, here's the dope. Harold Best. Alias Harold Norris, alias Harold Thompson, alias Tom Norris. One term for armed robbery in Q. Got out 4 months ago. Ammo and description both match.
How about the ex-con files? You checking?
He's registered. Did you get a hold of his parole officer?
Yeah, 2440 Excelsior Avenue's rooming house.
Well, that checks with the ex-con files.
Parole officer says Best went to work 2 weeks ago at a filling station over on Vermont.
Yeah?
Doesn't seem to be able to hold a job. Quarrelsome, run himself into debt. I got it. Robbery, Romero. Yeah, right. That's all, huh? Yeah. Right, bye. Ray Pinker at the crime lab. They checked the slugs taken from the two victims.
Yeah?
They came from a .32 caliber revolver. Probably a Colt.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
That's it. Not too bad a start.
We've had worse.
Yeah. Maybe we can make that phone call pretty quick.
2 p.m. Wednesday. Ben and I drove out to his rooming house at 2440 Excelsior Avenue, and we found that Herbert Best was still living there. We had the landlady show us his room. Besides the usual personal belongings, we came across nothing of consequence. After questioning the landlady, we drove to the service station on Vermont Avenue, where Best was supposed to be employed.
I don't see anyone around.
Oh, there's a fellow over there greasing your car in the rack.
Oh, yeah. That looks like Best.
Mm-hmm. Hey, fella. You.
Yeah?
Can you tell us if there's a Herbert Best working here?
Sure, I'm him. Why?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Routine investigation. Got a few questions for you.
Supposed to have this car greased up a 3:45. What am I supposed to do, please? You or the boss?
I'll find him, Joe. You got any heat on you?
No. What's it all about?
How long is this going to be?
A couple of minutes. Won't take more than a grease job to put this thing in shape.
Well, we'll wait for you.
How'd you find me? That nosy landlady of mine?
No, routine channel.
Every fettin' on this trap was froze. Piece of junk. Well, what's it all about?
Got a few things to straighten out, Best. How long you been working here?
You didn't drive out here for that. That's not your game. What's the pitch?
Routine investigation. We'd like to know where you've been spending your nights.
For instance?
Sunday night. Where were you?
Well, I don't know. I went to a show. Yeah, I saw a Mickey Rooney picture.
Where?
Downtown. I had a beer after the show, come home.
How about Monday night?
Well, I went home after work. I was pooped. Went to bed early.
Can you prove it?
Landlady saw me come in, always snooping around. She ought to know if I was there or not.
How about last night, Tuesday?
We played some cards with a friend of mine, him and his wife, Penny Annie Booker.
Where?
Their place. It's down on Pico, near the park. You can ask them.
What time did you get there?
Oh, I'm not sure. About 8 o'clock, I guess.
What time did you leave?
What's it all about?
What time did you leave?
Around midnight, yeah. Must have been around midnight.
What'd you play with your friend and his wife?
Poker. I lost as usual. Took a streetcar home, went to bed.
I'm sure you didn't leave earlier.
Of course I'm sure. It was around midnight, I remember.
How do you remember?
I looked at my watch. Good enough for you?
What time did you get home?
Well, it takes about a half hour on a trolley. Must have been about 12:30.
Did your landlady see you come in?
I don't know if she saw me or not. Always snooping around. Probably did.
You're not sure?
No, of course I'm not sure. She looks for me. I don't look for her.
You own a gun, Best?
You know better than that, copper. Ex-cons can't have a gun.
Your friend and his wife. Now, they're going to back you up if you were playing cards with them till midnight?
Why not? I was. Say, there's a boss looking for me. I better let him know I'm here.
Just a minute, Best.
Yeah?
What's that you got in your back pocket there?
Huh?
In your back pocket, the right one there.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Baseball cap. Why?
4 p.m. Ben and I checked the suspect's locker at the service station and then drove him back to the office to the interrogation room. We continued questioning him. He denied any knowledge of the holdup and shooting at Stendhal's bakery shop the night before. We asked him again about the friends he was supposed to be playing cards with at the time of the robbery. He told us that they lived over on Pico, but he couldn't remember the address. He volunteered to direct us there, but he said they wouldn't be home. He told us their names were Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Mitchell, and that they were in charge of the food concessions at one of the football stadiums in town. Best was held for suspicion of robbery. That night, we drove out and interviewed the landlady at his boarding house. She knew nothing of Best's whereabouts the previous night. She didn't know what time he left or what time he returned. Ben and I went over his room again. There was no sign of a gun. Friday, 2 p.m. Officers Bechtel and Lopez went out to the hospital to see if Mr. Stendhal and his daughter June could identify Best's mugshot. Ben and I drove out to the stadium to locate Mr. and Mrs. Clyde Mitchell. There was a high school football game going on.
High school kids sure have a lot of fun nowadays. Best years of your life, Joe.
You sound like you're 85.
Some nights I feel like it. The way those kids turn out for these things, you'd think USC and Notre Dame were playing.
You see the number on that gate over there?
Yeah, it's 23. Is that the number the gatekeeper gave us?
Yeah. Must be the Mitchell stand over there. Come on.
Oh, miss, can you tell us where to find Mr. and Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, around back to the stand. You knock on the door.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on in.
You Ms. Mitchell?
That's right. What is it?
Police officers. I'd like to talk to you if you have a few minutes.
All right, I'm having a bite of lunch, but come on in. Shut the door.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Lousy food business. You never get a chance to feed yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, care for some of these? New kind of potato chip. Revolutionary, it says.
Oh?
Mother Thompson's puff chips, flavored. Got all kinds, see? These here are a combination, see, garlic and eggplant. Sure tastes different. Have some?
No, thank you.
I would. Thank you. See, we're inquiring about a friend of yours, Ms. Mitchell. Maybe you can tell us something about him.
Oh, who's that?
Man by the name of Herbert Best.
Herb? Yeah, old-time friend of my husband's. What do you want to know?
You see him quite often, do you, Miss Mitchell?
Once, twice a month. Clyde and I play cards or go out bowling with him. Herb's pretty good company.
Uh-huh. When's the last time you saw him?
Early this week, Tuesday, I think it was.
Sure, it was Tuesday.
Let's see, yeah. It was. We played cards. Why?
That's your place?
That's right, a little poker. Clyde and Herb and me.
What time did Best get to your place, Miss Mitchell?
Right after I finished up with the dinner dishes, around 7:45, I'd say.
How long did he stay?
A couple of hours. We sat around, had a few drinks, played poker, nickel limit.
What time did he leave? Do you remember that?
A little before 10, I think.
I'm sure of that, ma'am. It's important.
Sure as I can be. Must have left before 10 because Clyde and I listened to the 10 o'clock news alone. Then we went to bed right after.
Your friend Best tells us he didn't leave your place until midnight.
Oh, that's not right. There must be mixed up. He left before 10, I'm sure of that.
All right, Miss Mitchell. Thank you.
Say, I hope I haven't said anything I shouldn't have. I know Herb's next con.
Yeah.
He likes to gamble. You're not checking up on him for Tuesday night, are you?
That's right.
You playing too much poker?
We're not playing enough. 3:30 p.m. We located Mr. Mitchell, corroborated his wife's story, and then we went back to the city hall. Officers Bechtel and Lopez were waiting for us. They told us that they had seen Mr. Stendhal and his daughter, June, at the hospital. Both of them had identified Herbert Best's mugshot as that of the holdup man. At a show-up, Mrs. Stendhal and her daughter identified Best. We checked auto records for all stolen cars that might tie in. There were none. We then started to work on the theory that he had taken a bus from his friend's place where he had been playing cards to the Stendhal bakery where the shooting took place. Lopez and Bechtel rode the bus over the same route. It took 43 minutes. Plenty of time for Best to have gotten from one place to the other, even on a slow run. We interviewed the bus driver who'd been on duty that particular line Tuesday night between 10 p.m. and midnight. He identified Best as one of his passengers, but he didn't remember where he got off. The next morning, Ben and I met with Ed Walker, captain of robbery.
Hi. How'd you make out? Just saw the deputy DA. Laid out the case for him.
Yeah?
We got the complaint. He'll be arraigned this afternoon.
How strong a case you got?
Well, each one of the Stendhal family identified Best. His alibi didn't stand up for Tuesday night.
Uh-huh.
And we got that bus driver. He tapped Best, too. And that blue baseball cap. All we need now is the holdup gun.
I hate to spoil it for you. This letter just came through in the mail. Have a look.
Thanks.
What do you think?
I read in the paper this morning about Herbert Best. You got the wrong guy. I'm the one who held up that bakery.
Every detail about that robbery's written down in that letter. The information wasn't in the newspaper story. Nobody else but the hold-up man would know all those details.
Yeah, wait a minute. Listen to this.
Yeah.
If you don't believe I'm the right man, I'll shoot up a couple of more jerks. Next time, I'll kill him.
It's no crank letter.
No, it isn't.
You got the wrong man.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to this case history recorded by a typical Fatima smoker.
Hi there. My name is Bab Beckwith. Bab. That's short for Bethany Ann Beckwith. I live in New York City, and I'm a fashion stylist. The other day at a showing of the new fall styles, I ran out of cigarettes. A friend of mine, a designer, introduced me to the new long Fatima. I really wish someone had told me about them sooner. Fatimas are a lot milder than the cigarettes I've been smoking. And they have a delightful flavor, too. I'm very glad to recommend them to you. Because I know, from experience, it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatimas.
And more smokers every day are finding that out. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
After we received the anonymous letter in the mail confessing to the Stendhal Bakery holdup, we met with the deputy district attorney. We acquainted him with the new facts in the case. That afternoon, the charges against Herbert Best were dropped. We started again at the beginning. 10 a.m. Monday, November 9th. The members of the Stendhal family were again shown mug books of ex-cons with robbery records. This time they picked out 8 mug shots of known robbery men, each with a marked resemblance to the original suspect, Herbert Best. Together with officers Bechtel and Lopez, we started checking them out. The first 2 days, we tracked down 4 of the 8. All of the 4 were in the clear. 5:15 p.m., we got back to the city hall, the carpool.
See any empty spots, Joe?
No, but don't park it in any one of the city councilman's stalls.
Yeah, I might get sore.
Well, why don't you pull up here? Boyd will take care of it.
Yeah, okay.
That's good right here.
Doggone it, I knew there's something I forgot to do.
What's that?
Oh, they had an underwear sale today. That place down in South Fig, shorts, T-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Wife told me to be sure and get down there.
Well, there'll be another one. That place has sales all the time, don't they?
Only twice a year on underwear. Stuff I've got's not going to last till next time.
Friday? Ben? Wait a minute.
Gene Beck?
Yeah. Hi, Beck.
Hi. What up?
Yeah. How'd you make out?
2 men we checked were clean. We picked up something 77th Street station, though. Now, go ahead, Ben.
Mm-hmm. Oh, watch that elevator door, Jim.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, what's with 77th Street?
Oh, a couple of men in traffic out there covered an accident this afternoon. 91st and Central, hit and run.
That's so?
And one of our traffic cars saw the collision, took out after the guy. Chased him 10 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
And while they were chasing him, they thought they saw the driver throw something out of the car window.
Yeah, what?
Well, I'm coming to that. When they finally pulled the car over, a gray coupe. The driver told him his shoulder was wrenched in the accident. He was on his way to his own doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Our men took him to 77th Street, had the doc there look at him.
Yeah.
Well, the doc was treating the guy. Only one of the officers was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
When he turned to get a drink of water, the suspect slugged him, then the doctor. Jumped out of the window, got away. Teletype's out on him.
He went to an awful lot of trouble to beat a traffic rap.
Yeah, that's the way to impress the boys out there. They got out of broadcasting the guy, went back to the spot where they thought they saw the guy toss this thing out of his car when they were chasing him.
Did it pay off?
They found a .32 Colt revolver. Our Russ Camp's checking it now over in the crime lab.
What did they say the man looked like?
Description measures pretty close to our holdup guy.
I'll get it. Robbery Friday. Yeah, just a minute. You bet.
Oh, thanks. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Russ. Yeah. Okay, fine, right. Russ Camp checked the .32 revolver with the slugs in the Stendhal case.
Yeah.
Positive make.
The gray coupe, which the unidentified suspect had been driving, had been checked out by traffic officers at 77th Street Division. They had found that the owner and driver of the car was a man named Bruno Stock, a 2-time loser with a page full of major and minor crimes to his credit. We checked his mama sheet, and we got out a broadcast on him in an APB. A stakeout had been placed at his last known address. We picked up a sandwich and a cup of coffee for dinner, and then we started checking out Bruno Stock's relatives and friends. By 6 o'clock the following night, we still had no idea where he was. A little after 9 p.m., we got a call from an informant who told us that a Tommy Josephson, a small-time thief and reputedly a friend of Bruno Stock's, wanted to talk to us. We found him in a small apartment over on West 6th.
One thing I want to set you straight on. Bruno's no friend of mine.
He's in on the heavy rackets. No heavy racket man's a friend of mine.
All right, we got it. Now where's Bruno?
He came here tonight, 6:15. Moved right in on me. Didn't even ask me.
What do you want with you?
Now, you remember, Bruno's no friend of mine.
Yeah, we got that. Now, what do you want?
A gun. He knew I had one. I keep it for self-protection. You can't trust these heavy men.
Did you give him the gun?
Give it to him. He took it. Shook me down like a rat. Made me go out and buy dinner for him. My own dough. Had to bring it back here from.
Yeah.
Bruno's no friend of mine. What he does with that gun is his grief. It's out of my hands.
When did he leave here?
An hour ago, I think. Maybe a little less. Shook me down like a rat. Real heavy guy.
Where was Bruno going?
I don't know. He's crazy. All them heavy guys are crazy. Talk like somebody with a paper head.
Did he tell you where he was going?
See a friend of his over in Dogtown. The guy runs a bowling alley. Bruno's going to borrow his car.
What for?
He's heavy, I tell you. Said he was going out on a heist tonight. Did he ever write you guys a letter?
Why?
Well, he told me he was going to prove what he wrote to you. Crazy. I didn't get it at all.
Yeah.
Said he was going out to kill a couple of jerks.
9:30 p.m. We got the address of the bowling alley run by Bruno Stock's friend, and we called the office. An alert for the suspect was broadcast immediately. Together with Gene Bechtel and Lopez, we drove to the bowling alley. Ben and I went in. Bechtel and Lopez covered the outside.
It's a good crowd. I wonder where they do business. I don't see any counter.
No, neither do I.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Way over in front.
Oh, yeah. There's nobody behind the cash register. How about that fellow in the white T-shirt standing by the cigarette machine?
Yeah, looks like he works here. Let's go. Joe, the guy with him just turned towards
Bruno, come on.
He sees us. He's going for the back.
All right, you, let's hold it up. Come on. He ducked in there to the right, Joe. Down behind the alley. Hold it up, Stock.
The window, Joe.
He went right through it. Come on. Here.
There he is. Get out.
Joe? He's in there, Beck. Cover the front.
Right. Over the fence, Joe. There he is.
All right, give it back.
Yeah.
Come on.
You see?
No.
Got to be in the yard someplace.
Yeah.
Where'd it come from?
I can't see. Keep down.
Backstairs of that house. There he is.
Give it up, Stock. All right, mister.
You tag him.
Come on.
What's it look like?
Wait a minute. It's a shoulder wound. You want to shake him down?
Yeah.
Joe? Ben? You all right?
Yeah. Get an ambulance, will you, Beck?
Right.
I'll throw the cuffs on him, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's it, Joe.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I got a phone call to make.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 84, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. In the Record Bureau of all metropolitan police departments, there's a special file in which all known criminals are cataloged and cross-indexed according to identifying marks. Marks which help the working detective. And so with the cigarette. The outstanding identifying mark of Fatima is quality. The careful selection and blending of only the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker, you'll find, like I did, that every pack is extra mild. You'll find it's the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Bruno Alfred Stock was tried and convicted of first-degree robbery and assault with intent to commit murder, 2 counts. Because of his prior convictions, he was adjudged an habitual criminal and sentenced to a life imprisonment. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Coming up, Duffy's Tavern. Next Tuesday, it's Fibber Magee on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Boris Karloff. Yep. America's #1 pinup ghoul. Yeah, I'm a sucker for his kind of pictures. You know, they can't be too horrible for me. The regular modest, the better I like it. Huh? You don't like them? Well, did you ever see Frankenstein? Dracula? Oh. You go to the movies, you like to forget your wife. Yeah. Well, look, Duffy, I'm busy right now with this war bond thing. Yeah, every joint in the neighborhood is selling bonds tonight. Grogan's Bar and Grill, Cavendish, The Undertaker, Colucci's Fruit Store, Lefty's Metropolitan Museum of Pool. Yeah, the store's all got signs for their customers saying, buy bonds, invest in your future. That is all except Cavendish, The Undertaker. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. I'm getting a show ready for the rally. Okay, so long.
Hello, Eddie. Oh, good evening, Mr. Finnegan. What do you have tonight?
Boy, I'm hungry enough to eat a horse. On second thought, maybe I'll just have a hamburger.
One hamburger? Right. What you want on it?
Oh, just some pickles, lettuce, mustard, relish, and a dash of mayonnaise.
How about some ketchup?
What, and ruin the flavor of the meat? Hey, where's Archie?
Well, he's in the back room working on the new opus.
Him and his dames.
No, this is a play. See, it's for the bond rally tonight.
Oh, another play. Say, Eddie, is Archie any good as a playwright?
Well, there could be worse plays than his, but he would have to write them.
Boy, Eddie, is this play gonna sell? Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hi, Art. Hey, what's this new play of yours?
It's a horror play.
It might be better than you think. You know what, old man, you know what is the trouble with your play?
What, my learned colic?
Your play is way too smart for the average mentality. Personally, I understand them. But what about all the guys who ain't as smart as me?
Oh, him. Look, Finnegan, please stick to your own racket. Don't tell me how to write plays, and I won't tell you how to be stupid.
But, Mr. Archer, how can a horror story sell bonds?
Eddie, this one has a hidden message.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. You should never hide the message.
What should I do?
Hide the play.
That's a good one, Eddie.
Hey, you see? See, Eddie, you have become the idiot's delight.
Well, good evening, boy.
Hey, fellas, it's Clancy the cop.
Hello, Officer Clancy.
Well, Clancy, I ain't seen Hyde and a Jekyll of you for weeks. Glad to see you. Will you have a little something?
Well, it's a cold night. Start to draw. I am feeling a little chilled. It's a cold night.
Clancy, yes or no?
Well, if you insist. I just have a little nip. But please note, just a small tumbler full.
Okay, Clancy, say when. Clancy, by the way, did you hear that Duffy dropped dead?
When?
Okay, here's the drink. By the way, Clancy, where you been keeping yourself?
Well, it's a long story, Archie, my boy.
Naturally.
Well, you see, they've been teaching us policemen jiu-jitsu. Oh, marvelous science, Archie. With the flick of the wrist, you can break a man's arm. Well, anyways...
To make a long story short...
One night, I caught a burglar robbing a jewelry store. So I sneak up behind him, grab him, and then, with the flick of me wrist, I broke me arm.
Oh. So you was laid up, huh?
Yeah. But it was kind of nice, though. I got a chance to be home with the kids for a while.
Oh, yes? How many kids have you got, Clancy?
5 or 6, I guess. But I hardly know them. You see, they're sleeping when I'm working.
And you're sleeping when you're working.
Certain. Me children, they're practically strangers.
Oh, that's tough.
It sure is. Kind of hurts the man when he walks into his house to have his own son holler, "Cheese at the cop."
Well, you got to take the bitter with the sweet, you know. What brings you down here tonight, Clancy?
Tonight? Why, I'm down here on official business.
Now, wait a minute, Clancy. If it's about serving them little kids, I can prove they was midgets.
No, Archie, no. It was about the bond drive. The commissioner has decided that the man who sells the most bonds in this neighborhood will be crowned king of this year's policeman's ball.
The guy that sells the most bonds, huh?
Yes, Archie, it's a great honor. The winner gets to meet the mayor and the governor. And we'll have as queens the entire chorus of the Gaiety Burlesque.
Holy cat. All of them beautiful dames, you'll really have them down there?
I guarantee it.
How are you so sure?
We're raiding the joint the night before.
Well, that's clean, huh? Well, Clancy, shake hands with me majesty. If I can get Boris Karloff to act in his play of mine tonight, I'll sell them buns like wild cake.
Good luck to you, Archie. But now I've got to go and talk to the rest of the stores in the neighborhood.
Hello, Archie.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy.
Well, good evening, Miss Duffy. My, you're getting to look more like your mother every day.
Thanks. That's a very pretty compliment.
Oh, yes? Well, I haven't seen your mother in a long time. I'll be back later, Archie.
Okay, Clancy.
Say, Archie, I got an idea how to help you sell bonds.
What, Miss Duffy?
I'll open up a booth and kiss every man who buys a bond.
Miss Duffy, you think it's right to penalize a guy for patriotism? Forget it. We'll do it with me play.
Archie, you don't have to be insulting. If I'm willing to give my only true lips for my country, to give them in a thrilling kiss.
Who'll be thrilled by it?
I will. I love it.
Yeah, but it's going to be pretty tough on the guy.
So what? This is war.
Who are you calling, Miss Arthur?
My tailor. Got to buy a suit for the policeman's ball. Hello, Stone's Candy Store? Would you please walk up one flight and call Sam the clothing man? Thank you. You see, if them burlesque dames is going to be there, I got to be dressed to the Queen's taste, you know. Hello, Sam? This is Archie. Archie. From Duffy's Tavern. 38 long, 22 chest, double padding in the shoulders. Fine, how are you? Hey, Sam, I'm thinking of getting a suit. You got a nice double-breasted gray flannel in my size? Yeah, huh? How much? $15. Sam, for that price, I could buy a new one. Well, look, Sam, why is it so dear? You have to have 2 bullet holes rewoven, huh? Well, I'll be down later to look at it. Okay, Sam. Holy cat, $15. That's inflation with one pair of pants.
Hey, Archie, what is this inflation?
Well, Finnegan, that's one of the main things, you see, that can happen if guys don't buy bonds and keep them.
Oh. Hey, Archie, what is this inflation?
Well, inflation is, shall we, well, do you know what deflation is?
No.
Well, inflation is just the opposite. You see, when the output of currency in a country becomes larger than the ingots of gold in Fort Knox, this causes circulation, see?
Well, that's obvious.
Well, sure. But, now, on the other hand, you see, money is very sensitive to fluctuations because it's so legally tendered. Therefore, should any demoralization cause the gold standard to fall below the 14-carat mark, then consequently the dollar goes up, or rather down, causing prices to soar down. Or is it up?
Yeah, but Arch, how could war bonds stop this inflation?
Well, it's simple, Finnegan. You see, war bond is printed on the same kind of paper that money is. Therefore, when you buy war bonds, you're taking this paper out of circulation. And therefore, the government can't get paper to print the new money with. So, ergo, this reduces the amount of outstanding exchequer, which in turn, ergo, prevents inflation. See how simple it is?
Yeah. All I needed was for somebody to put it in my own language.
Look, fellas, do you mind if I get in on this financial discussion?
Hello, Bob. Archie was explaining to me about inflation.
Yes, and quite erroneously.
Hey, Arch, what does that mean?
I don't know, but keep quiet. Maybe you'll throw us a hint.
Now, you see, Finnegan, if there's too much money in circulation, it lowers the value of the dollar and so raises prices. That's inflation.
Now, just a second, Graham.
But, Archie, we studied it at college.
Where do you think I learned it? At reform school?
Well, Archie, when you went to college, did they have economic courses?
No, sir. We paid full price for everything. You got your money's worth.
Personally, I found Archie's explanation quite satisfactory.
Thank you very much, Clifton.
All right, fellas. I defer to superior ignorance.
You defer to superior ignorance. Well, that's better. Now, go ahead and sing, Bob. You see the way he backed down, Finnegan? Now, come on over to the table with me, and I'll explain to you how the Englishman pounds sterling.
Good evening, Mr. Carlo.
You know, young man, you are refreshing.
What?
Usually when I walk into a place, they all act scared of me.
Oh, well, you see, Mr. Carlo, when a man has worked at Duffy's Tavern for 10 years, the only thing that can horrify him is the thought of another 10 years. Hey, Miss Archie, company.
Where? Oh, good evening.
Well, good evening.
Hey, you're Boris Karloff. I didn't recognize you. You seem so unmonsterly. You know, in the flesh. By the way, that is flesh, ain't it?
I beg your pardon.
Well, please forgive me rudidity. By the way, I understand your English.
That's where you have the advantage. I don't understand yours.
Hey, the guy is witty, too, huh? Gee, you know, but you're so different from what I expected.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's such a surprise. Of course, that still don't make you no Tyrone Power. But, you know, whatever made a mild guy like you go into them horror pictures?
Horror.
What do you mean?
Horror of not eating.
Well, I'm glad you're doing it. You know, them pictures of yours have helped me a lot with dames.
My pictures?
Oh, yeah. You know, sometimes I run across a dame that plays hard to get. So what do? I take her to see one of your pictures. Yeah. Well, you know, when a dame gets scared, she likes to have a man's arms around her, you know. So usually after 10 minutes of one of your really scary pictures, hard to get has been got.
Glad to have been of service.
Oh, the pleasure was all mine. Anyways, Boris.
Say, Archie, are you...
Say, what is that? Pretty startling for both of them. Boris Karloff, meet Clifton Finnegan.
My, say, you're the new one, aren't you?
Finnegan, you don't seem excited. This is the famous Boris Karloff in person.
Well, to be truthful, Arch, I'm a Bela Lugosi man myself.
Please, I wish you'd be more flattering to our guest. Mr. Karloff is much more horrible. This Lugosi is just an upstart, right, Boris?
Definitely. I remember him when he didn't have a coffin to cop in.
You mean he was broke?
Broke? 2 years ago, he walked up to me on Hollywood Boulevard and said, "Say, mister, can you slip me a nickel just for a cup of plasma?"
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Karloff. I don't get such a thrill out of them parts you play. I get a bigger kick out of them vampire birds.
Vampire birds? Finnegan, vampires is bats.
No crazier than the guys he plays.
Beat it, will you? Oh, wait a minute, Finnegan. I almost forgot. There's a part in me play for you. Here. Go study it.
Yeah, okay.
You'll have to forgive Finnegan, Boris. His mother was frightened by everything.
Say, what's this about a play?
Well, you see, we're having a Bond rally here tonight, and I wrote a little horror play for you to act in.
Oh, dear. Can't I just make a speech?
Look, Boris, you ain't seen this thing. It's a horror play, and yet it contains a message.
Oh, an allegory.
No gorier than the average. Well, Boris, have you looked over my play?
Yes.
Great contribution to the war effort, huh?
Contribution to the war effort. Archie?
Yeah.
Whose side are you on?
And just a second, you overgrown Peter Lorre. Nah. What's the use of starting a fight now? Leave us get the thing going. Trumpets, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to get that guy a new trumpet. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence off our war bond rally tonight, Mr. Boris Karloff, that famous star of stage, screen, and cemetery, joins us in bringing you a new play entitled Young Monster Malone. Or I'll Be Sawing You. Or A Monster is Born. On with the show. Music, please. I am a mad scientist. My laboratory is hidden away in a lonely castle. This castle is covered all over with moats. Yes, I am mad. The children in my village call me Jerky. But I just laugh and pat them on their little heads. And then I take their heads back to the castle. One miserable night, I was sitting with my associate, a fellow mad scientist. Suddenly, he spoke.
Oh, Doctor. Dr. Frank.
Yes, Dr. Stein. What is it?
Why are you looking so pale and weak today?
Oh, it's that Dracula.
Oh, so you were over to his house again?
Yes, he had me for dinner last night. Well, we've got to get to the laboratory and finish that monster we're making, but how can we make him talk, Dr. Frank?
Yes, that's our big problem. How can we make him talk?
How about beating him over the head with a rubber hose?
It's unscientific. And besides, his head is apt to come off. And we'd have that all to do over again.
Wait, I know. Where's Jenkins, our mad butler? Jenkins! Jenkins!
Yes, sir?
Jenkins, would you mind to go to the stock room and get us some spare parts?
What do you have?
Well, let's see now. We need a medium-sized jocular vein, a nice full-throated larynx, and, oh, yes, a polka dot bow tie.
Yeah, but, Doctor, you used up the bow ties and the larynx on that crooner we made.
Yeah, that's right. We don't want to make another one like that. Well, we'll do something. Boy, this will be the grimmest, cruelest, ghastliest monster I ever created.
You'll never top this play.
Quiet, Jenkins. Well, Stein.
Well, Frank?
You know, this will be our 31st monster.
31. Imagine. Have you heard from any of our boys?
Oh, yes. I got a letter from one of them today. Doing very well in Hollywood.
An actor?
No, a producer. Well, leave us go to work, Doctor.
Shall I put my mask on?
I thought you had it on. No, what's the use? He can't see anyway. The operation table was ready. We was about to begin our evil ventures into the supernatural. The room was quiet. I spoke. Are you ready, Doctor?
Yes.
Have you injected the man with Novacord?
Yes, I have. Come, let's get the monster finished. Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Knife.
Knife.
Glue.
Glue.
Thumbtack.
Thumbtacks.
Now pass me that adenoid.
Here you are, Doctor. Now, I'll take care of the inner sanctums.
Now the electricity.
Yeah. Will it work, Doctor?
I hope so.
Good luck, Doctor.
Good luck, Doctor.
Dr. Fern. Doctor, look at him. Where's looking, ain't he?
Why, he's opening his eyes.
He's going to speak. Speak, monster.
I am inflation. The worst monster of all. If you waste your money and don't buy bonds, I, inflation, will destroy all of you.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
You are standing at the doorway of a cabin on Cashier Creek. Up on the ridge, the bloodhounds have caught your scent. And between you and a fortune, between you and escape, yawn the white jaws of a deadly cottonmouth.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the worn-out acres of a poor white trash farmer somewhere in the southern mountains. In Irvin S. Cobb's great tale of vengeance, Snake Doctor. This story is about snakes and two men. One man was afraid of snakes and the other wasn't. The one who wasn't was known along Cashier Creek as Snake Doctor. His cabin was near the creek bottomland where there's a powerful lot of cottonmouths. And he earned his meager living by rendering down their soft fats, bottling the oil, and selling it. For everyone knew there was no remedy for rheumatism like snake oil. Snake Doctor was harmless enough, but there were folks who honestly believed that he was a colleague of Beelzebub just because he wasn't afraid of snakes. And that's not all they believed about him. The man who was afraid of snakes was Jace Morner, who was Snake Doctor's nearest neighbor. Jace was the kind of man we all know who suspected, feared, and hated anything he didn't understand. And he understood neither Cottonmouth nor the Snake Doctor. In short, Jace was ornery, ignorant, and shiftless. He'd rather shoot squirrels and chop cotton. He'd rather fish than hoe corn. And that's just what he's doing now, fishing down at the big hole with his son and heir, Finney, who's old enough, but not quite bright enough to handle a gun.
Missed him, doggy.
Benny, you blind fool. I told you not...
Just in the creek.
What?
The cottonmouth. Tramp on him in front of you.
Cottonmouth? What? Where the firmament? Unearthly.
You got him. You got him. Keep your foot on him while I fetch the stick.
You don't need to, son.
Yeah, he's dead. Now, come here.
How'd you hit anything that rifle, Paul? I had a bead drawn on him right, and I couldn't...
Darn fool.
Paul.
A flame snake whilst I'm fishing.
Heck, you was sunning yourself not more than to there from you. How'd you like to get yourself bit?
Won't be no fish around here till thunderation after all that racket. Well, come on, let's go home and get us some victuals.
Jace Marner tossed his bait can into the creek and threw a stick after it. We stood there watching the stick drift slowly toward the big hole, where the creek widened behind a jam of driftwood. Jake watched as the eddy caught the stick and sucked it beneath the dam. Jake was curious. He moved downstream a rod or two and waited, watching the water boil up from under the driftwood. But the stick didn't come up. That was strange. Must have caught under there in a tangle of water-soaked and sunken logs. Probably it'd stay there in sunken logs. Probably it'd stay there for months. Maybe stay there always. Jake considered this, and an idea began to form in his slow mind as he and Finney started home.
Hey, Paul. How much oil you reckons in this one? Paul? Paul?
What you jawing about, son?
This old cottonmouth. How much oil?
Throw it down.
Throw it down? Why?
Throw it down, like I say. I'll make you wish.
Paul. I was aiming on rendering the old cottonmouth fat like the snake doctor does. Maybe sell it and make myself some money.
I don't like the squirming things around me.
But it's dead.
Leave it where it drops. Now, come on home.
You scared on cottonmouth, Paul?
I know better than to get myself bit by him.
If Bailey knowed a fella got himself bit once, there wasn't a drop of liquor for miles. So he goes to work and cuts open a live chicken and puts it by his leg where the bite was. And the fella lived, too.
Yeah.
Reckon Mr. Rives ever gets himself bit, Paul? Handling cottonmouths like he does?
Who?
Mr. Rives.
Who?
Mr. Rives. That's old snake doctor's real name. Ma says I oughtn't to call him snake doctor.
Never mind what your ma says. Ma says. Nobody in my family's calling no snake-loving scum Mr. Rives.
Heck, that's what I say.
We'll see what you do.
Sure, Paul. You know, I could have made myself some money rendering that cottonmouth fat down into oil. How much you reckon old snake doctor makes out in the oil he sells?
I don't know.
Tip Bailey says old snake doctor's got more than $1,000 hid away somewhere in his cabin.
More than that, most likely. Cussed old miser don't spend nothing. Ain't got nothing save that old rack-up-bones mare.
Tip Bailey says whenever old snake doctor sets foot out in his place, he's got the granddaddy of all cottonmouths he leaves out in the cabin to stand guard on his money. Tip Bailey says you see old snake doctor put him in his pocket. Live cottonmouth.
Snake doctor ain't fitting to be alive itself.
Oh, Ma says he ain't bad. Says he don't mean nobody harm.
Your ma better be careful who she's associating with.
She says he don't have good sense. Had the fever too much, she says. You ever been in the snake doctor's cabin, Paul?
I don't have nothing more than I have to do with that snake-loving hoodoo.
Tip Bailey says he bet wouldn't be no task at all for some no-good to poke around in the snake doctor's shack and find all the money and make off with it. Oh, this blame son done near rendering me down. Look at my head, full of sweat, Paul. Here, look here. See? Done near gourd full of sweat come off me. But why it turned down that way, Paul? It's come on noon, dinner be most ready.
I'm going to tell snake-loving hoodoo that there's some of them cottonmouths on the creek side of our deadening.
Oh, heck, he knows that.
I'm going to tell him he's got my leave to catch him. You don't need to come along if you don't want it.
Well, if you're going over to his place, I'd kind of like to see it my own self. He ain't to home, else he'd have showed himself by now.
I reckon so.
Can you see any of the snakes?
I told you to keep an eye out for him.
I bet in one of them chinks, Pa. I bet the money's in
I
one
ain't
of
looking
them...
for no money. Must be a dang snake itself living in a place like this.
Pa, I know you ain't looking for any money, but if you was, wouldn't you look in that chink right up there?
Where, son?
Right there, second log by the fireplace on the right. You see that there hole?
Yeah. I reckon I would look up there.
Well, since we're here.
Might as well see for myself.
Oh, I wouldn't be a mite surprised if old Snake's out there. Pa.
Huh?
Somebody's out on the porch. It's the snake doctor.
You're looking for something, Chief Mourner? Yeah, I was looking for you.
What, you?
Yeah. Look here, you old hoodoo. What's the idea of sneaking up on folks who took the trouble to come all the way down here to do you a favor?
Like as not that old snake doctor had a dang moccasin squirting around in his pocket whilst he was talking to you, Pa. Did you mind how his eyes was when he come in? Dang, if it wasn't blazing like when you run across a little rabbit or a cat in the dark. Give me out of 10 years' growth, dang if it did. And did you mind how I kept looking up at the wall where I said I bet he had money between the chinks up there? Huh?
Benny, don't you say nothing to your ma about us being at the snake doctor's place, you understand?
Why should I,
Just
Pa?
don't. And don't you go nigh it again. Cuss old varmint, you'd have thought we was prowlers the way he acted.
Benny, if you out there,
Yeah, Ma. Dinner about ready.
you pull with your gun.
Yeah. Have I time enough for dinner to go down the spring get me some more cold water?
And if you serve you something,
Hurry it up, son. I'm hungry.
it's anything, Jake.
How do you think I can catch fish with Finney firing off my gun at cottonmouths all the time?
Ain't there's heat more than the body can bear? Any cooler but the creek?
No.
Poor old Miss Ride come by here a spell ago. My knife shook to pieces with a chill.
Oh, he come by, did he? Well, did he come in?
Just for a minute.
Just for a minute, eh? What do he want?
He wanted could have given him something for his ailment. He just about could drag one sour foot before the other. Barely could make it up here from his place. I reckon he must have gone bed with the fever by now. I could tell by the touch it was rising in him when he left here and started back home again. I gave him a dose out in our butler's acre drop. I would have given him a little smidgen of liquor.
Oh, you would, huh?
Oh, please don't, Jake. Don't let go of me. Poor old Miss Ride.
Mr. Ride. Mr. Ride. How many times I gotta tell you that the old hoodoo's name is Snake Doctor?
He don't mean nobody no harm.
Him that its skin allows for its hiding talent, and you calling him Mr. Ride. You'll be calling him Honey and Sugar next. Well, without I learn you...
Please, Jake, please.
Dead names, huh? Tell by the touch, could you? Well, I aim to learn. What's his name now? Well, what's your poor Mr. Rive's name now?
Snake Doctor.
Kizzy Mourner rubbed the ugly red welt on her scrawny arm and gave the frying pan full of sizzling side meat a hopeless nudge. She prayed that the weight of the victuals might take the edge off Dave's temper. Finney slouched in from the spring and saw the mark on her arm.
Pa been whomping you again, Ma?
She didn't answer.
What'd you do this time?
She silently dished up the hogback and cornbread for two men, and while they sat at table, she ate on her feet, serving them between bites, as was the custom in the Mourner household. dinner, Finney stretched out under the chinaberry tree, and Kizzy sat on the porch fanning herself and dipping snuff with a peach twig, scouring it back and forth on her gums. Jafe took his ease on the floor of the back room, but he didn't sleep. One thing he'd seen that day, and another thing he'd heard. He was adding them together. That stick that had disappeared under the log jam, and the snake doctor's money. It was 4 o'clock before any of them stirred, and then Jafe spoke to his wife for the first time since noon.
Where's that there vial of drinking liquor, Kizzy?
By the window. You took it out in your pocket after you laid down.
I ought to carry a vial of drinking liquor with me, Ma. I might get bit by an old moccasin as soon as Paul would.
Well, you better not let me catch you. You find it, Jay?
Just remember, I won't be needing to tote no spirits along with me where I'm going.
I wouldn't take no chance, Jay. Just one cottonmouth bite.
Cottonmouth's all down the slashes, Elkawonga Creek. Well, I'll be this evening's up on Bailey's Ridge in the high ground.
You fixing to go shooting?
I aim to gun me a chance of young squirrels between now and dusk time. Reckon I'll come along, Pa. You're staying here, son. Oh, dang it. Be steaming in the place when the rain comes down. Pa, you might need needing me. You stay here. Oh, Pa. And Kizzy set me up a snack of cold supper on the shelf. Likely I won't get back till it's plumb dark.
Jafe Marner turned north through his struggling cornrows, and in a minute he was lost from sight. He kept on for nearly a mile until he came to a wild red mulberry tree. Where mulberries are, they're bound to be squirrels. Very neatly, he shot 2 young grays through the head. But Jafe was a master marksman, and unsuspected by any who knew him. Jafe had another quality denied most of his kind. He had an imagination. Today it was in excellent working order. He tied the brain squirrels together and swung them over his shoulder. If needed, they would be his alibi. Then he sat down under a tree a while.
Yeah, I got plenty of time. Don't need to get down to Snake Doctor's place till about dusk when he comes out to feed that swayback mare of his. Mr. Ryan.
He sat out 2 brisk thunder showers and the intervals between them. Then he started off in a wide arc down Bailey's Branch along the skirts of Little Cypress Flats to the sunken flats edging Cashier Creek. Took more than an hour careful traveling before he came to his destination, a screen of haw bushes, less than 50 yards behind the snake doctor's cabin.
No matter how ailing he is, he'll get up and come out to feed that rack of bones mare. Mr. Ryan. I'll learn him to go colleaguing around another man's woman.
Jafe Marner let his jealousy heat him to a white hatred. At this moment, he was avenging his honor, and thus was spared the embarrassment of admitting to himself that the real reason he was here was the snake doctor's money hidden behind the log by the fireplace.
The home-wrecking, snake-loving varmint. 10 minutes and I'll chunk him down the big hole in the creek like I did that stick this morning, and he'll go down and never come out. And nobody will miss him. Nobody will know he's gone for leastwise a week, maybe a month. Maybe if I get around to it, I might come back this way someday. Poke around that cabin of his.
Jafe Marner's speculations were cut short. The cabin door opened, and a figure stepped out into the growing dusk and walked toward the stable. He saw the snake doctor's loppy old straw hat and his dark coat drawn over a pair of hunched, narrow shoulders. At this distance, he couldn't miss. And he didn't. The figure jerked backward and then went face forward. Jafe started for him, and then he stopped. His eyes bugged. His mouth formed a scream that he couldn't utter. His rifle dropped to the ground. He had just killed the snake doctor, killed him dead with a .32 caliber slug through the head. And there on his doorsill stood Snake Doctor, holding, sound, and staring at him.
Jace Warner, what you done?
The scream came at last, but Jace Warner had seen the devil, this Snake Doctor who arose alive from his bullet-riddled body. Jace whirled and ran into the deep, darkening woods, whimpering like a whipped puppy as he tore through the brush. Escape. He must escape. He must get under the shelter of a sound roof, have the protection of four walls around him. So he ran and ran for hours. It was close to midnight when he came out on a dirt road a short distance southeast of his deadness. Beyond the next bend, he'd be in sight of home. Then it stopped. Around the bend, coming toward him, was a joggling light, a lantern hanging on a buggy. Jake flattened himself in a clump of brush to hide until the traveler passed. And then, just as the rig was opposite him, he heard a call coming from the other direction.
Hold on, Billy. Me, it's Davis Ware. Is that you, Tip Billy?
Yep. Hoping it out from the junction. Tolerable tired, if anyone should ask you. What brings you out this time of night, Davis? Somebody sick?
Heck, nothing. There's been hell a-popping in these here bottoms tonight. City boy, I'm saying.
Now, what you mean?
A killing. That's what I mean. A dirty, cold-blooded killing if there ever was one.
Don't say. Who's gotten killed?
I'm fixing to tell you. It happened just around dusk time at old Snake Doctor's place.
Yeah? Was killed?
Now, just give me time now.
Yeah?
It seems like Snake Doctor's been a killing lately.
Uh-huh.
Pretty bad off today. Yesterday. And so long about 5 o'clock when the rain was a-lulling a little bit, why, Miss Kitty Morning, she floated it down from her place to his and fetching some physic with her and a plate of hot diddle.
Miss Morning's a mighty thoughty one for doing things for folk.
Don't you want to hear this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, seems like she wasn't afeard of the Snake Doctor's place.
Well, I'd have been all over that.
Well, pretty soon after she got there, seems like he tried to get up out of his bed to go feed that old crowbait nag of his.
Uh-huh.
The rain had started in again, but then it's pouring down hard, so she made him stay where he was at, and she put on his old hat and floated his old coat around her to keep off the worst of the wet, and then she started out the back door to do the feeding herself.
Yeah?
And no more than she got outside, and a shot come from the edge of the woods, and down she went with a bullet through her brain.
Killed her.
Dead as a dog.
But who done it?
Well, that low-flung husband of hers done it. That's who. He must have followed her down to Snake Doctor's and then just laid in wait for her. They certain 'twas him, then. Why, sure thing. Snake Doctor jumped up when he heard the shot, and he catched a quick look at Dave over the fence.
He did?
Yeah, there was a long streak on Kiss's arm where he must have whooped her at during the day.
Well, hanging's a sight too good for him to catch him.
No, but they will. Some thinks that he's made for the slashes and hid out there. Tracks led off that way.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there'd be a line of men throwed all the way around Little Clappers before sundown.
Sheriff got there yet?
No, but he's due any minute with his pack of dogs. They telephoned in from Gallup Mills that he's on his way. That trail ought to lay good, ground being damp like it is.
So sure.
Old Snake Doctor, he's crying on and raving around up at Morning's place that the Lord's going to strike the murder down his track. I'm putting my main confidence in them bloodhounds. On them first, and then maybe on the stout plow line and a limb of a tree.
Yeah, it's more certain.
Yeah, I'm just putting out from my place to fetch my oldest boy. I wouldn't want him to miss a lynching. This good side crowded for already.
I'll go up and join him. I got a pistol here in my hip pocket. Poor Miss Morning. She always was a good-hearted, hard-working woman.
A shot Kizzy.
Did you hear something just there?
I can't say I did.
Probably a rabbit breaking through the brush.
Listen.
Huh?
Sheriff, they're coming. You can hear them hounds of his, and I got to hurry. Get up there.
I'll see you back to boy.
Why, you sure will.
Jace didn't have time to waste mourning his dead wife. And he was even a little relieved to know that the Snake Doctor wasn't the devil incarnate. He had a chance against a lynch mob and a pack of bloodhounds. This was the kind of antagonist he could understand and outsmart. Dave's imagination went to work again as he backtracked along the creek bottom in the spotted moonlight.
Gotta throw them dogs off the trail. Gotta wade the creek, even if it is full of cotton now. They must be all around me now. But folks said they don't strike no water. Well, I hope them folks is right. Gotta get back to the Snake Doctor's. Get his money while he's still up at my place with Kizzy's remains. Get his money, then the rest will be easy. Make for the deep timber. Cross country's river,
Make it by tomorrow sundown. Hire a shanty boater to ferry me to the Arkansas side. Get a haircut and catch a train for Summer's Hills. Gotta get Snake Doctor's money first.
Snake Doctor's cabin was dark and empty when Jace reached it, and he needed light for his search. There were a few dull embers in the fireplace. He threw on some kindling, but it didn't light. Very well, he knew where the chink was. He'd find it in the dark. He scrabbled at the log, felt some bark give, felt the clay mortar crumble under his fingernails. Here it was, a hole big enough for a man's arm. He plunged his hand into it, touched something slick and smooth, and then something sharp plunged into his thumb. The fire flickered to life. Jake yanked his hand out of the hole, saw two tiny bleeding punctures in his thumb. At the mouth of the hole stretched the wide open jaws of a cottonmouth. It worked fast. He felt the pain leaping from his thumb to his hand, seeping up his arm. He only had some liquor. He had a fresh killed chicken to slap on the wound. He had nothing. Then a sharp, horrible pain wrenched his heart, and a second. And there in the firelight, the huge cottonmouth poised in its crevice. Jace leaped out of the shack and started blindly for the timber, staggered, stumbled, and pitched forward on his face. His open mouth full of weeds and muddy grass stems. The cramping fingers of his outstretched right hand almost touching a reddish-black smear on the wet, trampled grass.
Good riddance, pot gravy. That's good riddance. Of course, that wouldn't you, Dr. Bradshaw?
Well, I reckon there's sort of a rough justice in the way he died. Look, his hand reaching out just about touches the blood where his woman fell. This has been quite a night, Davis. I've just examined the body of a man who appears to have been killed by snake bite. Killed good and quick, too, judging by the evidence.
Well, Doc, ain't that the way a cottonmouth always does kill a man sudden like? I always heard tell that...
Never mind what you heard. I'm going by the facts. I've been practicing medicine in this county for going on to 46 years. And I tell you that in all my life, I've never known but 2 or 3 people actually being bitten by water moccasins. And until tonight, I never had the personal knowledge of anybody dying from a bite of any kind of a snake.
Well, is that a fact? Hey, what's going on over there, Doc?
That Mourner's boy kicking up the fuss?
Yeah, he's a no good just like his foe.
What's the trouble, Tip?
I'm going to kill a snake and bitten my paw. And then I'm going to give that old snake doctor a whooping for keeping a reptile in this place.
Your paw got just what was his due, Finney. Snake doctor ain't to blame none.
He's a hoodoo devil.
Look here, boy. Mr. Rives promised all his savings, nearly $100 to pay for burying your ma decent. That's how much he thought of her. Now go on home, behave yourself.
Yeah, go on, Finney.
Somebody ought to kill that reptile. It's my paw, and I'm going to do it.
Hey, Doc, just a minute ago you started to say something about snake bite not killing. How you account for Jace here?
Well, the late Jace Mourner had a rotten bad heart, Davis.
Oh, he sure did. Yes, it proves that.
I don't mean in that sense. I mean there was an organic weakness. A curious thing, though, there was no swelling anywhere.
Well, there's them 2 marks on his thumb. Them snake gashes like some I've seen.
Now, that explains... What's...
Hey, it's Vinny Morris. He's in the cab.
That old kid, come on, Doc. He's probably shot somebody.
I shot at it, but I didn't hit it. He's going to get me like he got the ball.
Come on, Doc, come on. He said he shot at something in the cabin.
I don't see anything.
Oh, Finney's had enough happen to him yesterday and today to upset even a bright boy. So we can... Oh, there it is.
What?
That cottonmouth up there in the hole of that log.
Oh, that. The snake doctor told me about that varmint. Look at him closer, David.
Oh, no, sir, he not me.
Go ahead. It's just a stuffed snake. Stuff? Yes. Snake doctor believes in precautions. Because that hole's where he hides his money. That snake could scare anybody away who didn't know it was stuffed. But just to be sure, old snake doctor lined the hole with coils of barbed wire. I see. You think that them marks on Jay's thumb was got off of the barbed wire, huh? That could be. Lot stronger hearts than Jafe mourners would have stopped beating at a scare like that. Well, I'll be swearing. Old snake doctor's a cute one, ain't he?
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, has brought you Snake Doctor by Irvin S. Cobb, adapted for radio by Fred Howard, who also played Doc Bradshaw. With Bill Conrad as Jace, Paul Frees as Finney, Ruth Parrott as Kizzy. Barton Yarborough played Davis, Louis Van Ruten played Snake Doctor and Chip Bailey. The original musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Feuer. Next week,
you are alone in a remote old world village inhabited by cat people, and you are desired by a beautiful cat girl who wants your soul.
Next week, we escape with Algernon Blackwood's eerie story titled Ancient Sorcerers. Good night, then, until the same time next week when we again offer you Escape.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Do It Again. When a man travels, he wants to know exactly where he is. When a woman travels, she wants to know exactly what to wear. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, one studying a road map and the other cutting out a dress for a vacation wardrobe, each intent on his own business, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
See now, we proceed along Highway 99 for 122 miles. Then turn left at a red schoolhouse for a distance of
5 inches down to the hips.
Then detour 20 miles because the regular road has
6 buttonholes. Now, let me see. They start at the neckline and...
Stop at the Patty Cake Hotel in Niagara, where the manager will greet you...
with a belt in the back.
Huh?
Ah, dear. McGee, I'm afraid this dress pattern is a little too complicated for me. I'd have to call the dressmaker after all. Hand me the phone.
Okay, Ma. Here.
Thank you. Hello, operator.
Give me Miss Amelia Featherstitch at Wistful Vista, 687... What? Oh, is that you, Mert?
Heavenly day.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, What's that? Oh, not really. Oh, that's terrible, Mert.
Well, what is it, Molly?
Quiet, McGee,
Huh?
quiet. Tell me that again, Myrtle. Yes?
Oh,
Yes? Oh, dear, how perfectly awful.
oh, come on, Molly. I always tell you.
What say, Myrtle? Yes, it simply ruins everything for me, Dad Rabbit. All my plans and work and all.
Hey, Molly, for the love of Mike, what happened?
Well, Mert says skirts are going to be 2 inches longer this year.
Shucks, it ain't as good as the stuff I do with Mert.
What, Myrtle? Oh, the dressmaker doesn't answer. Well, thank you anyway. Goodbye. Well, McGee, you're going to help me with this dress.
Okay, thread me a needle, and I'll show you how my famous speedboat stitch goes.
Speedboat stitch?
Yeah, 40 knots an hour. Don't you get it, Molly? Knots? You said...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Helped a little bit. It's getting near the end of the season, and every laugh counts.
Besides, I don't want to help. I don't want you to help me sew. I want you to slip this dress on so I can see how I'm doing.
Okay, just...
How am I doing, by the way?
Yeah. Hey, what did you say? Me put that dress on?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, sir, not me. Why? What if somebody should come in? And I've been on this show too long to think they won't.
Now, listen, don't be silly. Take your vest off and slip this dress on.
Oh, Molly, I don't want to slip into no dress. Gee, Williker.
McGee, you owe me that much.
Why do I?
Well, now, who was it that ruined my dress for him by shooting it full of arrows? Tell me that.
That was me in Gildersleeve. But shucks, it was the only thing we could find to shoot at.
2 grown men shooting bows and arrows. For shame.
Well, Gildersleeve had to do something with that bow and arrow. He bought it for his father for Father's Day, and his father couldn't use it.
Why not?
The instruction says to hold the bow in the left hand, the arrow in the right hand, and draw the feathered end back as far as the teeth. And he just couldn't do it.
No strength?
No teeth.
Now, see here, dearie, that's enough nonsense. Here, slip this on.
Oh, no, I don't want to... Okay. But lock the door first and pull down the shade.
I will not. Anybody think this was the first time you ever had a dress on?
When did I ever?
You remember that masquerade party you went to as Mary Pickford?
Shucks, that was different. I was coy that night. I was just wearing...
Take off your vest.
Oh, now, Molly.
That's better. Now hold your arms up.
Okay.
That's a nice boy.
Fine job for a man.
McGee, stand still a minute.
Oh, well.
There. Oh, my, it looks lovely on you, dearie.
Shucks. Oh, my gosh, where can I hide? Where can I hide me, Molly?
Oh,
Quick.
hush. Come in.
Mr. Bob Hope program?
No, this is the Fibber, McGee, and Molly program.
Oh, I saw you 2 girls through the window and thought it was Brenda and Cabina. I'm sorry.
Cabina. That's enough. I've had enough. Hey, Billy Mills.
Yeah?
What are you going to play while I take this dress off?
Outside of that, I love you.
Oh!
One thing that's welcome any time is a new product or a new idea that will save work. That's just as true in the home as it is in an industry. Look how successful Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is. Because it saved housewives millions of hours of work in taking care of their floors. And just as much of a work saver for you men is Johnson's sensational new auto polish, Car New. Car New does 2 jobs at once. Both cleans and wax polishes your car in one easy operation. Formerly, to do these jobs cost real money or several hours of hard work. Now, with Johnson's Car New, many car owners tell us they do both jobs in an hour. Imagine cleaning and wax polishing your car in 1 hour. Oh, if your car is very dirty, it may take you a little more, but you'll still say Car New is a miracle worker. As a matter of fact, thousands of the country's leading service stations are now using Car New for polishing customers' cars. There's only one way to find out how easy Car New is to use. What a beautiful showroom shine it gives your car. Try it yourself. Get a can tomorrow from your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station. Remember, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
To Cleveland, then over to Buffalo.
All right, Magee. Put the map down.
Huh?
I want you to try the dress on again.
What? No, sir.
Oh, come on.
I ain't gonna, not again. Gee whiz, Molly, you want me to grow up to be a sissy?
Well, it'd be nice if you just grew up. Don't be so...
Oh, don't...
Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
What you doing?
Well, I was just about to put on my dress. Nothing. Why?
Well, George DeTopoulos and Willie Toops and I are getting up a game of run, sheep, run, and we need a fourth. You want to play with me?
No, I don't think so. What made you think of me?
Oh, I don't know, mister. We just tried to think of somebody we knew who looked kind of sheepish, I guess.
Well, gee, thanks, sis. You mean I'm sort of gentle and kind and useful?
No. You're kind of dumb and frisky and always need a haircut.
Okay, I get it. Now, suppose you go play your mutton, who's got the mutton, someplace else. I says go someplace. Now, look, sis, let's not quarrel. After all, we're going on a vacation next week, and I don't want to have any hard feelings.
Okay, mister.
Okay.
Okay. Let's bury the machine gun, huh?
You mean bury the hatchet?
Oh, I know, but hatchet always sounds so corny somehow.
Oh, no, it don't.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, no, it don't.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, no, it don't.
Oh, say, mister.
Huh?
I got a phonograph in my bedroom. And you know what?
No, what?
My mama bought a recording of one of your broadcasts, and she plays it for me sometimes, I bet you.
Oh, she does, eh? When you've been a good girl?
No, when I've been bad.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Boy, does that keep me in line. I just can't take it. Go on,
All the fresh kids like her were placed end to end, what I couldn't do with a hairbrush.
Come on, Magee. Slip the dress on again.
Oh, Molly, I don't want to put that... Think of my dignity. Think of my pride.
Think of the $3 I'm saving on a dressmaker.
Huh? Oh, well, there's that, too, I guess. Okay, I'll do it. Slip the garment to me, varmint.
Take that cigar out of your mouth first.
Okay.
Hold your arms way up now.
Okay.
Up higher. Stop wiggling.
I thought you had to wiggle putting on a dress. You always do.
Never mind what I always do. There, now don't sit down for a few minutes. I don't want it all split out from the hips.
Why, Mrs. Magee, are you insinuating that I'm broader across the pistol pockets than you are?
Well, I not only think that, but...
Oh, shucks, here comes somebody again. I'll run upstairs.
Oh, stop fussing. Just turn around and face the wall. Come in.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Where's Johnny, daughter?
Why, he,
Oh, never mind, Molly. I'll come out. As long as it's just him. Well, here I am, old-timer. You want to make something out of it?
Nope. But you do kind of look like a one-man revolt against Father's Day, Johnny.
Well, don't get the idea that he's enjoying wearing that dress, Mr. Oldtimer.
No, I ain't exactly what you might call slip-happy.
That's pretty good, Johnny. That ain't the way I hit it. Hey, says. This here's the next to last Fibber, McGee, and Molly broadcast till after vacation, ain't it? Yep, says t'other fella. They only have one more week's show. You see, kids, the point of the joke was in the phrase week's show. Sort of a pun, you know. The casual listener would think it meant W-E-A-K, you see.
Oh,
That's
stop
a gag,
explaining
huh?
those jokes. That's better. We catch on to them.
All right, Johnny. Just didn't want you to muff it, that's all. Well, so long, daughter. Keep your girdle down, Johnny.
Now, keep your temper down, McGee. He was just kidding.
Well.
He's really a very nice old man.
Yeah, he'd be a very clean-cut sort of a guy if I had a razor handy.
Stop waving your arms around in my new dress
Well,
and stand still whilst I do a little basting.
Basting? Oh, no, you don't. You ain't going to pour no gravy over me.
Why, basting is temporary stitches.
Huh?
Now, let me see.
Hello there, Molly. Hello, Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Turn around, McGee. It's Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow.
Well, hello, Fibber. I didn't recognize...
Oh, come on, say it.
Well, I just wanted to tell you, if you're taking that motor tour this summer... Excuse me. You mustn't forget to take along some Johnson's Carnew.
Well, thank you for reminding us, Mr. Wilcox. We'll do that.
I hope so, because, as you know, Carnew will protect the finish from all road dust and rain and scratches. And Fibber can make the whole car shine like new with just a few minutes' work before you leave your hotel in the morning. Of course, all you have to do is apply it, let it dry, and wipe it off.
Oh, get a hold of yourself.
And there's your car gleaming like a car. Well, as I always say, Johnson's Carnew is as sensational for cars as Johnson's Glow Coat is for motors and linoleum. Oh, boy, Fibber, do you look funny?
That absolutely does it. Take this dress off of me, Molly. Take it off.
Oh, now take it easy, dearie. It won't be long now. And besides, there isn't much likelihood of anybody else coming in to embarrass you because
Take
they've
it
all...
off.
Anybody at home in there?
Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington, Molly. Shucks, if she sees me in this
Take
dress...
it easy, McGee. She wouldn't talk.
Oh, no. She's about as close-mouthed as a steam shovel. And she digs up more dirt, too.
Dear, oh, dear. Now, calm yourself, dearie. Be nice to her because I want her advice on this dress.
Huh?
I won't take it, but I want to hear it. Come in.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee. Oh, it is Mr. McGee, isn't it?
Yes, the dear boy is helping me with my new dress.
Oh, a model husband. Or is he just being a silly girl?
How do you like the dress, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, May, it's so charming, so flattering, so chic.
So what?
And those puff sleeves are lovely, my dear. Oh, but here, let me set them in a little closer. Have you some pins?
Yes, here.
Oh, thank you. You see, the real leg of mutton shoes.
What do you know about it, Uppy? You do so much more hawing than you do hemming. Ouch! Now, look out where you're sticking them pins.
Oh, excuse me. There, now, you see, Mr. McGee?
Yes, that does look better, doesn't it? Turn around, dearie, slowly.
Now, look here, you two. I positively refuse to stand here much longer. Are you just trying to make me look foolish?
Why, Mr. McGee, how can you say such a thing?
Well...
Make you look foolish? Really, what a superfluous gesture. Now, Mrs. McGee, I think the sides here are small gore right here.
Careful, Uppy. You've gored me enough. Ow! Hey, now cut that out, Uppy. You jagged me again.
Oh, really? So sorry.
I think I see what you mean, Mrs. Uppington. Now, how about the skirt?
Oh, he'll be all right for a minute or two, won't you, Mr. McGee?
Yeah. Hey, what do you mean? You calling me a skirt? Skirt? Ow! Now, look here, Uppy. I don't mind your making a stab at helping Molly, but stab the dress, not me. You think I'm full of sawdust?
Yes, you little doll, you.
Oh.
Now, keep quiet for just another minute.
Well...
How's the length of the skirt, Abigail?
Well, personally, my dear, I'd like to see it a bit shorter, like this. Oh, another pin, please. I should say about up to here.
Oh! Uppy, one more jab like that, and
Of course, it's difficult to estimate the length of the skirt, Mrs. McGee. Those trouser legs of Mr. McGee's are a bit distracting, you know.
Trousers have always been kind of distracting to you, ain't they, Uppy?
Now, McGee. Is that any way to talk to a lady now?
Never mind, Mrs. McGee. Good day, my dear. And Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
I would suggest that you take that dress off before you stretch it too much.
What you mean?
They're not wearing bustles this season. Good day.
Take this thing off, Molly. I'm going down to the pool room where men are men and a guy can strike a match on his pants. You get a dressmaker someplace.
But my dressmaker doesn't answer the phone.
Well, get another one. Ask somebody. Look in the classified. Look in the want ad.
That's a good idea. Run out on the porch and get the paper, will you, dearie?
In this Deanna Durbin outfit?
Sure.
No, sir. You go out and get the paper.
Don't be silly. Here, put on my hat with the veil and nobody will know it. I've got to go upstairs and find another thimble to finish this dress.
Dad, rat, Dad. Now, where'd that kid throw that paper? He ought to carry a little shovel with him and bury the paper under a rose bush where nobody... Oh, here it is. Thank goodness nobody saw me. Oh, Dad, rat that door. Shucks. Oh, it's locked. If this ain't the worst... Hey, Molly, let me in. I ain't got no key, and even if I did, I couldn't get at it. Hey, Molly. Oh, shucks. First I get wangled into putting on a dress, and then I get razzed by all my friends, and now I get locked out. Oh, Mrs. Roosevelt, if this is your day, you're welcome to it. Open the door.
The King's Men singing Ezekiel saw the wheel.
Ezekiel saw the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. Did the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel way in the middle of the air. Some go to church for to sing and shout way in the middle of the air. Before 6 months it all turned out way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. Did the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what a hypocrite will do way in the middle of the air. You talk about me and you talk about you way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. My children, one of these days, about 12 o'clock, way up in the middle of the air. This whole wide world I'm gonna reel and rock like Daddy in his rocking chair. Ezekiel saw the wheel rocking away up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel rocking away in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the
Molly, let me in. It's Fibber, your boyfriend. I'm locked out. Oh, my.
Oh, madam. Excuse me, but I don't think the McGees are at home.
Oh, really?
No, I imagine they've gone downtown shopping. Yes, they're leaving on their vacation next week. Thank goodness.
I'm sure somebody must be home.
Are you a relative of McGee's, lady? Your voice has a familiar ring.
Well, are you Mr. Gildersleeve, the breezy young man who lives next door?
Why, yes, I am. Breezy, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Did McGee say that I was breezy?
Not exactly. He used the word windy.
Incidentally, lady, I might as well tell you that if you're trying to sell the McGee something, you're out of luck.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. That little squirt McGee thinks the eagle on a quarter is the world's most beautiful creature. He's got a bird sanctuary in his pants pocket.
How amusing.
Yes, it is. Oh, but come. A pretty girl like you, and I'll bet you are pretty under that veil.
Oh, sure.
Why, you can't spend the afternoon beating on people's front doors. Let's walk down to the drugstore and get a soda, eh? Why, we might even get to be very good friends.
Oh, really, I couldn't. My husband, he's very jealous.
Yes?
The last man I flirted with was found floating down the river.
What? He was?
Yes. And I was with him. He had a lovely little canoe.
Well, that was very good, yeah. But what was your name again? Don't tell me now. Let me guess. Gertrude? No. Lorraine?
No.
Beatrice?
No.
Well, it must be Daisy because you won't tell.
For goodness sakes, McGee. Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. I'm just talking to your charming little visitor here. Now tell me, to paraphrase an old joke, who is this lady you see me with tonight?
That's no lady, that's me husband.
McGee? Crazy, eh?
Boy, wait till your wife hears about this, Gildersleeve. Or do you want to pay me so much a month to keep quiet?
You're a hard man, McGee. If you ever tell my wife... Oh, go on. I knew it was you all the time.
You never know such a thing.
I did, too.
Hey, Molly, you know what Gildersleeve
Now,
says
look,
about
McGee,
me?
we've no time to talk.
Huh?
I got a dressmaker on the telephone, and she says to come right over. She can't get away to come here.
Okay, wait till I run in and get out of this dress.
No. There's no time for that.
What?
There'll be a cab here in a minute. I've got that dress basted up just where I want it.
Molly, I can't parade around town in this thing.
Oh, boy, this is rich.
Huh?
Wait till I tell the boys down at the Elks. This will be something for them to get their teeth into.
Come on, McGee. Here's our taxi
Molly,
cab.
I can't go in the taxi cab.
You've got to. Here, let me take your arm so you won't trip and tear my dress.
Where to, ladies?
Oh, I forgot the street number, dearie, but it's right next door to the hospital. To the Wistful Vista Hospital, driver, and hurry.
Hospital. Just a minute, driver.
Yeah?
You better drive fast. That lady with the veil is, well, you know.
Oh, I get you, buddy. I'm a family man myself, and I know an emergency when I see it.
Yes, I thought you would.
Isn't he driving awfully fast, dearie?
I'll say he is. We just went through a stoplight.
I better tell him to slow down. Oh, driver.
Hold everything, lady. I'll get you there in time. I've got 5 myself.
Hey, Molly, this dress is still full of pins. You know what? I can't see. Ouch! Oh, Dad Rabbit. I wouldn't go through this again for anything in the world.
I know just how you feel, lady. That's what my wife says every time.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. When you left your kitchen a little while ago, did you happen to notice your linoleum floors? Were they something to be proud of or ashamed of? Are the colors still fresh and bright, or are they faded and gloomy? Is the floor sparkling and gleaming so you're happy to work there? Or is it the kind of floor that never seems to get clean? Those of you who already use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat know how easy it is to have beautiful kitchen floors with practically no work. Those of you who don't know Glow Coat, order a can tomorrow. Pour it onto your floors, spread it around, and let it dry. That's all there is to it. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. In 20 minutes, it dries to a beautiful, hard, long-lasting polish that brings out the colors of your linoleum, saves you cleaning work, and makes the linoleum itself last practically forever. You really couldn't ask more than that from any polish, could you? Remember the name Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. It's spelled GLO-COAT.
Hey, Molly, you want to run downtown with me?
Where are you going, dearie?
I got to go to a music store and get a piece of music and then come home and start practicing.
What music?
Oh, it's a request number. Next week being our last show for the summer, people have been writing in from all over the country saying they could hardly wait to hear my swan song. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash Gordon, the avenging shadow, captured Queen Azura and escaped the pursuing soldiers by entering the tunnels of the Death Dwarf. While back in the forest, Dale urged Zarkov, the scientist, to search for Flash while she remained at the cottage in case Flash returned. At the same time, Khan, the Hawkman at the Witch Queen's palace, declared himself ruler in the name of King Flash. Meantime, General Towles came upon the herdsman's cottage where Dale was hiding in the loft and decided to set fire to it with his own hand. Back in the tunnels of the Pit of Peril, Azura, afraid of the vengeance of the dwarfs, begged Flash to return her to her own people. Before Flash could answer, the death dwarfs came howling down the corridor. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the full-page Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story. Trapped in the tunnels of the Pit of Peril by the Death Dwarf, Azura, now only a woman frightened for her life, clings to Flash Gordon.
Flash, they will kill me.
No, they won't. You forget, I shall be near you, Azura.
And they will kill you, too.
They'll have to see me first.
You forget you are becoming more and more visible every moment.
I know that. I shall get behind one of these boulders that line the tunnel. You stand right there where you are.
Don't leave me. I'm afraid, Flash. Don't leave me to their mercy. They had no mercy.
Talk to them and see.
Very well. But they will never catch Azura alive.
Don't be a fool, Azura. If they want to take you with them, go peaceably. Nothing can be gained by fighting the whole crowd. I shall follow wherever you go and save you at the first opportunity.
Oh, I'm depending upon you, Flash. Don't fail me.
Azura! It is Queen Azura!
Men of the dwarf tunnels, listen to me. I'm sorry I caused you to be banished from the Blue Magic Land. I will restore your freedom. Let me go back to my people safely.
You lie! The Witch Queen lies!
No, I do not lie. I'm telling you the truth. If you will give me my freedom, I will give you yours.
Comrade, the Witch Queen is talking for time. Do not listen to her. Her words are meant to dull the fires of revenge which have been kindled in our hearts.
Oh, have mercy, no drug.
You had no mercy when we begged you not to send us to these tunnels. We will show you no mercy.
Some of your comrades are interested in my offer, no drug. You had better take a vote, or you may find yourself talking without authority.
Comrade, what is your wish? Shall we let the Witch Queen go?
You see? What did I tell you, Flash?
Keep up your courage, Azura. You're handling yourself like a true queen. Don't let them see you falter. Remember, no matter what happens, I am near you.
Queen Azura, my comrades agree that you are to become our prisoner.
What are you going to do with me, Nobrog?
I have no power to decree your punishment, Witch Queen, much as I would like to. We must take you before King Hoko. Come with us.
Back at the herdsman's cottage, the flames are crackling and leaping up the walls. The ladder by which Dale Arden climbed up to her hiding place in the loft over the door is now a fiery skeleton. Terrified by the crackling flames and not daring to cry out for fear Tall is outside watching the destruction of the cottage, Dale crouches in a corner and tries to cover her face with her cloak to keep out the smoke. Suddenly she hears the door crashed in. And a voice call,
Dale, are you in here? Dale, where are you?
Here, in the raw.
Jump, Dale, quickly. I will catch you.
Catch me. Here I come, Dr. Zarko.
Thank heaven you are safe.
Yes.
Pull your cloak over your head and we will get out of here. Now we are in the open air.
Oh, Dr. Zarko, I thought I was done for. How did you happen to come back?
I saw General Tal and his searching party just as I started out, so I followed. And when he and his men rode off, I came in to see if you were in the burning cottage.
And I was.
Well, there is only one thing to do now.
What's that, Dr. Zarko?
Make ourselves invisible, and both of us look for Flash.
But what if he should return while we're gone?
Flash must have been captured again, or he would have returned by now. And with the roads and woods around here patrolled by General Tal and his men, we must become invisible to reach the palace. Hurry. Help me set up the machine. Yes. We have no time to lose. Here. Take these electrodes. Put them over there.
Yes, Dr. Zarko.
You will make me invisible first.
Very well, Dr. Zarko.
Remember the reading of the dial?
1250.
Good girl, that is correct. And now, have you the electrodes all set up?
Yes, Dr. Zarko. They are ready to be attached to that thing over there.
The dynamo? Yes. All right. Give me the wires. Now I shall test it. Throw the switch.
It works.
Yes, it works. Now I shall stand between the electrodes. When I tell you, turn on the current. Then when I have had enough, I will give you a charge, which will also make you invisible.
Oh, I can hardly wait, Dr. Zarko.
You will have to wait until I get between the electrodes. All right. Throw the switch.
How's that?
What is the reading?
1000.
Stop it when you get to 1250.
All right, Dr. Zarko. You're disappearing already.
We will be able to help Flash much better this way until the charge wears off.
1250. Now make me invisible.
All right. You stand up here.
Like this?
That is right. Now I will turn on the switch and give you the charge.
Listen. I hear a horse approaching. It must be Flash.
I wonder.
It's Tal.
Yes, it's Tal. So I was right after all.
What do you mean?
This is the place where Flash Gordon and the scientists are hiding. I thought if I came back alone, I'd find someone here. What's this machine?
What machine?
What machine? This machine here with the electrodes. And what are you standing between them for? By Tau, you are being made invisible. Here, come away from there.
Dr. Zarko, why don't you do something?
Zarko, where is he? I don't see him. I have something for him when I meet him.
Here I am, General Tal, and here is something for you.
You've killed him, Dr. Zarko.
I hope so. Come quickly, Dale. Help me. There is no time to lose now.
Dr. Zarko, why are you breaking up the machine? Are you mad?
We must destroy it now and go before Tal's men come back for him. They must not know how the invisibility machine works. Hurry. Help me break it up.
Oh, what shall we do now? I'm not invisible.
I think it will be better this way. You saw how it worked with Tal. He saw only you and did not suspect I was around.
But with the machine destroyed, none of us can ever be made invisible again.
Oh, do not worry, Dale. The machine is destroyed, but the plans and specifications are not. They are still in my head. Come, get on this horse. Now, on to the palace of the Witch Queen.
In the meantime, Latsup and the soldiers have led Con the Hawkman to the iron door through which Flash and Azura disappeared.
Here is the entrance to the pit of peril, mighty Con.
So this is the iron door you spoke of, eh? And there's the sign. Death to all who enter here.
The sign speaks the truth, mighty Con. Prisoners we have pushed through that doorway have never come out.
Is that so? Well, the prisoners you pushed through that doorway were weaklings anyway. They weren't real men like King Flash.
But we sent whole companies of men into the pit, not just one man. And they weren't able to get out again.
We'll see about that. Open the door.
Oh, mighty Con, do not make us open that door.
Why not? Are you all afraid?
No. But when we do open the door, our whole army is stationed around it. There are so few of us here. Wait until we can summon the rest of the troops.
There isn't time. Flash Gordon is down there, and I mean to let him out. Open that door.
What is
Hurry.
going on here? Comrades, have you gone mad? Why is the prisoner unchained?
Oh, General Tal, I'll give him the news. Tal, I am ruler here, in the name of King Flash.
You are ruler here? Wait until Azura hears you say so. Where is the queen?
Oh, General Tal, Queen Azura is...
Dead. She's not dead.
We do not know. Azura and King Flash are down there.
In the pit of peril?
Yes.
Then they are dead. And if Azura has been killed, I am ruler here. This is my country, and I am next to occupy the throne.
I don't care what you are when Azura is dead. As long as Flash Gordon is alive, he is king. And until he is proved dead, I am ruler here.
Do you want proof?
I do not fight with wounded men.
I am not wounded. This is just a slight cut on the back of my head. If I could have seen that Zarkov come up behind me.
Zarkov? Then he and Dale are still alive?
They are still alive. Curse them.
Where are they?
I do not know, unfortunately. I discovered them with their magic machine, the one which made Flash Gordon invisible. While I talked with the girl, the Earth Wizard came up behind me and hit me over the head.
Good.
When I came to, they had disappeared and the machine was completely broken up.
I'm glad to know they still live. And now, I'll free King Flash and we'll all be together before long.
Do not be so sure, Con. I will prove to you that Flash Gordon is no longer alive.
How will you prove it?
We will open the iron door. If Flash Gordon and Queen Azura do not come out, it will be proof they are both dead.
Well?
If that is so, I, Tal, am ruler of the Blue Magic Land.
But if they come out, you will acknowledge Flash Gordon as king?
Yes.
Guard, open the iron door.
Queen Azura! Queen Azura!
Flash! King Flash!
Well, Con, what do you say?
You win, Tal. Here is my sword.
Far down the tunnels of the dwarfs, away from the iron door, Nodrog takes Azura before King Hoko, who sits enthroned between the roots of a mighty tree. Off to one side, Flash Gordon stands awaiting an opportunity to free Azura and himself.
Oh, mighty Hoko, see whom we have captured. Queen Azura. Yes, mighty Hoko. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. We are delighted to see you, Azura.
Yes, I am sure you are, Hoko.
What shall we do to entertain our royal visitor, Nodrog? If I were your majesty, I know what I'd do. And what is that, Nodrog? I'd give her the knife death. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Excellent. Get your knives, Nodrog.
Oh, no, please. Hoko, do not knife me to death.
You are thinking of your beauty, as always. Well, this time it will be ruined for you if Nodrog's knives miss their mark. Bring Azura over here to the target board.
No.
Azura, courage. I'm here. I will save you.
Then you'll have to hurry, Flash.
Come, Azura. I'll show you where to stand. Gather around, comrades. This ought to be sport. Stand here, Azura. I'll get over here. That's far enough, Nodrog. I don't want you to miss your mark. Oh! See her jump. She's not so proud or haughty now. Look at her cringe in fear.
I'll show you curs how a queen can die. Throw your knives.
And now, my beautiful queen, the last knife. The knife of death. 1, 2...
Before the dwarf could hurl his last knife, Flash Gordon pushed a great rock down on top of him.
What has happened? Nodrog, Somebody pushed the rock off him. No drug. The Witch Queen's magic struck your comrade down. Quick, to the fire pits of Azura. We'll roast the magic out of her.
See these amazing adventures as you have heard them next Sunday in the Comic Weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Every page of the Comic Weekly entertains like the star act in a variety show. For the big full-page Comic Weekly is the world's greatest variety show of humor and adventure, with every act a headliner, bringing up Father, Skippy, Jungle Jim, the Little King, and many, many others. Be sure to get the Comic Weekly with your Hearst newspaper next Sunday. Meanwhile, goodbye until next week when we will bring you another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
It isn't Hildegard, kiddies.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present The Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests Frank Sinatra, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And to the lady who sent me the anonymous fan letter, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, our victorious naval forces have been coming home on battleships, cruisers, and carriers. Tonight, another flat top has just arrived, and here he is, Fred Allen!
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Kenny, I hope you are celebrating the fleet's return.
Oh, yes, Fred. Well, New York has gone all out to welcome the Navy.
Oh, I know. Last night, they had 80 men rocking the Astor Hotel to make the sailors feel at home who were sleeping there. And in that picture at Music Hall, you know, Weekend at the Waldorf, they took out Walter Pigeon and put in a seagull just for the Navy. Wish some of the Navy had come in to laugh at these jokes, you know.
Well, Steve, wasn't Jack Benny in the Navy, Fred?
Jack Benny in the Navy? Oh, that was before water was even invented. They had the H, but they were waiting for the two O's to come out of the Ark in those days. You know that Benny is the only sailor I know who can get seasick looking at a bundle of wet wash? Benny was in the only naval engagement of the Civil War.
Oh, you mean the Monitor and the Merrimack?
Benny was on the Monitor. When the lookout yelled, "Ahoy! The Merrimack's astern," Benny said, "Have them sing something." You think it would have worked better with 4 chicks in a chuck if it... You know, if Benny was a sailor...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. You're just in time, Portland. Kenny and I were discussing the arrival of the Navy.
Oh, everybody's celebrating.
Oh, I know that.
Admiral Halsey was on Bob Hope's program last week.
Yes, Admiral Halsey is braver than I thought.
Do you know why Admiral Halsey came on at the end of Bob's program?
Well, why did Admiral Halsey come on at the end of the Bob Hope program?
He's a rear admiral.
All right, it's your joke. You enjoy it. Tell me, is your mother going to participate in the Navy Day festivities?
Mama's going to be in the parade of ships.
Oh, she's going as Hesperus to Hesperus, is she?
No, Mama's going to wear her new corset.
Her new corset, huh?
Mama's going as Old Ironsides.
Oh. Say, I hope she doesn't carry the impersonation too far.
How?
Well, if your mother thinks she's Old Ironsides, she may try to back into some dry dock and get scraped for barnacles. And speaking of barnacles, I wonder if everything is shipshape down in Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for them tonight?
Oh, you bet. You know, since gasoline rationing has ended, traffic congestion in the larger cities has become one of the nation's greatest problems. And so our question is, how is the traffic dilemma affecting you?
Shall we go?
As the two sticks said when they saw the tom-tom, let's beat it. It's so good to be back in Allen's Alley again, Portland. I wonder if the senator is in tonight. Let's see.
Somebody thumped on my door.
Yes, Senator.
I represent the Solid South.
Well, I know
I loaned Mason and Dixon the chalk the day they drew the line.
Well,
Speak up, son. Out with it. Speak up. Up, that is.
Well, look.
You'll never get anywhere staying silent.
Well, if you
Don't try to be another Coolidge, son.
Look, Senator, tell me, how are traffic conditions in Washington?
We're investigating. Congressman Coffee is boiling.
Well...
Coffee's boiling. That's a joke, son. Pay attention, son. Be on your toes.
Well, I'm doing that.
Yeah, you keep missing them, son.
Well, Senator, look, the streets are filled with cars. What is the solution of the nation's traffic problem?
One-way traffic.
One-way traffic.
Yeah, Mondays all traffic moves only to the east.
Yes.
Tuesdays all traffic moves only to the west.
Yes.
Wednesdays east, Thursdays west.
Now, wait a minute, Senator. What about the north and south?
Son, that was settled by the Civil War.
Oh.
Yeah, well, so long, son. So long, that is.
I heard you through the keyhole, Senator. The senator dropped a picture of Jefferson Davis. Oh, well, I'll give it to him next Sunday. Now, let's see what happens here at this next door.
Howdy, Bub.
Well, Mr. Moody, you look a little tired tonight.
Yeah, I've been on the go all day.
Busy, huh?
Yeah, I'm working for a tree surgeon.
Tree surgeon?
I go around leaving Kleenex under weeping willows.
Not so messy a field that way, is it? Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, how do you account for this traffic problem? So many automobiles.
It's progress, Bub.
Progress?
Yeah. Hoover said he'd put a car in every garage.
Yes?
Truman's got 2 cars parked in front of every house.
What do you think is causing the parking trouble, Mr. Moody?
Oh, it's the housing shortage.
The housing shortage, huh?
Yeah. Folks is living in garages and putting their cars out on the street.
Well, how are we going to cope with this traffic problem, Mr. Moody?
I'm a pedestrian.
And your solution is?
Every motorist should drop dead. So long, Bob.
Well, I think Mr. Moody ought to get in touch with the mayor or Campbell's or something. Now, let's try this next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Commissar Muzzletoft?
Tell me, Mrs. N., are you concerned with the traffic problem?
Indubitably. If you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, naturally. Well, how are you concerned?
Well, every Friday I'm inviting all my relatives for a big fish dinner.
I see.
I'm calling downtown the Fulton Fish Market.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Fulton is driving uptown with 20 sturgeon.
Oh, the whole dinner is nothing but sturgeon, huh?
Well, the sturgeon I'm cooking all different kinds of styles.
Oh, good.
Sturgeon a la king.
Yes.
Sturgeon cacciatore.
Oh,
Also sturgeon fuyang.
Oriental.
sturgeon burgers.
Sturgeon burgers. You have, with the dinner, you have dessert?
For dessert, I'm serving sturgeon a la mode.
Sturgeon went upstream in the sentence there. You're serving sturgeon a la mode?
This is a baked sturgeon. And topped is a cold sturgeon.
A la mode. Well, with this traffic congestion, Mr. Fulton can't drive up to the Bronx, can he?
It is impossible.
Well, how does he get your fish uptown?
Every Friday, Mr. Fulton downtown is throwing 20 sturgeon in the Hudson River.
Well, how do the 20 sturgeon find their way up to the Bronx?
Mr. Fulton is throwing in a herring and yelling, "Boys, follow him."
Well, that brings us to the last house in the alley.
Hello, we're here to say hello.
Just a minute, boys. Before you get into your theme song, tell me, have you written any new songs for us this week?
Have you heard? I put a blank check in my pajamas at night in case I have to buy that dream.
No.
Have you heard? My Irene's the village queen, but she's always taking Benzatrine.
No.
We also wrote a blues song.
Blues song? What is it called?
I got the walking up Fifth Avenue, crossing 59th Street, stepping over the gutter on my way uptown blues.
Now, look, boys, look. Look, tonight we happen to be mulling over the traffic problem.
We got just the song you want.
Traffic song? How does it go?
Hit it, Sam. If you're a motorist in New York, you can't drive your car a block. In the traffic, you get jammed. And your rear end you get rammed. Don't just sit there at the wheel, looking like a big schlemiel. Take a tip from me, use the BMT, and sell your Oldsmobile.
And now, if you'll step into the Junior Misses department, we'll meet the 5 DeMarco sisters. With Maestro Al Goodman at the baton, the DeMarcos sing the Atchison, Topeka, and the you-know-what.
Do you hear that whistle down the line? Figure that it's engine number 49. She's the only one that'll sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Atchison, leave your smoke rising round the bend. Reckon that you know she's gonna meet a friend. Folks around these parts get the time of day on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Jimmy better get the rig. God lives past you pretty big. And the old I live to the Browns Hotel. Lots of them are traveling for quite a spell. All the way from Philadelphia on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Hey, James, better get that rig. Hitch old Darvin to the shade. 'Cause they all want to live to the Browns Hotel. Been on the gun for quite a spell. All the way from Philadelphia. Not the Chattanooga, Georgia, not the B&O. The Pennsylvania Central, no. On the Atchison, Topeka, SANTA, Santa Fe. All aboard, all aboard, all aboard.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a brisk report from Kenny Delmar.
There's an easy way to get more pleasure from tea, a more gracious way to enjoy it. That's in Tenderleaf tea balls. Modern, convenient, better in every way. Tenderleaf tea balls are first choice, the favorite of the American housewife. Yes, Mrs. America prefers Tenderleaf tea balls, and her standards are the highest in the world. The cup quality of your tea is of first importance. Its fragrance, flavor, and all-around goodness as you lift the cup to your lips. To provide that, Tenderleaf tea balls are made with famous-for-flavor Tenderleaf brand tea, always supremely delicious. The individual packets of tasteless filter paper add convenience, ease of handling, simplicity, and speed. When you want a cup of quick comfort in a hurry, just pop a Tenderleaf tea ball in your cup, zip in boiling water, and there's superb tea, quick comfort when you need it most. So for every good reason, Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand T-ball.
Maestro Al Goodman has just played I Wish from the song I Wish I Knew. Mr. Goodman's band numbers have something in common with his horses. They never finish either. And now, say, Portland, will you put down the red herringbone carpet for our guest?
Who's coming tonight?
Well, we have a great surprise tonight, Portland. Last week, as you possibly read in the papers, a New York policeman made his first appearance as an opera star at the Civic Center. He was a great success. Now, tonight, we have another unknown singing sensation, John Charles Muckenfuss.
Does he work for the city, too?
Oh, yes, for many years. John Charles Muckenfuss is known as the singing street cleaner.
Well, where did you find him?
Well, I was going down to see that new picture, Guest Wife, at the Criterion. Claudette Colbert is in it, and Don Amici is also in the picture, and he doesn't invent anything. And I thought it might be a novelty to go in and see the picture. And as I arrived at the front of the theater, from behind a large can, I heard a beautiful voice. It was John Charles...
Oh, this must be Mr. Muckenfuss now.
Get ready. You take his broom and helmet, Portland.
Okay.
Come in.
Friends, is this the Tenderleaf Tea program?
Yes.
Oh, it is? Oh, that's peachy. Then you must be Fred Allen.
Yes, that's true.
Well, if you're Fred Allen, you're just the man I want to see, and, I don't exactly want to see you either because you're not very pretty to look at.
Now, wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Wait a minute, Bud. Who are you?
Well, I'm Ursula Twing. Yes, Ursula Twing. And I am a lawyer.
You're a lawyer?
Yes. Do you want to feel my briefcase?
Well, no. I'll take your word for it.
I am a lawyer, all right. And my last case was Dulce versus the Acme Poultry Mart.
Yeah,
Yes,
all
it
right.
was, yeah. And my client, Mrs. Dulce, was buying a live chicken, and after the chicken had been weighed, it laid an egg.
So what?
Well, the poultry market claimed the egg, and so I sued, and the court ruled caveat emptor, and so the egg was put back in the chicken.
The egg was put back. Well, all right, so the egg is back in the chicken. What has all this got to do with me?
Well, you're in grave trouble, Mr. A. Allen. Yeah, not exactly grave either, because I don't think it'll send you that far.
No.
But my client is suing.
Your client?
Yes, Charlie McCarthy. Tonight, you appeared on Edgar Bergen's program.
On the protest,
yes,
that's
and I
true.
didn't. And you said...
This makes no sense then.
No,
now,
it said... and you said too much, and you said some very nasty things about Charlie, and you've just driven that little boy into a tizzy.
Oh, I have, huh?
Yes, and you're a very bad boy.
Now, look here, Twing. You and Charlie McCarthy don't scare me. I'll fight this thing through to the Supreme Court. And if that doesn't work, I'll go right over Frankfurter's head, straight to Mr. District Attorney.
Well, you can, as far as I'm concerned, you can go straight to anywhere you want. But I was here to serve you with a subpoena. And if you had better, you are ordered to appear in court next Sunday, and you had better be there too, Smarty.
If you had anything left over from the other program, put it in here, you know. We can always... You say I'm supposed to appear in court, and what happens if I don't show up?
Well, if you don't show up, you know what happened to Pierre Laval? Boom, boom. Viva la Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie's really going to sue you, Mr.
Well,
Allen.
look at this summons here. It says trial will be held on this program next Sunday. Why, that little wooden runt. I ought to pull his legs off and make lollipop sticks out of him. I ought to go back over there again.
This must be John Charles Muckenfuss, the singing street
Say,
cleaner.
it probably is. Come in. Well, who are you, son?
I'm Frank Sinatra.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I haven't time to talk now, son. I'm expecting John Charles Muckenfuss, the singing street cleaner.
Well, Mr. Muckenfuss sent me over. See, he can't make it. He got an emergency call.
A street cleaner getting an emergency call?
On 10th Avenue. It was a rush job.
Gad, here we are on the air, and our guest star is over on 10th Avenue performing a broomectomy.
Well, Mr. Allen, Mr. Muckenfuss said maybe I could take his place.
Well, I'm sorry, son. You know, this isn't one of those quiz programs where any schnook can come in off the street and take over the microphone. We only use stars.
Yes, sir.
It's nothing personal, you understand?
Oh, I understand, sir.
We can only use people with talent.
I have talent.
Really?
Yeah.
Who said so?
My mother.
Oh. Well, tell me, would you step just a little closer to the microphone, son, if you will?
I'm sorry. Is this all right?
Just a little farther back, if you will, please.
See, I don't seem to get the hang of it.
No, it's a little difficult. Have you been on the radio before, son?
Well, yes, I've been on once or twice.
Oh, really? What did you say your name was again?
Sinatra.
Sinatra. You're not related to Sam Sinatra.
No.
I used to know a Sam Sinatra up in New Rochelle. He was a glass blower in an optician's up there. If people came in with dirty glasses and couldn't see to get out of the store, Sam would blow on the glasses and make
No, I don't know Sam. No, I don't know him. I'm Frank Sinatra.
You're Frank Sinatra. And you say you're in radio?
Yes, I'm on for Old Gold cigarettes.
Oh, are you the guy who squeezes the honey out of the apple on that show?
No, you see, I do the singing.
Frank Sinatra. Say, you weren't formerly with the yacht club, boy. I see a little brine on your lapel there.
No, I had sour pickle for lunch.
Oh, did you? You shouldn't eat pickles with those short arms, son. The dill drips on you.
See, I have the same trouble with sodas, you know. I have a short neck, and I can't reach the straws.
Oh, really? Well, how do you drink a soda?
I pour the soda out on the counter and lap it up.
Oh, split that.
I lost that up.
I have short teeth. Every time I bite a hot dog, all I get is a mouthful of mustard.
You know, once I knew a guy with a short nose. He couldn't smell anything unless he put his face in it.
Oh, really? Well, this is all mighty, mighty interesting, Mr.
Sinatra.
Oh, Sinatra. Gosh, it's going to disappoint millions of music lovers. John Charles Muckenfuss, the singing street cleaner, not here. I wonder how long he'll be over there on 10th Avenue.
He said it looked like a long session.
Long session, eh?
The cowboys from Rodeo are parading.
Muckenfuss may be tied up all night.
Uh-huh.
Gad, and right here in the program, we're supposed to have a song.
I can sing a number, Mr. Allen.
Well, all right, son, we're stuck. You've got me over a barrel. What do you want to sing?
How about it might as well be spring?
All right, but don't drag it out, son.
I'll try my best.
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't spring. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing words that I have never heard from a girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
Why, that voice. That voice, Frankie, I didn't even recognize you before. Why didn't you tell me? Gosh, how time flies. To think that I started you on your career.
Yeah, remember when I came to you for advice?
Oh, you wanted to know whether you should take up singing or open a haberdasher store in Kansas City.
Yeah, and you told me to stick to singing.
Ah, who knows? If you had opened that haberdasher store in Kansas City, today you might be president.
Oh, I couldn't be president, Fred.
No?
I can't play the piano.
Oh, that's it. Well, tell me, Frank, that singing you just did, is that the type of thing you're doing on the radio?
Yes, don't you think my style has possibilities, Fred?
Yes, Frank, but you have to think of the future. You know you're not getting any younger, son.
Mm-hmm.
New boys are coming along, Perry Como, Dick Hames, Carmen Lombardo, Frank Munn, and the others.
I think I see what you mean, Fred. Where will I be 50 years from now?
That's probably what your insurance company would like to know. But if we're going to stay in radio, Frank, there's only one kind of a program we can do when we're old men.
Fred, you mean?
Hillbilly.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, hillbilly singers don't ripen until they're 80. I know. I've been in warm studios with...
But, Fred... Gee whiz, Sinatra hillbilly, after all.
Ah, don't worry, Frank. I can fix everything. I know the king of the hillbillies, Zeke Manners.
Ah,
I
Fred.
can see it all, Frankie. 50 years from now, 1995. We're broadcasting from a little 2-watt station in Nutley, New Jersey. You and I are standing there in our bare feet, with our floppy hats. Zeke Manners steps to the microphone and says,
Howdy, folks. Zeke Manners and his happy hillbillies are on the air. Let her rip. Howdy, friends and neighbors. This is Zeke Manners and the whole gang. The Hoosier Coal Talk, the Coon Creek Choir, Uncle Zeb, Lily Bell, the Hokie Mountain Boys, and those hillbilly twins, Pappy Sinatra and Uncle Hezzy Allen. First, I want you to meet Lily Bell.
Howdy, folks. These shoes is killing me.
And here's the Coon Creek Choir. And here they be, them scarecrows fresh from the cornfields, Pappy Sinatra and Uncle Hezzy Allen.
Howdy, Pappy.
Well, howdy, Uncle Hezzy.
Tell me, Pappy, how many hairs onto a pig's face?
Next time we shave, count 'em. Uncle, tell me, what has 4 legs and flies?
A dead horse.
No, our table at dinner time.
What?
Well, folks, now that we've laughed ourselves sick, Pappy Sinatra and Uncle Hezzy Allen sing, Open Up Them Pearly Gates.
Listen here, all you sinners. If you want to get to heaven, better get down on your knees and pray.
All you gambling skinners, better quit saying 7-11. Get yourself prepared for Judgment Day. Open up them pearly gates. Open up them pearly gates. Open up them pearly gates for me. Hallelujah, hallelujah. When you hear that trumpet blast, I'll be coming home at last. Open up them pearly gates for me. Open up them gates. Open up them gates. Open up them gates for me. Hallelujah, hallelujah. When you hear that trumpet blast, I'll be coming home at last. Open up them pearly gates for me. And now, Kenny, for just a word or two.
Whatever concerns the family table is important to us all, and here's a good example. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all 3, flavor, nutrition, economy. Think of it, not just 1, not just 2. Bluebonnet Margarine gives you all 3. You get flavored, delicious flavor, so fresh, delicate, and country sweet that it makes other foods taste twice as good. Delicious Bluebonnet is a real food, approved by nutrition experts. Rich in food energy and in vitamin A, too. And there's economy in using Bluebonnet. It's a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. That fact alone tells you its quality through and through. Remember, Bluebonnet is the margarine that gives all 3, flavor, nutrition, economy. Ask for it tomorrow.
Thank you, Kenny. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest next week will be Edgar Bergen in the biggest court
This
trial
is the
of
National
year.
Broadcasting.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Good evening, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, hello. Hello, Henry. Have a drink?
No, thank you, sir.
Well, what do you come into a saloon for if you ain't going to drink?
No offense, Mr. Sybert. I just don't feel like a drink.
Well, man's free to do what he feels like, Henry.
Up to a point he is, sir.
You're all alike, you Southerners.
We keep our word. To men and to women.
Now, is that what you're here for, to see I don't run off?
No man's going to shame my sister, sir.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm going to marry her in 2 days.
Yes, sir. You are.
Now, look, Henry. We postponed the wedding last month because I had to go to Abilene on business. I run a big ranch. It takes a lot of hard work and time. And the ranch comes first. Can you get that through your head?
I understand. I just hope for your sake you don't have to go anywhere this time. Polly wasn't proud having to call off the wedding last month.
Well, suppose you leave that to me and Polly and keep your puppy nose out of this.
I don't care for that remark, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, no? Well, then let's see what a young Confederate gentleman does about something he don't care for. Go ahead. You're wearing a gun?
You can't bluff me, sir.
All right, hold it, you two. Oh. Get this little whippersnapper off of my back, Marshal, before I shoot him.
That's enough, Sybert. I don't want any fighting here. Especially between prospective brothers-in-law. You two ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Now, Henry, you go on. Get out of here, huh? Go drink someplace else tonight.
I'm not drinking, Marshal.
You're still ahead. Get out anyway, huh?
All right, sir. But don't you forget what I said, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, those hot-headed Virginians. I don't know if I ought to marry into a family like that or not.
Well, marrying's your problem, Sybert. Just don't kill any of them, that's all.
Have a drink, Marshal.
I got one at the table over there, thanks.
Well, later, maybe.
Maybe.
You sure stopped that just in time, Matt.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't have had a chance against Nat Sybert.
No, but he'd have tried it anyway.
They're going to make a real happy family.
Now, they'll get along. Sybert's and Polly, anyhow.
They will if Henry and his father give them a chance. It's too bad Mrs. Troyman isn't still alive. She'd handle it better.
They're nervous about the wedding, that's all, Kitty.
And about Sybert's money. They need it bad.
They used to be rich, Kitty. Back in Virginia.
Sure, before the war. What about now? Why do you think they're so happy to be able to marry Polly off to a big rancher like Sybert? You know it as well as I do, Matt.
Yeah, except for Polly. I think she's real fond of Sybert.
Sure. And he's fond of her, too. After all, she's a woman, isn't she?
Yeah, I know. But maybe you'll settle down now and quit running around so much.
I hope so, for her sake. When's the wedding, Matt? Day after tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what they say.
You're going, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose I'll go.
I love weddings.
Oh, great heavens, Kitty. I nearly forgot.
What?
I saw Polly on the street the other day, and she asked me to tell you that you'd be welcome at the wedding if you want to come.
She did? Well, I've only met her at the store and around.
It seems she likes you. Anyway, that's what she said.
Well, gee, Matt. You think I should?
Well, you were invited by the bride. I don't know why not.
Well, maybe I better think it over. She's got enough trouble as it is. But anyway, I feel kind of good, her asking me.
They're just people, Kitty. Like anybody else.
Oh, if there's anything I hate, it's a liar, Matt.
What's the trouble now, Doc?
These eggs. The cook swore they were fresh, and I know darn well they've been put down in water glass.
Why don't you raise some chickens, Doc?
I would. But it just create a whole new class of thieves. Chicken thieves.
You're in for a bad day, Doc. You started feeling this way.
I'd sooner trust Crazy Beulah over there than most people I know around here.
Crazy Beulah? Oh, yeah. I haven't seen her in a long time.
You know, that's the funny thing about her, Matt. She's still sort of pretty.
After you look in her eyes, she is. You know, Doc, I can't help feeling sorry for her.
Well, I know, but there's nothing anyone can do to help her.
No, I guess not.
She came to see me a couple of weeks ago. Had the ague.
No?
And she paid my fee, too. And if Crazy Beulah can pay up, you'd think the more prosperous citizens around here could, too. Oh, I sometimes wonder about these people, man. Really, I do.
Maybe you charge too much, Doc.
If I charged nothing, they'd still cheat me somehow.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Chester.
Hi, Doc. Chester.
Hey, looky here at this. Read it.
No? If Nat Syberts marries that Tryman girl, there'll be a killing. I'm warning the law to stop it before it's too late. Oh, there's no signature. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the office door when I opened up this morning. What do you make of it?
Let me see it, Matt.
Here, Doc.
Oh, it's printed. Thought I might recognize the writing.
Well, that's why you printed it, I guess.
I see. I wouldn't want to be in Nat Sybert's boots. Young Henry is going to shoot him if he doesn't marry Polly, and here somebody is going to shoot him if he does. Well, all in all, it'll make for a lively tomorrow.
Chester, I think we better talk to Syberts about this.
Yes, sir. He's staying at the Dodge House till after the wedding.
Yeah, I know. Well, so long, Doc, and be sure and have a pleasant day, huh?
Oh, surely, Matt. So long.
Well, Marshal, Chester.
Oh, Mr. Sybert?
I'd like to talk to you, Syberts.
Why, sure, Marshal. Come in.
Thank you. Chester found this note at the jail this morning, Syberts.
What in the... Who wrote this?
And I thought maybe you could tell me.
No, I've got no idea, Marshal.
Oh, can you think of anybody who doesn't want you to get married, Syberts?
He was there last night, Marshal. Sure don't look like it.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking of somebody else, some enemy of yours who maybe wants to cause trouble.
No. I've got enemies, sure. What man hasn't? But they don't have nothing to do with me and Polly. What'd they care if I get married?
Well, say, maybe it's just a joke somebody's playing on you.
Mighty poor joke under the circumstances.
Yeah, I suppose it would be.
Old man told me to stay away from women a long time ago. I should have listened to him.
It's a little late now, isn't it, Syberts?
Yeah.
If you got any ideas, let me know, huh? Anyway, we'll be at the wedding. We'll do what we can.
And I'll be wearing a gun, too, Marshal. You can count on that.
Nat Syberts was a little wild, maybe, and he had a reputation with the women, but at the same time, he'd worked hard, and everybody felt that once he settled down, he'd probably be as steady as the next man. In any case, I didn't like the idea of a groom having to wear a 6-gun at his wedding, and even less the fact that a shooting might take place in a church. So I went out to see the Troymans. Polly came to the door and ushered me into the front room where her father and Henry were sitting.
Can we fetch you something, Marshal? Glass of bourbon?
No, thank you, Mr. Troyman.
It wouldn't be very good bourbon, I'm afraid. Prices are up, money's down. Things haven't been easy lately. Not for this family, anyway.
Please, Father.
Polly, I hate to bother you this way, but, well, it's important.
Nothing's happened to Matt.
If he's run off,
I'll... Quiet, Henry. Now, let the marshal speak.
No, he's all right, Polly. I just want to know if you can think of anybody who'd try to put a stop to the wedding tomorrow.
Try to stop it?
That's right, Henry.
But, Marshal, I don't understand.
Well, somebody's threatened to, Polly. I don't know who it could be, and neither does Nat Syberts. I talked to him about it, too.
This is mighty strange, sir.
It sure is.
Is this true, Marshal?
And it looks that way, Polly.
But who'd not want us to get married?
Polly, when you took up with Nat Syberts, was there anyone else who might have been jealous about it? Uncommonly jealous, I mean. Enough to start trouble tomorrow?
No, Marshal, there wasn't.
Say, what about Red Withers?
Oh, Red Withers and I broke off 2 months before that, Henry. Besides, he's gone to Los Animas.
And there wasn't anyone else?
No.
Not unless she was sneaking out at night, like.
Father, another word like that out of you and
Baby, Dad. Marshal, have you thought that maybe Nat Syberts himself might have started this?
He didn't.
How do you know he didn't? He ran out once before.
Henry,
He's not that kind of a man, Henry, that's why. Now, let's not get all upset about this. Polly, I promise you that Chester and I'll be there tomorrow, and we'll see that nothing goes wrong.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'll be there, too. Don't forget that.
Sure, Henry. But don't come wearing a gun.
Why not?
Because I'll take it off you if you do. You're too ready to use it.
Is there anything I can do, Marshal?
Well, I'll let you know if there is, Mr. Troyman. I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this, Polly.
I understand, Marshal, and I thank you kindly. I'll see you to the door.
Thanks.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, with the arrival of warm weather, people tend to forget their troubles and other people's troubles, too. We go off for the pleasures of the beach, the forests, and the countryside. By all means, let's get the most that life has to give. But let's keep the need of the Red Cross, the continuing need for blood, somewhere in our minds. At least once this summer, give a pint through your local chapter. Don't forget, disaster waits on no season. Give blood during the summer, too. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The next day was the wedding day, and Chester and I waited outside the church till Polly and Nat Syberts had arrived. Then we went inside and took up our positions on the far right and the left of the altar, facing the congregation. We were wearing our guns under our coats, and nobody seemed to take much notice of us. As soon as the ceremony began, I had a feeling that nothing would happen. And as it neared the end, I signaled to Chester, and we slipped quietly out to the church entrance.
Their two had given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving gold
Oh, I could see in there was a lot of real friendly faces, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. And there's nobody outside here.
That's Mr. Sybert's buggy right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He's driving Polly out to the ranch right after the ceremony, Chester. She didn't want a celebration of any kind.
Well, it looks like there won't be any trouble after all. I sure hope not. On their wedding day and all.
That's over. They'll be coming out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll stay close to them till they drive off. It could happen right out here, you know.
Yes, sir. I'll watch whichever way you're not watching.
How will you know which way I'm watching unless you spend your time watching me, Chester?
What? Oh. Well, now, I didn't exactly mean to... Oh, looky. Here they come. Oh, my, don't they look proud?
Oh, Marshal.
Congratulations, Cybert.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Let's get over here for a minute, huh?
Sure.
I guess that warning wasn't much to worry about after all.
It looks that way. You got nothing but friends here, as far as I can
that
see.
sure unsettles a man, though, a note like that.
I think you can forget about it now, Cybert.
I'll forget it when I find out who wrote it, Marshal. Look, that's what I wanted to ask you.
What?
If you learn anything about it, let me know. You promise me that?
What would you do if I did find out?
I'd kill him.
That's what I thought. Look, Cybert, you're married now, and you got more than yourself to think about. I'm a peace officer. I'm paid for it. It's my job. And if I find out who wrote that note, I'll run him out of the country. And I'll try to keep you from finding out who it was.
I'm not a boy, Marshal. I'm not sure I appreciate your trying to protect me.
Well, what about Polly?
Polly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Think I see what you mean, Marshal.
You're just not used to being married, Cyrus.
No.
But go on. Start getting used to it. Polly's looking for you over there.
Thank you, Marshal.
Sure.
Well, are we all set to go?
Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
Not a thing, Chester. Come on, let's see him off.
Thank you. All right, Polly. Up you go, honey. That's the way.
Bye, Father. Bye, Henry.
Go on, honey. Bye, everybody. You come see us up the ranch.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
Oh, I'm just like an old woman at a wedding. You know, they ought to have more weddings here.
Well, if you like him that much, Chester, why don't you do something about it?
Well, what could I do?
Get married.
Huh? Me? Get married?
Well, why not?
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you know I can't do that. Why, I don't make enough money to keep body and soul together just for me, let alone a wife and a lot of kids and in-laws and all that. My goodness.
Well, you could start with just a wife.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's down the road Cyberts took. Come on, grab a horse. Anybody's horse, Chester. Pardon me. Come on. Come on.
There's the buggy. Just past the bridge. I don't see nobody else.
Ease up, Chester, so we don't scare the horse.
Yes. Oh.
All right, take a look under the bridge, Chester.
All right.
Is he dead, Polly?
He's breathing. But I couldn't drive the horse back and hold him, too. Oh, Marshal, why did they do it?
Who did it, Polly? How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody. We were just driving across the bridge and they shot him.
Nobody around, Mr. Dillon. How is he?
Oh, please, Marshal, do something. He'll die.
Chester, get in the buggy and drive back to docks, quick.
Yes, sir. All right, just give me them lines, Polly.
And tell everybody to stay in town. I don't want them messing up the tracks out here. Now, hurry.
We'll be there before you know it, Polly. Hold him tight now.
soon as the buggy had gone and the dust had settled, I looked around. Everywhere, but could see no one. Then I walked back and followed Chester's horse tracks down off the wagon road. His were the only marks on that side of the bridge, so I crossed over to the other side. And there I found the footprints of what must have been either a child or a woman. They led off in the direction of a small cabin about 300 yards away. And I followed them, gun in hand, at a slow trot. When it was clear that whoever it was had gone straight to the cabin, I left his trail and approached the door from a right angle.
Why, there's nobody here.
Hold it.
Oh, you, Marshal.
Beulah, come on outside, Beulah, quick. Now, who's in there? Tell me.
Nobody, Marshal. Nobody now that I'm out here.
You're trapped. Come out with your hands up.
What are you yelling for, Marshal? There, I got my hands up. See?
Get out of the way, Beulah.
Get out of the way. Everybody that tells Crazy Beulah to get out of the way. That's what Nat said. Get out of the way, Crazy Beulah.
Nat?
But he won't say it no more. I fixed him.
Beulah, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't even look at me on the street after. Then he up and married that Troyman girl.
You mean you shot him?
I warned you, Marshal. I told you to stop it. I told you what would happen. I told you. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it?
Beulah, take it easy now.
You believe me, Marshal?
What?
Take a look in the cabin.
By heaven, I will. What's this all about, Beulah? There's nobody in there.
Now my rifle.
Well, where is it?
Right there by the door.
Yeah, it's been fired, all right. Did you really shoot Nat Syberts, Beulah? I want the truth now.
Said I would, didn't I? I hate him.
But why? Why did you do it? Tell me.
No. I won't tell you. I don't have to.
Well, it's clear enough that you did it. All right, Beulah, get your things and let's go into town.
I don't need nothing, Marshal. I got all dressed up and everything. See? See?
Yeah. Yeah, you look fine.
I feel better now, Marshal. Now that it's all over. He's dead. I feel a lot better.
Give her anything she wants, Chester. See that she's comfortable.
Yes, sir, I will. It sure beats all, though, don't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm going up to Doc's. Maybe Syberts can talk now.
Well, you better hurry. Polly'll be back there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
I can't tell yet. But don't wear him out.
No. Hello, Syberts.
Marshal?
I guess we should have stayed with you a little longer, huh?
I don't even know where it came from, Marshal. He was under the bridge there, I guess. Got me right in the back.
It wasn't a he, Syberts. It was a she.
woman?
Crazy Beulah. I just locked her up.
What? How do you know it was her, Marshal?
I trailed her to her cabin, and she admitted it.
Did she say why she did it?
She said you wouldn't look at her on the street. Told her to get out of the way or something. Doesn't matter much. Unless you want to tell me.
Well, just that I got drunk one night, Marshal, and she kind of chased after me ever since, and I tried to keep out of her way.
I see. Well, what are you going to tell Polly?
If I live.
If you live.
I don't know, Marshal. Might even tell her the truth.
All right, man. Now, that's enough.
Yeah, sure, Doc. So long, Sabbats.
Bye, Marshal.
2 days later, Doc announced that Nat Syberts would live. And the next day, they moved him up to the Troyman house where Polly could nurse him. I never did know if he told Polly what it was all about. Maybe he didn't have to. Crazy Beulah never asked about him, never mentioned his name again. For her, it was all over and done with. And then finally, somebody remembered that she had people in St. Louis. And once I located them, I put her on a train and sent her off. She seemed quite happy about the trip. And more normal than I'd ever seen her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Joyce McCluskey, Joe Cranston, Elaine Williams, and Pat McGeehan. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Beginning next week, Gunsmoke will be heard a half hour earlier over most of these same stations. Remember, Gunsmoke, a half hour earlier beginning next week. Every Sunday evening, listen for a new drama of escape at the Star's Address. This is George Walsh speaking. Sunday nights, Dick Powell is rough, tough Richard Diamond, private detective on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello Program, starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with She Shall Have Music from the picture of the same name. Summer's really with us now. Today's the day when summer becomes official. But hot weather isn't so hard to bear nowadays. Air conditioning gives us cooler movie houses, restaurants, and trains, and Jell-O gives us cooler meals. For Jell-O is deeply refreshing, delightfully cool and satisfying. It's also a very quick, simple dessert to prepare. You can make Jell-O well ahead of time in the morning and then pop it into your refrigerator. Or you can make it on short notice because it sets so quickly. And when you bring Jell-O to the table, you've every reason to be proud. For whether you serve it plain or in fancy molds, whether you put fruit in it or add whipped cream, Jell-O's delicious true fruit flavor is always a very welcome part of the meal. Of all gelatin desserts, Jell-O and only Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit taste. Use it to brighten your menus this summer. Use it whenever you want a warm weather salad or dessert. Only just be sure you get genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. And now we bring to you for the last time this season that worn-out master of ceremonies, Jack Benny.
Well. Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you slightly frayed, a bit weary, and fresh as a daisy in an ash can. And believe me, folks, I'm sure due for a vacation.
Well, aren't you going to take one, Jack?
No, Don, I can't. You know, I'm going to make that picture for Paramount. I accepted that butler's part they gave me.
Well, that's practically a vacation.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You know, they promised to build it up a little. What are you planning to do this summer, Don?
Well, I'm staying right on the Jell-O summer show, Jack. I'm going to take your place for the next 3 months.
Oh, you're going to be the master of ceremonies till I get back?
Yes, sir, and oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
Well, all I can say is good luck to you, Don, and I hope you do a good job. Of course, not too good. After all, I do want to come back.
Don't worry, Jack. I'll hold myself down a little.
Oh, I see. Thanks, pal. Thanks.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you know, Don Wilson's going to be the master of ceremonies on our summer program. He's stepping into my shoes.
He is? Gee, Jack, what are you going to do?
Oh, I'll just walk around in my stocking feet. What are your plans for this summer, Mary?
Oh, I haven't decided yet. I don't know whether to go to Honolulu, China, or buy an ice cream cone.
Well, if I were you, Mary, I'd get an ice cream cone.
Sure. I can always go to China.
I think so, yes.
Hello, Jack. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Say, this is Father's Day, isn't it? I forgot all about it. Isn't that awful? Gee, you know, I intended to send Dad a tie or something, but it slipped my mind. Gosh, I certainly am negligent.
What does negligent mean, Jack?
Cheap.
It does not. Anyway, Mary, did you remember Father's Day?
Did I? I just sent my mother the swellest book.
That's fine. Why'd you send your mother a book on Father's Day?
Papa can't read.
Mary, you really need a vacation. What are you going to do this summer, Kenny?
Oh, I'm going to take a long rest, Jack. I'm pretty tired.
Well, I don't blame you. I know how you feel singing a whole song every Sunday night. See, I don't see how you do it.
Yes, and I have to stand up to sing, too.
Next year, we'll get him a couch.
Yeah. Well, Kenny, you take a real nice vacation and relax.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Johnny Green wants to know if you brought your violin with you tonight.
Oh, he does, huh? Do you hear that, Mary? Johnny wants to know if I brought my violin.
Maybe he wants you to play with the orchestra.
Yeah, he waited till the last program. Oh, Johnny, were you looking for me?
Yes. Say, Jack, did you bring your violin along tonight?
Yes, sir. I have it right here. You want me to play the next number with you?
No, we're looking for a fly swatter.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to hand you fellas the surprise of your life. This summer, I'm going to take a few more lessons and brush up a little bit. Then you'll see.
A few more?
Yeah.
Go on, you never took any violin lessons.
I did, too.
Then your teacher didn't.
Oh, well, let's drop it already.
Now, Jack, don't let it get your goat. This being our last program, we made up our minds to give you a good ribbing, but really and truly, it was all in fun, and we love you. Don't we, fellas?
You bet. Say, Don, I don't mind. I see you did that together. Very good. After all, it's part of the program.
Oh, yes, and by the way, Johnny has something particularly that he wants to say to you.
He has. What is it, Johnny?
We have a little surprise for you, Jack. You've been a great guy to work with, and you've always treated us square, and...
Oh, well, say...
Well, so on behalf of the boys in the orchestra and the members of the cast and myself, I want to present you with this pure Irish linen handkerchief.
Oh, gee, a handkerchief. Well. These boys, I really don't know what to say. It's things like this that made Scotland famous. Did all of you give it to me?
Yes, Jack. The orchestra boys each chipped in $2, and the rest of the cast gave from $5 to $10 apiece.
Gee whiz, how much was the handkerchief?
A quarter.
What happened to the rest of the money?
Well, we had about $70 left, and we didn't know what else to get you, so we all went out and had a good time.
Well, I certainly do want to thank you for the handkerchief and the good time.
And I want to thank you, Jack, for giving us inspiration to carry on.
And I want to thank you, Jack, for giving us help and encouragement.
And I want to thank Jell-O for giving us 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Why don't you say that for next week? You'll be running the program yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Kenny Baker in advance for singing the next number called Would You from the motion picture San Francisco. Sing, Kenneth. That was Kenny Baker singing Would You. And for the last time this season, Kenny, I'm going to say that was very good. And he stood up to sing it, too.
Say, Jack, what about your picture? You settled that argument with Paramount, didn't you?
Oh, sure. They finally gave in. We start shooting tomorrow.
Who's going to be your leading lady?
That's the only trouble, Mary. I'm having such a hard time finding one.
That's funny. I didn't have any trouble. I just found the cutest leading man. Oh, boy, is he handsome.
But, Mary, you're not going to make a picture.
Who wants to?
Oh, I see. Who's that knocking on the door, Mary?
The sound effects man.
Never mind that. See who it is.
Come in.
I'd like to see Mr. Benny, please. Tell him it's Mitch Lyson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lyson. Come right in. Oh, Mary, this is Mitch Lyson, the man who's going to direct my picture.
Hello, Mary.
Hello. Gee, I wonder if he likes me, too.
What brings you here, Mr. Lyson?
Well, Jack, we start shooting the picture tomorrow. I thought I'd come over and get a few things straightened out.
Oh, that's fine.
I brought my cameraman along. This is Mr. Sparkle. We call him Sparky.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you?
Who's that third fellow, Jack?
Quiet, that's the camera. Gee, I hope I'll photograph all right.
I think you'll be okay, Jack. Of course, your hair's a little gray, but we can photograph you with your hat on.
A butler with a hat on. Won't I be too tall?
Well, you can take your shoes off.
That's fine. A barefooted butler with a hat on.
Must be a society picture.
Mary.
And another thing. Those ears should go back a little.
My ears? Well, can't you pull my hat down over them?
Well, you can try it.
Oh.
Now, let me see. Your eyes, they seem to be a little too close together.
My eyes? Huh?
There goes that hat down again.
Quiet.
What do you think, Sparky?
Oh, I guess we can move his eyes back about an inch.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Anything for art, but don't get them too far back.
We won't.
You know what I mean. I don't want people whispering in my eye.
Sparky, his legs could be straightened out a little.
A lot.
Gee, Jack, outside of your face and figure, you're perfect.
Yeah.
Now, Jack, you know we shoot your scene tomorrow. I want you to be up in your part. Do you think you know it?
I think so.
Let me hear it. Now, remember, the lovers are seated on the Davenport, and as the phone rings, the butler walks in.
That's me.
Yeah, now read your line.
All right. Madam, you're wanted on the phone. How's that, Mr. Lyson?
Take it again.
Madam, you're wanted on the phone. How's that?
Well, I think you can get more out of it. Can I hear it again, please?
Madam, you're wanted on the phone. Was that better?
Now, look, Jack, you read the line all right, but you're not living it.
I'm not. Gee whiz.
No, you must think of what you're saying. Now, when you walk into that room, whom do you see?
Somebody else getting the job.
Mary, let me get this, will you? I see my employer's wife in the arms of her lover.
Exactly. And you have a message for her, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
It's an important message, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Then let it come out. Now, come on, try it again. Relax. Relax!
Madam, you are wanted on the phone. How's that?
That's not it at all. Now, let me try and explain the situation.
I wish you would.
Now, first of all, where is this woman wanted?
On the phone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's not wanted on the chandelier, is she?
No, sir. No, sir.
And she's not wanted on the ceiling, is she?
No, sir.
Not unless she's a fly.
Please, Mary.
She's wanted on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Then say it. For the love of Mike, say it.
Madam, you're wanted on the say it.
The phone! The phone!
The phone is wanted on the say it. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Gee, you got me all excited. The phone, the phone.
Gee, what a phony part.
Yeah, you got me all mixed up. Now, listen, Lyson, you've been lousing up this part wrong. In the first place, Mr. Gensler said my part would be bigger.
Oh, he did, eh?
Yes.
All right, I'll tell you what. Instead of saying phone, say telephone.
Well, thanks. Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Say, Jack, I know how you can make your part even bigger.
How?
Well, if the madam gets a divorce, you could say, Mademoiselle, you're wanted on the telephone.
That's right. If she happens to be French, I can say, Mademoiselle from Armentières, you're wanted on the telephone.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't try to hog the picture.
I'm not. Don't worry. Come in.
Hello, friends.
Oh, Schlepperman. What are you doing here?
I got a very important message for you.
What is it?
You're wanted on the telephone.
Eureka! That's it. That's the way I want that line read. Come up here, you.
Are you alluding to me?
Yes, you, Slap. He wants you to read my line.
All right, but make it snappy. I left a hot iron on Mr. Gensler's fence.
I wish Gensler was in him.
Now, look. I want you to show Mr. Benny how to read that line.
What line?
You're wanted on the telephone.
Wait a minute, Mr. Lyson. This guy is no actor. He's a tailor.
That's me, Robert Taylor.
Imagine Loretta Young playing opposite Schlepperman.
What can I lose?
Well, we're losing a lot of time. Now, will you please try Mr. Benny's line? Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Try it again.
Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Once more, please.
Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Hey, that's fine, Schlep. Is that the way you want me to read that line, Mr. Lyson?
That's what I want. That's it. Play, youngster. Tonight, Jack Benny starts his summer vacation. So do Mary and Kenny, Johnny Green, and Schlepperman. We'll miss all of you, Jack, but just the same, it's grand to know that you're coming back to us in the fall. When you return October 4th, we hope you'll be good and rested after a swell summer, all ready for another successful Jell-O year. And right now, we want to thank you listeners for helping to make this year such a success. You've shown us that you enjoy these programs, and you've shown us in the most practical way of all, you've gone out and bought Jell-O. We hope you'll keep right on buying it. And we also hope you'll keep right on tuning in at the same time, because Jell-O and I are going to stay on the air. Next Sunday, we start the Jell-O Summer Show. I'll be on hand as Master of Ceremonies, and who knows, I may even find a little time to tell you a thing or two about those 6 delicious flavors. And because we want to keep you in good humor during the summer, we're bringing you Tim Ryan and Irene Noblette, comedy team of radio, stage, and screen, who will keep you so happy you'll forget all about the heat. In addition, you'll hear the smooth rhythms of Don Voorhees and his new Jell-O Orchestra, and the thrilling voice of Morton Bow, our tenor. Be with us on our opening night. Listen in next Sunday, same time and station, to the new Jell-O Summer Show. Tim Ryan, Irene Noblette, Morton Bow, Don Voorhees, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
This is the last number of the last program in the present Jell-O series, and we'll be back again on Sunday, October 4th. And don't forget, folks, the new Jell-O Summer Show next Sunday night at the same time, starring Tim Ryan and Irene Noblette, Don Voorhees Orchestra, and Morton Bow, with Don Wilson as your Master of Ceremonies. I know you'll like it. I want to take this opportunity of thanking Harry W. Kahn, my author, for his splendid cooperation. I also want to thank Ed Beloin and Bill Morrow, who have helped me write my radio programs for the past 12 weeks during Mr. Kahn's illness. I want to thank Curtis Mitchell and the readers of Radio Guide for making it possible for me to win the Radio Guide contest again this year. Gee, it's a thrill.
Say, Jack,
What, Mary?
why don't you thank me for something?
All right, thanks, Mary. Good night, folks, and many thanks for listening in.
J-E-L-L-O.
The arrangement of Love and Gloom heard on tonight's Jell-O program was made for us by Johnny Green. This program has come to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli. Lux presents Hollywood. Week after week, these programs come to you, ladies and gentlemen, because week after week you make them possible through your loyalty to our products. And the Lux Radio Theater is the means our sponsors take of showing you their gratitude. Starring for you tonight are Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. You will hear from 2 special guests, Charles J. Smith, Superintendent of the Petrified Forest National Monument, and Nick Janios, manager of that famous movie restaurant, the Café de Paris, at 20th Century Fox Studios. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, with our entire production in the hands of that master showman, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The city of Baltimore gave us the Star-Spangled Banner. It also gave us a star-spangled group of theatrical personalities who assembled there just 5 years ago under the banner of the University Players. At that time, they were an unknown collection of stage-struck youngsters intent on making good. Their leading man was Henry Fonda, and their ingenue, a little miss from Virginia named Margaret Sullivan. They remained in Baltimore 17 weeks, employed by an optimistic producer who paid them $10 a week and meals. This year, as the star of Stage Door, Margaret Sullivan returned to the same city and to the same theater, rounding out a 5-year campaign in a burst of glorious success. When Margaret was in college, her English professor returned an essay she had written with a brief but uncompromising comment, "For heaven's sake, stop acting." Margaret was just stubborn enough to ignore him. reasoning that a girl must have some fun. She's been acting ever since. With her love for the legitimate stage, keeping her from Hollywood all too long. She's back here now, however, and starts work shortly on a new film. Margaret has a farm in New Jersey, cooks excellent onion soup, likes fishing, and doesn't mind at all if you call her Maggie. This is her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, and we hear her as Gabby in Robert Sherwood's great play, The Petrified Forest. It's always a particular pleasure to announce the return to our program of Herbert Marshall. When last year, Mr. Marshall was filming the Paramount picture Angel. Since then, with Barbara Stanwyck, he's made Breakfast for Two at RKO. His role tonight is that of Alan Squire. Two other splendid performers also make their Lux Radio Theater debut tonight. Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A comparative newcomer to pictures, Mr. Cianelli is already duplicating in films the brilliant record he established on the legitimate stage as a character actor. He comes to us as Duke Mantee, while Mr. Meek plays Gramp, Wallace Clark, Mr. Chisholm, and Frank Milan plays Bose. Our play begins. The Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan in The Petrified Forest with Eduardo Cianelli and Donald Meek. A little town in Arizona on the edge of the desert. It's a few minutes before noon, and the First National Bank is the scene of the usual midday activity. There's a line at the teller's window and a general quiet hum of conversation. Suddenly, the front door is thrown open, and four men stand in the doorway, leveling machine guns.
Stand where you are, everybody! Cut that dame up! Shut up! This is a stick-up, folks. Now, everybody just stand still and you won't get into no trouble. This is Duke Mantee here, and he don't take no fooling.
Now mind the gap. Get that door back there. Cover the door, Hank. And don't let anyone in.
Okay, Duke.
Got the door, Jackie?
It's in the drawer. Open up, you. I'm speaking to you, Teller. Open it up yourself. Why, you...
Don't argue with him. Open it.
Let me give it to this wise guy, will you?
I'll take care of him myself. You got the door?
Yeah. All set, Duke.
Open the door, Duke.
Right.
Now, everybody stay right where you are. And if any wise guy's looking for trouble, remember, a Tommy gun makes a noise like this. That's just to give an idea. All right, Jackie, let's go.
Calling State Police, Arizona State Police. Duke Mantee last reported to be heading west on route number 66. Be on the lookout for a blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. Be careful, these men are armed.
Warn motorists to avoid all roads in and about Petrified Forest area. That is all.
Warn all motorists. That's me, I guess. Maybe I should have been a little bit more careful about picking you up, brother.
If you mean I'm happy Duke Mantee, you can set your mind at rest. I'm not.
No, you don't look it exactly.
But you're right, of course. That was a lonesome spot back there. I hadn't had a lift for hours.
Oh, well, I took a pretty good look at you first.
And my honest confidence won the day.
Well, I don't know as you look so pesky honest. I just figured I was a match for you. My name's Jones.
Thank you. Mine's Squire.
Hitchhiking, huh?
That's right.
Where you from?
Well, if you mean originally, it's England. If you mean hitchhiking, I started in New York.
And so? You looking for work?
Well, yes and no.
What line of work you in?
None just now. I have been at times a writer.
A writer, huh? Well, you won't find much to write about in these parts. Unless you happen to run into Duke Mantee.
Which I sincerely hope I do not.
How far are you going, Mr. Squire?
I'm not quite sure. I thought I might find some place to eat. I'm not in a hurry.
Well, the nearest place I know is the Black Mesa barbecue stand, the filling station.
The Black Mesa barbecue? Instructive but not illuminating. Just where is it?
Well, I'm going within a couple of miles of there. I'll show you before I drop you. Old man Maple and his granddaughter run it. Ain't so much of a place, but, well, it's all there is.
What's the sad news, Gabby?
Oh, you had hamburgers, pie, and coffee. That's 50 cents for you, 55 for your friend.
Hey, how come mine's more than his?
Well, you asked me to put a nickel in the piano, didn't you?
Come on, Nick. Don't argue. Here you are, Gabby.
Thanks.
See you around, Gabby.
Yeah.
Boy, this place sure is expensive. I don't know.
Hey, Gabby. Hey, Gabby.
Yeah, Gramp.
You ought to see Paula back there in the kitchen. I told her Duke Mantee was heading this way, and she's
She's putting sugar in the soup and salt in the coffee. So scared.
Oh, you oughtn't to scare her, Gramps. She's a bad enough cook as it is.
Oh, she's all right. When do I get my dinner, Gabby?
As soon as I can get around to it.
Change to 20, Gabby. Lady wants a pack of cigarettes and take out for 15 gallons of gas.
What kind of a car is out there, Bose?
It ain't Duke Mantee.
Well, now, maybe somebody, they might have heard about him. I'll take the change out, Gabby.
Here.
Don't forget to turn on the radio at 7 o'clock now and get the news.
How's it going, Gabby?
Oh, all right.
Not so good outside. 10 customers all day. If it gets much worse, you can fire me and handle the pump yourself.
We're satisfied.
Hey, Gabby, come outside and sit with me a while, will you?
Not just now. I've got things to do.
Oh, you've always got things to do when I want to talk to you.
Well, to tell you the truth, I want to read. I haven't had a minute to myself all day.
That book there?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
It's nothing that would interest you.
How do you know? Oh, poetry. The shapely, slender shoulders small, long arms, hands wrought in glorious... Oh.
I told you wouldn't like it.
Do you?
Sure. It makes me forget where I am.
You sure hate this place, don't you? Well, I didn't like it much when I first came.
Then why do you stay?
You ought to know that, Gabby. You can call me a sap if you want to, but I'm falling in love with you.
Yeah? Have you ever been in love before?
No.
Have you ever said you were?
Why, sure, lots of times.
Did they believe you?
Well, certainly they did. But I couldn't fool you, Gabby. I wouldn't want to. Don't you like me at all?
Sure, I like you.
But not much?
Some.
Enough for you, not enough for me. What's the matter with me, Gabby?
Nothing. Bose, why do you wear that football jersey?
Huh?
Number 42. You're proud of it, aren't you?
Well, I was pretty good back in college. Why, Oh, yes, I get it. I'm just another rah-rah boy, huh?
No, you're all right, Bose.
Say, what kind of a guy would it take to soften you up anyway?
Well, I don't know if anyone could. But I do know you'd have to be different. Not the people around here. You'd have to be like out of another world.
You're crazy, you know. Gabby, couldn't you pretend I was that fella and kiss me once?
Sorry.
Oh, come on, Gabby.
Stop it, Bose.
Oh, listen,
Let
baby,
go.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Can I get something to eat?
Yeah, Miss Maple here will take care of you.
Thank you.
You can sit down right over there. Here's a bill of fare. It's kind of grimy, but the food's clean. Well, what do you think you'd like? Hamburgers, steak?
I'll leave that to you.
Okay. Customer Bose. Bose.
All right, all right.
By the way, where am I?
Black Mesa. And it's even more dreary than it sounds. Where are you planning to go?
My plans have been uncertain.
Oh, just bumming along?
Call it gypsying. I had a vague idea that I'd like to see the Pacific Ocean. And perhaps drown in it. But that depends.
Where'd you come from?
Quite a long way, Miss Maple. Is that the name?
Yeah, that's it. You're English, aren't you?
Call me an American, once removed. Why?
I could tell you didn't belong around here.
Is that a compliment? Sometimes I'm afraid I don't belong any place.
I'll go get your dinner.
There's his picture in the paper, Mr. Squire. Duke Mantee.
He doesn't look very vicious, does he?
Well, I'll tell you. You can't tell a killer except by his chin. Did you ever notice that?
I don't think I ever saw a killer.
Well, I've seen plenty of killers. You ever hear of Billy the Kid?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I knowed him well. He took a couple of shots at me once.
I congratulate you on still being with us.
Well, it was kind of dark, and he'd had a few drinks. I don't think he meant to do me no real harm. He just wanted to scare the pants off of me.
Grab your cup and ready.
Well, by golly, it's about time. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Squire.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Like the soup?
It's the best I ever tasted.
Well, shall I pour your coffee now?
Thanks. Your grandfather's a charming old gentleman.
Oh, Gramps, all right.
He told me he'd been missed by Billy the Kid.
Yeah, he tells everybody that. Did I hear him say you're a writer?
Yes.
See, I haven't met many writers, except Sidney Wenzel. Ever hear of him?
Sorry, no, I haven't.
He's with some movie company. He stopped here once on his way to the coast and handed me a lot of baloney. Said I ought to be in Hollywood. When I got there, to be sure to look him up. Gosh almighty, they never mean it.
No, they never mean a thing. So you want to go into the movies?
Oh, Lord, no. I want to go to Bourges.
Where?
Bourges, France. That's where I came from.
You're not French.
Partly. I was born in Bourges. But all I know about it is from the picture postcards my mother sends me. You know, they got a cathedral there.
Your mother still lives there?
Yeah. Dad brought us back here after the war. Mother stuck it out for a couple of years and then packed up and went back. Some people think it was cruel of her to leave me, but what could she do? She couldn't live here. And you can't blame her for that. Do you think she was cruel?
Not if you don't, Miss Maple.
She sends me a book every year for my birthday. She sent me this one. It's the poems of Francois Villon. Ever read it?
Oh, yes.
It's a wonderful portrait. Mother wrote in it, "To my dear little Gabrielle."
Gabrielle. That's a beautiful name.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it'd get changed into Gabby by these ignorant desert rats?
You share your mother's opinion of the desert.
Yes.
But you find solace in the poems of Francois Villon.
They get the smell of gasoline and hamburger out of my system.
Huh? Would you like to read me one of those poems, Gabrielle?
You mean now?
Read me the one you like best.
All right. This one here. Well, he wrote it about a friend who was getting married. At daybreak, when the falcon claps his wings, no fit for grief, but noble heart held high, with loud, glad noise he stirs himself and springs, and takes his meat, and toward his lure draws nigh.
Description of car follows. Blue sedan bearing Oklahoma plates. There is a bullet hole in front fender, shattered glass and rear window. Mentee's girl is riding in the car with 4 men.
Turn that thing off.
Wearing a long...
This car is dynamite, Duke. They've got us spotted, Duke. We've got to switch cars. Shut up. Let me think. Doris,
Yeah, Duke?
you got to get out of this car, see? We'll pick up another one down the road, and you and Mike and Flint can drive it around till the cops get off our tail.
Oh, Duke, I'd rather be in your car. I don't like to travel without you.
You'll be safer, kid.
As if I cared.
Mean that?
Don't you know it? Oh, Duke.
No. You got to switch, kid. We'll get rid of this car, too, as soon as we get a chance. We'll meet you later.
Where, Duke?
There's a filling station about 10 miles past the crossroads.
That's liable to be your hot spot, Duke.
Then we'll cool it off. We'll take over the joint and stand off an army. You meet us there, Doris. It's a joint called the Black Mesa Barbecue.
Seeing reason wills not that I cast love by, now here with reason shall I chide and fret,
Go on, Gabrielle.
nor cease to serve, but serve more constantly. This is the end for which we twain are met.
While we are waiting for the second act of The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, let's stop in for a moment at a house on Franklin Avenue where a smart young secretary lives with her mother.
Mother! Oh, there you are. Oh, please be an angel pet and press my white evening dress.
No, well, there's no knowing where a Kansas cyclone will strike next. Now, would you mind explaining why, if you knew you were going out tonight, you didn't phone me from the office?
Oh, darling, please get into action. This is a crisis. I'm going dancing with the boss's son.
Really?
And I couldn't call you because I was taking dictation all afternoon. And now I'm a little frazzled around the edges. I won't have time to do the dress
My
myself.
dear, you do look tired. Why don't you take a little nap? You'll feel so much better.
Nap? Oh, I haven't the time. Anyhow, I know something better and quicker. I'll just pop into a Lux toilet soap bath.
Well, I don't know. I should think that if you're
don't
going...
worry, Mother. My Lux toilet soap bath really does refresh me wonderfully. Leaves me feeling full of pep.
Well, you certainly always do look lovely when you go out.
Oh, you're just an old flatter. Well, anyway, there's another thing my Lux toilet soap bath does for me. Its active lather is a wonderful way to protect daintiness. And I love the delicate perfume it leaves on my skin.
Well, hurry up, dear. You won't be ready in time.
All right, I'm off to my beauty bath. Be nice to Bill if he gets here before I come down.
Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek continue with The Petrified Forest. A few minutes have passed. Purple shadows are gathering over the desert. In the Black Mesa barbecue, Gabby and Squire, unaware of the approaching gangsters, continue their talk over the lunch counter.
And that's why you want to go to France, for understanding.
Yes, and I will go there someday when I have the money. I hope I won't be too old. I dream about it all the time. Bourges. There's something beautiful to look at, and wine, and dancing in the streets.
And if I were you, I'd stay here, Gabrielle, and avoid disappointment. You see, I've been to France.
Oh, what were you doing? Writing books?
No, planning to write books. You see, I married. My wife supported me.
Oh.
Oh, please, don't think too ill of me. I once actually wrote a book.
What was it, fiction?
In a sense. It was a novel. Not very successful, I'm afraid. It cost my publisher quite a lot of money. It also cost him his wife. You see, she divorced him and married me. She saw in me a major artist who only needed a background to bring him out. She gave it to me with a fine view of the Mediterranean. For 8 years, I reclined on my background, waiting for the major artist to step forth and write. But he didn't.
And you've left your wife now?
Yes.
I'm glad of that.
I left her at her own suggestion. She had taken up with a Brazilian painter, also a major artist. Then I decided to go forth and discover America.
What were you looking for?
Well, that's rather hard to say. I suppose I've been looking for something to believe in, hoping I'd find something worth living for, something worth dying for.
And what have you found?
Nothing as interesting as an old man who was missed by Billy the Kid and a fair young lady who reads Villon.
I do other things that would surprise you.
I'm sure you do.
I wouldn't tell this to everybody. I paint pictures.
Oh, could I see them?
Oh, I never let people see them. I don't get kidded. They're kind of crazy pictures.
Oh, please let me see them. Perhaps it's my mission to introduce you to posterity as an American genius.
Are you kidding me?
No, Gabrielle. I've never kidded anybody outside of myself.
Mr. Bowles, you don't like your dinner?
What?
You don't like your dinner, Mr. Bowles?
Oh, sure, Paula. I always like what you cook.
Well, but you know it.
Well, I'm just not as hungry as usual.
Well, you sit and look at that door, and you look at that door. Oh, come on. You eat your dinner, eh?
What do you suppose they can find to talk about all this time?
Oh, don't you worry. Eat your soup. He'll be gone soon, and you'll have it all by your lonesome again.
Well, you can't go too quick for me.
Well, that's a lot of them. They're terrible, aren't they?
I don't know. What made you paint with these extraordinary colors?
I don't know. It's just the way I feel and see. Are they any good?
I tell you, Gabrielle, I can't say. I'm tremendously impressed.
Gee, I bet I could improve if I could get to France. You know, they've got some of the finest art schools in the world there.
Don't you realize? There are probably thousands of artists in France today who are saying, I'd find a really big theme for my canvas if I could only get out to Arizona.
Yeah, I know. They say the desert's full of mystery and it's haunted and all that. Maybe it is, but there's something in me that makes me want something different. Maybe it's the French in my blood.
I wonder. Would you like to marry a Frenchman?
No, I don't want to marry anyone. I want to be free. Always.
Well, how about that stalwart youth outside there in the football jersey? When I came in here before...
Oh, he was trying to kiss me. That's nothing.
There's always a chance of development.
Yeah, he's after me, all right.
Do you think he'll succeed?
Well, I haven't decided yet. What do you say?
Don't ask me, Gabrielle.
But you ought to know something. You've seen a lot.
I don't know anything. You see, the trouble with me is I belong to a vanishing race. I'm one of the intellectuals.
That means you've got brains.
Yes, brains without purpose. No aim.
But you must have some kind of a purpose. Where are you going from here?
That depends where this road leads.
Oh, it leads to the petrified forest. It's a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone in the desert.
The petrified forest? A suitable haven for me. Perhaps that's what I'm destined for, to make an interesting fossil for future study. Alan Squire, a specimen of the in-between age who was born too late for the Great War and too soon for... This coffee's good.
Here, have some more. You know, you talk like a darn fool.
I know it.
No wonder your wife kicked you out. No wonder she fell for you in the first place. What did you say your name was?
Alan.
Alan? I've been thinking.
About what?
Thinking how wonderful it would be to go to France with you. To see all its beauty through your eyes. To learn all about its art from you. You know, you could make an artist out of me, a real artist. You could make me think and feel. Oh, it would be glorious. Alan, could it possibly be?
I'm afraid not. I could never retrace my steps.
Oh, you mean you haven't enough money?
Even that is an understatement.
Well, I haven't enough either yet. But I've got a lot coming to me someday.
What? Are you proposing to me? Trying to turn me into a gigolo again?
No, it'll be different this time. Listen, do you know how much Grant has got salted away in the bank at Santa Fe? $22,000 in Liberty bonds. I wish he'd give it to me now while he's living, but he won't. But it's all willed to me. Of course, we might have to wait years and years for it, but if you'd only stay...
You think you'd like me as a life companion?
Yes, I know I would. And I don't make mistakes. Wouldn't you like to be loved by me?
Yes, Gabrielle. I should like to be loved by you.
You think I'm attractive?
There are better words than that for what you are.
I didn't say you'll stay, Alan. You haven't anything else to do.
No, that's just it. You couldn't live very long with a man who had nothing to do but worship you. That's a dull kind of love, Gabrielle. It's the kind that makes people old too soon. But I thank you for the suggestion. You give me something wonderful to think about during my lonely wanderings. I'll think of the chimes of Bourges. And you.
Oh, you mean you're going now?
Yes.
Well, I can't stop you.
No, Gabrielle, you can't. But you can do me one great favor before I go. Would you mind very much if I kissed you goodbye?
No, I wouldn't mind.
You would understand that it would be nothing more.
Yes, I'd understand it. Just a kiss. That's all.
That's absolutely all. Gabrielle.
So, that's what's been going on in here. Who do you think you
Lay off
are?
him, Bose.
Just because she's cute and sweet, you thought you could get fresh, huh?
He didn't get fresh. He only wanted to kiss me goodbye.
Yes, the impulse is rather hard to explain, but
You needn't wait to explain. Just pay your check and get out.
Very well. How much do I owe, Miss Maple?
30 cents.
He's been eating all this time and only ate 30 cents?
Keep quiet.
30 cents, eh? That's very reasonable indeed. But that brings us to another embarrassment. I haven't got 30 cents. I haven't anything.
Oh, you haven't, huh? What have you got in your pack there?
Shirts, socks, a passport, an insurance policy.
And you thought you could pay with a kiss, did you? Why, I'll...
Take your hands off him, Bose. There's a car outside. See what they want.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We'd like some gas and oil, please.
All right, Bose.
How much?
My chauffeur will tell you.
That's nice of him.
Oh, and I'd like some cigars, please.
Don't forget the cigarettes, George.
Oh, yes, dear. I know. How far is it to the Phoenix Biltmore, young lady?
Oh, about 200 miles.
I imagine we can make it by midnight.
Well, goodbye, Miss Maple.
Oh, just a moment, Alan. Excuse me, sir.
What?
Would you have room in your car for another party?
Well, who is it?
This friend of mine, Mr. Squire. He's on his way to the coast. He hasn't a car just now. He's an author.
Have you any luggage?
Just this rucksack on my back.
Oh, wait a minute. Joseph. Joseph!
Yes, sir? Something you want, sir?
Well, do you think it's all right to give this man a lift to Phoenix?
I'm not carrying any concealed weapons.
Do you mind if we verify that?
Not at all. Go right ahead, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess he's all right, Mr. Chisholm.
Oh, very well. Well, I'm glad to have you with us. Hurry up, please. Oh, come on, dear.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
Well, thank you, Miss Maple. I'll remember your kindness.
Oh, just a moment. I forgot to give you your dollar change.
Oh, no. I wanted you to keep that.
Sorry, but tipping is un-American. We don't allow it. Go on, take it.
Thank you. I suppose I'll never see you again, Gabrielle.
No. That's the way it is in a gas station. They come and they go.
But somehow or other, I'll repay that dollar. Lord knows when.
Perhaps we'll run into each other someday in Bourges.
Perhaps. Goodbye, Gabrielle.
Goodbye, Alan.
What did you say, Joseph?
The lights are down there on the road.
Don't stop, Joseph. You never can tell what it might be.
It looks like a car pulled right across the center of the road. I'm afraid it'll have to stop.
Stop, you fool.
There's a man there. 3 of them.
Shut up, lady. All right, folks, hop out, and you won't get hurt.
I say, what do you think you're doing?
We are borrowing your car, mister.
And no cracks either.
Stay
Go
over
on.
there. Stay over there now. All right, Jackie. Hank, get in. Thanks, folks. So long.
Can I help you with those plates, Gabby?
No, thanks.
Funny guy, that panhandler. When he was getting in the car, I got feeling kind of sorry for him and tried to slip him some change.
You did?
Yeah, but he wouldn't take it. Handed it back. Didn't mind holding you up for a meal, but he had too much
That was
pride.
awful nice of you, Bose. I appreciate it.
Say, you talk as if you were nuts about him.
I'm not nuts about him.
Well, if you appreciate it so much, how about being a little nice to me for a change?
Yeah, I'd like to be nice to you, Bose. I'd like to be nice to everybody.
Well?
I'll think about it, Bose.
Oh, gee, Gabby, you're a swell girl. I'm crazy about you, honey. Honest, I am.
In here.
Bose.
Shut up, lady. Now behave yourself and nobody will get hurt.
Cover the back door, Hank.
Sure.
Who's the boss here?
What's it to you?
Listen, wise guy. This is Duke Mantee here, the world-famous killer, and he's hungry.
Shut up, Jackie. Who's in that other room?
Only one old
My
man.
grandfather's in there.
Go get him, Jackie.
Okay, Duke.
What do you got to eat, sister?
Here's the bill of fare.
He's got a nerve. Don't give it to him.
Shut up, you, and sit down. Football player, huh?
Yes, and you better not let me get close enough to take a sock at you.
I used to be quite a fan.
Hey, cut it now.
Come on. Come on in here. Here's the old man. Sit down, Pop.
So you're Mantee, huh? You're the killer.
That's right, Pop. But just sit tight and you'll be okay.
You needn't think I'm scared of you. I've knowed real killers.
Gabrielle.
Alan, why did you come back?
There's some bandits around here.
Yes, so we heard.
They stole Mr. Chisholm's car.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
Oh, my friend of the road.
Sit down, pal, down here.
Why, thanks. I'd be delighted.
That's Duke Mantee, Mr. Squire. What did I tell you about a killer's chin, huh? He's a killer, all right.
He's a gangster and a rat.
Shut up, Bose.
Yeah, and if the sheriff finds out he's here, we'll have some real killing, won't we?
The cops ain't likely to catch up with us. Not tonight. So we can all be quiet and peaceable and have a few beers together and listen to the radio. Because I may as well tell you, folks, old Jackie there with a machine gun is pretty nervous. And he's got the itch between his fingers. So let's everybody stay right where they are.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 3 of our play, starring Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan, will be heard shortly. It's undoubtedly true that most of us are a lot more familiar with the play and the motion picture called The Petrified Forest than with the 90,000 acres in northeast Arizona from which the drama borrowed its name. A national monument, the Petrified Forest is one of the most amazing and least known spots in the United States. It comprises 6 distinct forests, including a portion of the fabulous Painted Desert. In charge of this vast area is Charles J. Smith, one of the ablest rangers in the National Park Service. Formerly at Yellowstone Park, then chief ranger at the Grand Canyon, Mr. Smith has been at the Petrified Forest since he became its first superintendent 8 years ago. Mr. Smith, the heroine of our play called the Petrified Forest a gloomy old place full of dead trees that have turned to stone. What have you to say about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, it's certainly an old place, and it certainly is full of trees turned into stone. But as for being gloomy, well, to me it's the most awe-inspiring sight in the whole world. One of our 6 forests happens to be called the Blue Forest. I can easily understand that if anyone wanders out there all alone and is inclined to be a little moody, the weird atmosphere of the place won't make him any more joyful. But that isn't why it's called the Blue Forest. It got its name from the deep blue color of the rolling hills.
Well, let me turn tourist, Mr. Smith, and ask you just what the Petrified Forest is and how it came to be.
It's a vast area, Mr. DeMille, covered with huge trees that grew and spread their branches 150 million years ago. In those days, the land was a tremendous swamp. The only living things were the trees, a few plants, and several species of ferocious-looking reptiles, the like of which you see today only in nightmares. Nature sent floods, earthquakes, and storms, and buried everything under 3,000 feet of mud, water, and gravel. Then, after 100 million years, Mother Nature, being a woman, changed her mind. She sent winds, rains, and more storms to erode the earth, to sweep it away. and bring this forgotten cradle of life back into the light of day. The bones of the reptiles have turned to fossils, and the trees lie stretched out on the earth, petrified into a substance almost as hard as diamonds and of tremendous weight.
But what made them turn to stone?
The great pressure under which they lay, together with the minerals in the waters that once rolled over them. The trees have turned from wood into gorgeously colored semi-precious stones. The outside is reddish-brown, but where the logs have broken apart, where they have crashed into heaps of stone, they are glittering masses of pure agate, carnelian, amethyst, jasper, and onyx. Were all the trees in the petrified forest blown apart, and their semi-precious jewels extracted, there'd arise a mountain of glittering stones worth a fortune.
That statement, Mr. Smith, is apt to bring half the country to your doorstep tomorrow.
I'll be glad to welcome them. But they'll soon learn that no one is allowed to carry off samples and that the grounds are closed and carefully patrolled at night. Yes, it's a strange, weird place. Like the Blue Forest, the Second Forest has its own peculiar characteristics. There, the ground is covered with chips of petrified wood, and at times, as you walk through them, they'll ring out with a tinkling sound like the music of tiny silver bells.
Have you ever encountered any incident such as our play presents? Has a bandit ever sought sanctuary in your hills and deserts?
No, not that I know of. But Route 66, which was undoubtedly the road taken by Duke Mantee, leads right into the forest. And coincidentally, at exactly that point is a little lodge and filling station very similar to the scene of tonight's play. Years ago, the Painted Desert was a favorite haunt of killers and bad men, and today we're called upon now and then to watch for fleeing bandits. One of the most ironical happenings occurred in the forest when a woman and her 2 children were trapped by a terrific blizzard. All about them were logs of wood that might have made a roaring fire and saved them. But the wood was stone, and days later the 3 bodies were found, frozen to death in a forest. Besides the trees, the petrified forest contains 100 ruins of the homes of prehistoric Indians. They lived there some 1,000 years ago, and the forest contains several huge boulders on which these Indians carved their queer symbols and drawings. The carving that puzzles me most is a picture of a stork carrying a baby. But I've never been able to find out how an Indian happened to make a picture like that in prehistoric times at the edge of the Arizona Badlands. But maybe he was the Walter Winchell of the tribe and chose that modern manner of announcing a blessed event. The National Park Service wants you to visit the petrified forest, and that's one of the sights we'll be very happy to show you in this fascinating land of shimmering color. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's very interesting. The Petrified Forest, starring Herbert Marshall, Margaret Sullivan, Eduardo Cianelli, and Donald Meek. 1 hour later, with Duke Mantee and his gunmen still masters of the situation, the Black Mesa barbecue presents a strange picture. Gabby, Allen, Gramp, and Bose are huddled together near the counter. On the other side of the room, the gangsters sprawl comfortably in their chairs, listening to the radio, machine guns resting on their knees.
Hey, Duke. What do you say we lay him out of here?
Not yet. We gotta give him time to get here.
Maybe they got lost.
Not Doris.
Well, I wish he'd show up.
Waiting for a girl, huh?
Sit down, halfback, and sit still. I'd hate to see anything happen to you.
Let something happen. Let there be killings. All evening long, I've had a feeling of destiny closing in. Do you believe in astrology, Duke?
I couldn't say, pal.
I don't normally. But when I was coming back here along that road, I began to feel the enchantment of this desert. The stars seemed to be mocking me and saying, "This is the end of your terror. You thought you could escape it, but we know better." Perhaps they know that my death is imminent. It's a fascinating thought.
Let's skip it. Bring some beer for the bunch, sister.
Yeah, all right.
None for me.
Why not?
I don't drink with murderers.
I'd be a little tactful, Bose. Remember, they're your guests.
Guess. Cowards that haven't got the nerve to tackle life with their brains and principles. They've got to use guns, yellow rats.
Step over to this side of the room, halfback.
What?
Come on, move.
Sit down, Jack, and keep still. I want to hear the news.
Did you hear what he called you?
Sit down and keep quiet.
Gang. The gang made its escape in 2 cars, one of which contained Mantee and 3 other men. The other car contained 2 men and 1 woman. National Guardsmen are cooperating with the state police to bring to justice these killers, who are wanted for a score of bank robberies and cold-blooded massacres.
Take a bow, Duke.
And now we continue with the orchestra.
Going to make a run for the border, boys?
Oh, sure. And we're going to give you our whole route, so you can tell the cops to get us a motorcycle escort.
No, honest, Duke. Are you going on, or are you spending the night here?
Can't say, Pop. Maybe we'll decide to get buried here.
Better come with me, Duke. I'm planning to be buried in the petrified forest. That's where I belong. So do you, Duke.
Maybe you're right, pal.
I'm eternally right. But what use do I make of it?
Nothing. You don't make use of anything. Love, life, anything else. Do you, Ellen?
No, Gabrielle. Do you mind so much?
After you left today, I felt as if something had been taken out of me. As if I'd come out of a dream. I caught on to myself, and I know I'm just another desert rat, and I'll never be anything else. All that bunk about going to Bourges and art and dancing in the streets. Remember what I asked you about going to France?
Yes, perfectly.
But you wouldn't have done it, even if we'd had the money, would you, Alan?
No, Gabrielle.
I knew it. I knew you didn't give a hoot for me. Somehow it only made me love you more.
What are you saying, Gabby?
That I love him. Why shouldn't I say it? Why shouldn't he know it? May all be dead tomorrow morning.
You don't mean it, Gabrielle.
She can't mean it.
Well, I do.
I'm sorry now that I came back. When I went out before, it was a charming ending to a romantic moment. Now it's spoiled. Well...
Sit down, pal.
What do you care whether I stand or sit?
I got to think about my health. Sit down.
If I had a machine gun, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I want to talk to Gramp.
Me?
Yes. Those Liberty bonds of yours, buried in Santa Fe.
How did you know about him?
I told him.
What are you going to do with them?
Leave them right where they are.
Yes, leave them where they are. Your granddaughter is suffocating in this desert when a few of your thousands will give her the chance to claim her birthright.
Yes, and maybe give you a chance to steal it.
Hanging on to your money as though it meant something. That's a low way to justify your miserliness. Why don't you die and do the world some good?
Shut up, you. What do you mean, talking to an old man like that?
Hey, Duke, there's 3 people coming down the road. Looks to me like them people we took the car from.
Okay, Hank. Get outside and take a look.
Okay.
You too, Jackie.
Sure.
Duke, I was guilty of bad taste, and I apologize to Mr. Maple.
Oh, sure. He must be drunk.
You'd better crawl, or I might have to put the lug on you. Talking to an old man like that. Get out of the way. Let me look out of that window.
Put him up.
Oh.
Now I've got you where I want you, Mantee. I've been waiting for a chance to grab your gun.
Yeah? And wouldn't you be surprised if Jackie was leaning in that window behind your back, ready to fill you full of holes?
What? Oh!
Thanks for turning your head, halfback. And thanks for returning the gun.
He got me in the hand. That doesn't matter, but I muffed the chance to kill him.
It was a good try, college boy.
Come on, keep moving. This is outrageous.
Here they are, Duke. It's the same bunch, all right. I frisked them. They're harmless.
I don't know what frisk means, but he pawed us all over.
Come on, step on it. Sister.
Yep.
Take the halfback outside and bandage him up.
Okay.
Go with him, Jackie. Then you might tie him up and leave him there.
Sure. Come on, get going.
I demand to know the meaning of this.
It has no meaning, Mr. Chisholm, has it, Duke?
I don't know, pal. But if Mr. Chisholm is a smart guy, he'll sit down quiet to join the party.
Hey, Duke, I'm getting jumpy.
Shut up. Go out and see if Jack is with that dame and the halfback.
They're okay. He's tying them up.
I say, Duke.
What?
Would you mind passing me that rucksack? It's on the table there.
What do you want with it?
Just inside. Just reach inside and hand me that little life insurance policy that's there, will you?
What do you want with your life insurance? Expecting to die?
You've guessed it, Mr. Maple.
Here.
Thanks, Duke. Now, may I take my fountain pen out of my vest pocket?
Okay, but take it easy.
What you going to write, Mr. Squire?
You'll see in a minute. Duke, I have a great favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
I don't think you'll refuse me because you're a man of imagination.
What are you getting at?
This insurance policy. It's my only asset. It's for $5,000. I've written on the policy that I want the money paid to Miss Maple. that young lady inside. If Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm will witness my signature, I'm sure it'll be all right.
Oh, certainly. I'll be glad to.
What's the idea?
Well, Duke, after they've signed, I'd be very much obliged if you'd just kill me.
What?
It couldn't make any difference to you, Duke. If they catch you, they can only hang you once. And you know yourself they've got more than they need against you.
Good Lord, he is drunk.
You know, I believe you actually mean it.
Good for you, Mrs. Chisholm. You're a kindred soul.
You're in love with her, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose I am. I want to show her that I believe in her, and how else can I do it? Living, I'm worth nothing to her. Dead, I can buy her tall cathedrals and golden vineyards and dancing in the streets. One well-directed bullet will accomplish that. This document will be my ticket to immortality. Will you do it, Duke?
I'll be glad to.
Thanks, Duke.
Just let me know when you want it.
Pick your own moment. Say just before you leave. But I prefer to have her think you did it in cold blood. Will you all please remember that?
Certainly we'll remember.
Of course.
Mr. Squire, before you do this, let me tell you one thing.
Yes?
There ain't a woman alive or ever did live that's worth $5,000.
And let me tell you one thing. You're a forgetful old fool. Any woman is worth everything any man has to give. Faith, jealousy, love, hatred, life or death. Don't you see that's the excuse for our existence? It's what makes the whole thing possible and tolerable.
Did you hear that, George?
Yeah, I heard.
Mr. Squire, do you really believe all that? I mean, about women?
Of course I do. And there's a man who agrees with me, don't you, Duke?
I don't know, pal. I wasn't listening.
Then permit me to speak for you. He could have been over the border long ago, but he preferred to stay here and risk his life. And you know why?
Why?
Because he has a rendezvous with the girl. Isn't that true, Duke?
That's it. I guess we're all a lot of saps. But I wouldn't be surprised, pal, if you were the champ. Did you think I was kidding when I said I'd be glad to knock you off?
I hope neither of us was kidding. Did you think I was?
I just wanted to make sure. You're all right, pal. I'll try and fix it so it won't hurt.
You're all right, too, Duke. Thanks.
Okay, Halfback. These ropes ought to hold you for a while.
How's your hand, Bose?
It's okay, but don't leave me, Gabby.
I'm sorry, Halfback, but she's coming back inside with me. Go on, sister.
Gabby! Gabby!
I tell you, Duke, we got to blow.
We'll give him 10 minutes more.
Here's the dame, Duke. Say, what's this about 10 minutes?
You heard it. Turn on that radio.
10 minutes. Gabrielle, I got to speak to you.
You can wait until after they're gone.
I can't wait. I mean, when they go, I go. I have to tell you now that I love you.
Now listen, Alan.
I tell you solemnly that I love you with all the heart that is left in me.
He does love you, my dear. He told us so.
Please, Mrs. Chisholm, I'm quite capable of saying it, even if I'm not capable of making you believe it, Gabrielle.
Don't make a fool of yourself, Alan. They're all staring at you.
I know they are. But you've got to believe it, and you've got to remember it. Because, you see, it's my only chance of survival. You'll find a line in that verse of Beyond that fits. Thus in your field, my seed of harvester will thrive.
Alan, dear, I think you're kind of crazy. And I guess I am, too. And that's why I think we'd be so terribly happy together.
Don't say that, Gabrielle.
Why not, when I believe it with all my heart?
Well, maybe we will be happy in a funny kind of way.
Alan,
Hey, get away from that guy.
Leave him alone.
Alan, if you're going away, I'm going with you wherever it is.
No, Gabrielle. I'm not going away. I don't have to go any farther, because I found the thing I was looking for. I found it here, in the Valley of the Shadow.
What have you found?
I can't quite say, because I don't quite know yet. All right, Duke. We needn't wait any longer.
And here's a news flash, folks.
Mr. Squire.
Shut up. Part of Duke Mantee's gang has just been captured.
Duke!
Just outside the petrified forest area, a car containing 2 men and a woman ran into a party of state troopers. From information given, the arrest of Mantee and his henchmen can be expected at any moment.
Turn it off.
Keep tuned into this station.
Doris, she squealed.
Shut up. Let me think. Shut up. Let me think.
No, Duke. Don't waste any time thinking. That isn't your game. You've got to keep going and going and going.
If I only knew where they took her.
You're thinking of revenge, Duke. Don't. Don't give your life for anything so cheap.
Duke, for God's sake.
All right. We're going.
Wait a minute. You're not forgetting me.
Listen!
It's the cops! Let me at that window.
They're surrounding the whole joint.
Looks like it.
Hicks or G.
Hicks, lay low.
Listen in there. Are you coming out, or do we come in and get you? We're talking to you, Duke Mantee.
Come in and get it, you dirty lout.
Get down, you fool. You're staying here till we get a break.
Mantee, you have no right to endanger the lives of innocent people.
You folks better get down on the floor. Lie close together here in the middle.
Here, let me help you, Gramps.
Right.
Come here, Gabby.
Where is the light switch?
To the right of the door.
Turn them out, Jackie.
How many are there of them, Duke?
6 or 7. Nothing to worry about.
Gabrielle,
Yes, Alan.
it's an inspiring moment. United States of America versus Duke Mantee.
There goes the neon sign.
It almost restores in me the will to live and love and conquer. How do you feel about it, darling?
I don't know, Alan. And I don't care. Alan, when you get to France, what do you see first?
The fields and forests of Normandy. And then...
What, Alan?
And then Paris.
Paris, that's the most marvelous place in the world.
All places are marvelous when you've someone to love.
Even here?
Especially here, darling. As long as I live, I'll be grateful to Duke Mantee.
Alan, will you please kiss me?
Oh, Gabby. Gabby, darling.
All right, boys. We're on our way. Get out the back way and grab the car.
Now it's going to be all over.
Not for us, Alan, never.
You better stay where you are, folks, for a while. Come on, Hank.
Duke, wait.
Alan, keep down.
Duke, you promised.
Get out of my way.
You can't go. You know what you said.
Get out of my way or I'll...
Yes. Duke, yes.
You still want it?
No matter whether I want it or not, you've got to.
Okay, pal. Here you are.
Come on, Duke.
He missed it.
Alan, look at me. Grab, get Bose, quick. Tell him to get a doctor. Hurry.
I will.
Alan.
It doesn't hurt. Or at least it doesn't seem. I went into this lung, I think.
Oh, it's all right, darling.
Gabby,
Bose, Grab, somebody come quick.
They were right, Gabrielle. The stars, I mean. I had to come all this way to find a reason. Duke understood what it was that I wanted. I hope you will be happy. Gabrielle.
What, Alan? What? Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to be a crybaby. No matter what happens, I'm not.
Gabby.
What, Bose?
They got Mantee, Gabby.
Did they?
How is that fella?
The doctor's in with him now. He's pretty bad.
Oh, gee, that's tough. He was a good guy up there.
If he doesn't come back, we'll bury him out there in the petrified forest.
The petrified forest?
That's what he wanted. Doctor.
Miss Maple?
How is he, Doctor? Is there any chance at all?
Yes, there is.
Oh, what do you...
He has a chance to live, if he wants to.
Oh, let me see him. Let me speak to him. Alan, dear, can you hear me?
Gabrielle.
Alan, you're going to live. Do you understand? You're going to live, Alan.
No, Gabrielle. The stars ordained it.
No, the stars have gone. It's morning, darling.
Is it?
Alan, listen, you must want to live for me. Don't you remember you said you wanted to? Oh, please, Alan, please, darling, don't leave me.
No. No, Gabrielle. I won't leave you.
Oh, darling.
Remember, the poem. Thus in your field my seed of harvester will thrive. For the fruit is like me that I set.
God bids me tend it with good husbandry. This is the end for which we twain are met.
And so the Petrified Forest joins the long list of plays produced in the Lux Radio Theater. A little later, we'll hear again from Herbert Marshall and Margaret Sullivan. Now for a little visit behind the scenes of Hollywood. Most of the action of our play centered in a restaurant, a stopping-off place at the desert's edge. There's another kind of restaurant here in the film capital, equally individual. Although it's one of our finest dining places, it's never seen nor patronized by the general public. It's the Café de Paris at 20th Century Fox Studios, maintained to please the players, executives, and distinguished visitors. In command is Nick Janios, a Greek, who first learned the favorite foods of the stars by managing the celebrated Brown Derby. Nick feeds the stars not only at mealtimes, but during production, too, for it's part of his job to supply the food seen in pictures. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, and it's quite a task when you have a picture like wife, doctor, and nurse. For example, a lot of the scenes take place in the kitchen of a nightclub. So I had to supply hundreds of pounds of food, complete equipment, and teach the actors to act like chefs.
Why is it, Nick, that so many of your countrymen own restaurants?
Why are so many Chinese in laundry business?
You're going into reverse. I'm the one who asked the questions.
Well, next time, ask him for an easy one. Like, why so many stars use Lux toilet soap?
Well, why wait till next time?
All right, in the first place, it's the official soap at 20th Century Fox Studios. And anything that stops with Mr. Zanuck is good enough for me.
Okay. What's your next course? What more can you tell us about supplying food for pictures? Is there a particular knack, Nick?
That's pretty good. For one thing, we have to be just as accurate in food matters as we are in costumes or backgrounds. Take the picture in old Chicago. I supplied the hundreds of loaves of bread for the production, and since the time is 1871, the bread had to be baked in a round form used in those days. In the Rich Brothers picture, Life Begins in College, Harry Rich has a scene in which he impersonates a girl. You see him parting his nose, and then you see him eating the potty puff. No, Harry isn't crazy. In fact, he's pretty smart. But potty puff is really sponge cake with sugar coating. Harry, by the way, ate about 40 such a potty puffs.
What do the other stars like when they're not dieting?
Walter Windsor and Warner Baxter can be very happy with some seafood. Simon and Loretta Young like lamb chops. Charlie Chaplin is delighted with a plain jelly sandwich and a cup of tea to dunk it in. I saw Walter Cutler eat 4 lobsters at one sitting, so I guess Walter Cutler likes lobsters. Victor McLaughlin isn't particular what he eats, as long as there are 2 portions of it.
What about your smallest patron, Shirley Temple?
There's my pal. Shirley and I once went into business together. She had saved $11 in a penny bank and decided to go into a pie business. I supplied the pies, 20 of them, about as big as a pancake. Shirley brought them onto the set in a pie wagon, which you call a factory. She sold them out and made $1.40. And that's where this cook's tour comes to an end. Many thanks.
Thanks to you, Nick. With Herbert Marshall just back from New York, and you, Miss Sullivan, about to depart for your hometown of Norfolk, Virginia, we were very lucky to have you together for tonight's play.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And it's nice to have a chance to say something about Lux toilet soap. As long as I can remember, I've used Lux toilet soap at camp, in school, in college, in the theater, and in Hollywood. I guess that's the best indication of how good I think it is. Now, I think it's about time we heard from Mr. Marshall.
Oh, thank you. Several years ago, ladies and gentlemen, when I left London and came here, I encountered many new things. New people, new country, new customs, and a new day, soon upon us, called Thanksgiving. Perhaps Thanksgiving impressed me more because it was new to me. But I've never quite gotten over it, and I hope I never shall. Besides the good fortune which may come to us as individuals, there is that which we all share in common. There's peace in this land. There's freedom and there's work to be done. Dogs still wag their tails. The sun is warm, and sleep still comes at the end of the day. These are great things. For them, let me join you and give thanks. Good night.
Good night, Bart. Good night, Miss Taylor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. The great show planned for your entertainment next Monday will be announced in just a moment by Mr. DeMille. Tonight, our stars were assisted by Frank Milan as Bose, Wally Mayer as Jackie, George Trevelle as Hank, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Chisholm, Margaret Brayton as Doris, Frank Melton as Lineman, Lou Merrill as Doctor, Frank Nelson as radio announcer, Ross Forrester as Joseph, and James Eagles as bank teller. Mr. Cianelli is from RKO Studios. His new picture is Hitting a New High, starring Lily Pont. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Second Honeymoon. And now, our producer.
What would you do if you woke up some morning and found yourself heir to a huge fortune? Around this theme, dozens of books and plays have been written. Outstanding among them is J. Hartley Manor's romantic comedy, Peg o' My Heart, which tells the story of a little Irish girl suddenly lifted from the deck of her father's fishing boat and deposited in the luxury and splendor of English aristocracy. This is the play we bring you next Monday night, starring the same glamorous personality you saw in the film, Miss Marion Davies. Co-starred with Miss Davies will be Brian Ahern, and the supporting cast of famous players includes Benita Hume, J. Farrell MacDonald, and Gerald Oliver Smith. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Marion Davies and Brian Ahern in Peg o' My Heart with Benita Hume. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. Join us in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. Be part of the large audience that gathers weekly from coast to coast to listen to Hollywood's famous performers and the personalities behind the scenes of motion pictures. And now, our sponsors, staff, and all our cast join me in wishing you all a very happy Thanksgiving. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Say, have you ever known a fellow that had 2 left feet, or 2 left hands, or 10 thumbs? No, I don't mean that anybody actually has a peculiarity like this, but there is a certain type of person who never seems able to do anything right. It's really a terrible handicap, although it can be overcome. Let's drop over to Ranger Headquarters. There's a young fellow there who fits right into this category. And we'll call this story Timid Timothy.
Boy, talk about the luck of the Irish. I must have been born at the wrong time. Everything I do is wrong. And I mean everything.
Perhaps it just seems that way, Tim. Ever trying to analyze why you're not successful at things?
Sure, lots of times. And always come out with the same answer. Timothy Sullivan, you're just a flop. A fiasco, and a failure from the word...
Hey, hold up there, you raving maverick. Keep calling yourself all those names, you'll end up by thinking you're no good at all. The world ain't painted black all over, you know.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll disagree, Stumpy. It's painted black wherever I set my miserable feet.
Now, Tim, don't be so pessimistic. Suppose you and I sit down together sometime soon and make an analysis of your efforts and why they failed.
Bill, that's an invitation I won't refuse. You let me know the time and place, and I'll be there.
Okay, Tim. How about a week from tonight at my house?
Well, that'll be swell. Well, I've got to run along. There's a hot deal cooking, and, well, I sure hope it's a success. Oh, poor Tim. He sure gets himself into the most harebrained ventures, doesn't he?
I'll say he does. No wonder he doesn't make a success.
When a man goes into business, he got to use head. A man have to make profit, or he go to poorhouse in no time.
Remember the time he bought 100 rabbits? He was going to sell them to children as pets. Only there wasn't any market, either here in Knotty Pine or anywhere else.
And how about that time he opened up a bicycle shop? Now, who wants to ride a bicycle in these hills, I ask you?
Well, that's why I asked him to come over to the house. He needs a good dose of business education.
Well, maybe Tim is not kind who can be in business for himself. Maybe he should get a job and work for someone else.
I don't think so, Grey Wolf. Boy's smart, basically. Has that certain sense that makes a go-getter out of him. Only he needs training.
There's Officer Sullivan directing traffic. One thing sure, Tim have fine dad.
I'll say. Got a heart of gold, and yet he's always the strong arm of law.
Hey, there's Mike waving to us to wait.
Bill, fellas, wait.
Okay, Mike.
You're just the man I want to speak to, Bill.
Sure, what's on your mind?
Oh, it's about one of my 5 sons, Timothy.
Oh, yeah, I know him well.
Bill, I'm a-telling you. He's a fine boy, but out of all my boys, he causes me the most worry.
Yeah? How's that?
Oh, with his half-witted business schemes. Now, he's in one up to his ears.
Oh, that's so? Well, what kind of a high-flying business deal has he gotten into now?
Well, he didn't get himself into this exactly. It was sort of handed to him, you might say.
What are you talking about?
Well, his uncle, my brother, who lives in the East, asked him if he wanted to go into business with him.
Well, that's not so bad. At least he'd be in partnership with an experienced man.
No, Bill, it ain't that way. His uncle will be in the East, and Timothy will be here in Knotty Pine.
That doesn't make sense.
You're telling me, Henry. But let me tell you the rest of it.
We're listening, young feller.
Well, Timothy's uncle was out here about 3 years ago and bought some timberland for an investment. Well, now he says it's time to be working the timber and cutting it down and selling it.
Well, something wrong with that?
Wait a minute. This is what takes the cake. He asked Timothy to manage the business for him.
Oh, I see. And Tim said yes, huh?
Yeah, but get this. Now that he's made his promise, his uncle sent him a check for $10,000 to start with.
10,000? Wow.
Well, it sounds like a lot, I know, but logging is an expensive operation, so $10,000 isn't too much. Now, one question, Mike. Can't your boy back out of it? Just admit that the job's too big for him and return the check?
No, the crazy kid's given his word. And he ain't gonna break out of it this time, or I'll strap him within an inch of his life. This one time, he's gonna make good or else.
Hey, you're putting it pretty strong.
Well, I got reason to. It's about time he took his place in the world as a man. Besides, I think this is a splendid opportunity for him. This is one deal that I think's a good one, and it's the only one he's had so far that's been worth anything. But, here's the problem, Bill. He ain't gonna make a success of it unless he has help.
I think you're right. And I'm sure Ed Banker would be only too glad to help him in his business affairs.
Well, I know he would, Bill, but that ain't who I want to help him.
Oh? Well, who do you want?
You.
Me? Now, wait a minute. I've got all I can
I
handle.
know you're a busy man, but you're the one I want for Tim.
But why me?
Well, because I trust you. You're a fine Christian gentleman besides. Will you help him, Bill, for my sake?
All right, I'll be glad to, Mike. I'll do all I can to help him make his logging business a success.
Oh, well, thanks, Bill. If it's any comfort to you, you've eased the worrying of an old man's heart.
Hello, Bill. I'm here. Johnny on the spot. Or should I say Timothy?
Come on in, Tim. Yeah, let me have your coat.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, how are things, huh?
Oh, pretty exciting right now, Bill. Dad said he talked to you yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Hope you picked a comfortable chair for yourself, Tim. We got a lot of talking to do.
Right. Well, what do you think of this whole proposition my uncle's made me for managing the cutting of his timber?
I think it has good possibilities. Main thing is, what do you think about it?
Frankly, Bill, I'm scared. I've been such a failure to date that I'm seriously thinking of calling the whole thing off. Why are you looking at me that way?
Timothy Sullivan, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What do you mean?
I mean, that would be the coward's way out. Where's your backbone? You made a promise, didn't you?
Well, sure, but $10,000 is a lot of money.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me something.
Yeah?
Is it the $10,000 that scares you? Or the possibility that you might make a failure of this, too, that's made you squeamish?
Well, that is, you see...
Come on, man. Give me a straight answer.
Oh, what's the use? Bill, I'm just scared to death that I'm going to make a failure of this, too, and... Well, honestly, I could almost cry about it.
That's what I thought. Now you open your ears, young fella, because I'm going to do some talking. And I'm only going to say it once. You're going to make a success out of this venture, or I'll know the reason why.
Hello, Bill, Tim. Come right in. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Ed, have you got Tim's account all set up?
I sure have. Here are the papers. You sign here?
Sure. Well, I mean, that is, if Bill says it's okay.
Go ahead. Ed is the most honest banker in the world. He's here to help you. You can trust him.
Okay. Where do I sign?
Right where the check marks are. Sign in 3 places. One is a receipt for the checkbook. The others are authorizations for us to open your account.
Well, thanks.
Thanks for all your help, Ed.
Don't mention it, Bill. I'm more than happy to do it.
Well, there you are, all signed and sealed.
Now, if you'll endorse this check from your uncle, you'll be in business. Yeah, thank you. Let me tell you one thing, Tim.
Yes? What's that?
You're handling another man's money. Be careful. Bankers don't like to be associated with failure.
Why did you take my account if you're pessimistic about the outcome of my managing this venture?
I'm not pessimistic. I am realistic. To answer your question, I'm taking the account for one reason. I should say 2 reasons. One is that your father talked to me as he did Bill. The second reason is that Bill is your advisor. With him helping you, I don't see how you can fail.
I see. Thank you.
So you see, Timothy Sullivan, you've got to come through this time.
Bill, I'm scared. Really and truly.
Oh, don't be. There's too much to be done. And you have one other friend you can count on. Don't forget that.
You mean the Lord?
Yes, Tim. If you use your head, work hard, and show some common sense, I know the Lord will help you to be a success.
I'll try real hard, Bill. Honestly, I will.
It's good enough for me.
Well, thanks for everything, Ed. Come on, Tim. I want you to make a call on an old friend of mine, Frenchy DuSal.
Oh, Frenchy, he glad to see you, Bill. Frenchy, glad you bring young friend, Timothy.
Frenchy, we'd like you to take a short trip with us. Have a look at some timber Tim wants to log. He needs your expert advice.
Frenchy, he glad to go. I will be back in a few minutes after I give orders to foreman.
Okay, Frenchy, we'll wait right here for you.
Boy, what a hunk of man he is. He must be a Christian, too.
Yes, he is. He's a wonderful fella, Tim. Been a Christian for over 3 years now.
Well, how'd you ever get to know him?
Oh, we had a fight, and we became good friends.
You had a fight and became friends? Well, how'd you do that?
That's a long story. Someday I'll tell it to you. We haven't time now because Frenchy's coming back. We'll go see this timber you're going to log.
Well, look pretty good to you, Frenchie?
Oh, oui. Frenchy thinks he's good from the timber.
Yeah, that's why my uncle bought it 3 years ago. He thought it would be a good investment.
If this stone she cut right, you can have second growth in 20 years. Some good seed trees here.
Frenchie, do you know where Tim can get some good lumberjacks?
Oh, now you ask Frenchy for impossible.
What do you mean? We can't log without lumberjacks.
No, I know, but good lumberjacks are working now. Any who not work are lazy or no good.
Uh-oh. You see, Bill? We're starting with 2 left feet already.
Now, take it easy, Tim. Frenchie, you think this is good timber?
Oh, oui, Frenchy says that for sure. You agree, Bill? You good lumberman.
Yes, I agree. Okay, Frenchie, we'll take you back to your camp, and Tim and I have a lot of work to do. Okay, fellas, hold it down.
What's cooking, Bill?
Yes. How come you called us in? Not that I mind. It's getting kind of dull and monotonous.
Go ahead, Tim. You're on your own now.
Ralph, Tom, Stumpy, Henry, Grey Wolf. Bill's called you fellas together so I could ask you if you'll help me with my problem. Well, thanks, fellas. Now, I've never been very successful before, but...
Now, see here, Sonny, if you're going to start out with them kind of discouraging words, you can count me out.
You see, Tim, in the Ranger's Code, there isn't any such word as impossible. Now, go ahead and tell your plan.
Well, Bill and I will get equipment and lumberjacks. Henry, I want you to be part-time bookkeeper and timekeeper, because we're going to have a payroll to keep when we hire the jacks.
Sure, Tim. Why, that bookkeeping I've taken in high school will come in handy.
Well, you'll also have other chores to do, such as getting supplies and so forth. Stumpy, Grey Wolf, Ralph, Tom, I want you fellas to get started out at the timber stand and clear snake roads for the logs and mark out trees to be cut and set up loading platforms for the log trucks to take their loads from. Understand?
Hey, you're catching on fast.
Fellas, I've released you from your duties. Actually, you'll get an extra day off this week.
Well, let's get a move on then. Henry, see that the boys get all the supplies they need from the warehouse. I've got credit there. And rent a truck from Peter Sandhurst.
Sure thing, Tim. Let's go, fellas.
Hey, sounds like Tim's got the bull by the horns now.
Tim, that was wonderful. Keep it up, boy.
Thanks, Bill. Now for the big question. Where do we get the lumberjacks?
Well, you'd do better if you'd worry about one thing at a time. Better catch the next train for the lumber mills and get a contract signed to buy your timber.
Right. I'll catch the next one for Lumbertown. Meanwhile, would you see if there are any lumberjacks available while I'm gone?
Sure thing. Just get that contract, that's all. Say, Jim, will you pass the word around that any lumberjacks looking for work should report to Ranger headquarters in the morning?
Sure will, mister. There's a lot of jacks that come in here to eat.
Okay, much obliged.
By the way, who do they see?
Tell them to see Tim Sullivan. Hey, Ed.
Yeah?
Will you pass the word that any lumberjacks looking for work should report to Ranger headquarters in the morning?
Okay, I'll do that. Let them come in here to pass the time of day.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ranger, there's a lot of lumberjacks in this here boarding house.
Well, would you mind if I put this notice on your bulletin board?
Yeah. Well, who's going to start logging?
Young Tim Sullivan.
Is that so? Well, go right ahead. Well, there ain't many jacks without work these days.
I know, but maybe there are a couple that are idle. If Tim can get some from each place, he'll have a crew. Hello, Tim. How'd you make out at the mill?
Oh, fine. And you know, I think I got a good contract. Here, take a look at it.
Okay.
Well, what's wrong?
Not a thing. I'd say this is a good contract.
You mean it?
Sure. A good piece of business on your part, I'd say.
This is a red letter day. For once in my life, I'm doing something right.
I told you it could be done. Just got to use your head, that's all. Say, in about half an hour, some men should be here looking for jobs.
You know. Well, there goes the first tree down, Timothy, my boy.
Yeah. Sort of gives me a funny feeling. All these men working for me. I just hope everything works out, that's all. We gotta meet those deadlines.
Now, don't you worry, young fella. You use your brains for thinking, not worrying, do you hear?
Sure, Stumpy. I hear. Say, I'd better get busy and keep the ball rolling.
Listen, Sonny, we ain't rolling balls, we're rolling logs.
Okay, Tim, you give the orders.
All right. Easy with that last log now. All right, roll it over. Now up. No. Hey, Bill, will you direct Grey Wolf on this?
All right, Tim.
Easy with that, Grey Wolf. Now, easy down. You gotta set that log just right. That's good. Right there, she's down. Nice work.
Yes, Tim. You've just put the last log on the truck. As soon as the chains are snubbed tight, we can roll.
That's fine, Bill. Well, things are sure going better than I expected.
Truck's ready to roll.
Well, tell the driver to take off, Henry.
Okay, man, take her away.
Well, Tim, there goes your first load of logs to market. You should be at the mill first thing in the morning. How does it feel to be in business?
Well, to be honest, I don't know whether to cry or laugh. I've just got that feeling inside, knowing I've really accomplished something for the first time in my life.
Good boy. Just keep your head, your eyes and ears open, and always remember 2 heads are better than 1.
Yeah, especially when mine's a knucklehead.
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry I said that. I'm trying hard to get rid of that defeated feeling.
Okay, forget it. Come on, let's go to work. You got a deadline to meet by next Wednesday.
Well, tonight's the night, Lefty. You all set? Yeah, you said it. Been a long time between pay, boy. Yeah. We got the whole weekend to spend it. What are you going to do, Slim? Nothing except paint the town red. Me too, boy. They won't forget it soon. Me with a pocket full of dough. Boy, what a time we're going to have, huh?
Bill, something awful's happened. Only 5 lumberjacks showed up for work this morning.
What? Are you sure?
Positive. I just got a call from the foreman. And I jumped in my car and raced over here. What are we going to do?
I was trying to catch up on my paperwork. But it'll have to wait now, I guess. Let's go round up those employees of yours.
Where could they be?
Hotels, boarding houses, restaurants.
What's the matter with them?
Too much weekend.
Oh.
These boys work hard and they play harder, I'm sorry to say. I think we made a mistake, Tim.
A mistake? What do you mean?
They shouldn't have been paid until after the deadline on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. And it was me that signed a contract with a middle-of-the-week clause. Oh, what a knucklehead I am.
Now, don't waste your time calling yourself names. Let's rouse those fellas out and get them to work. Come on.
You only bring 3 men with you. What's wrong with others?
Tell him, Tim.
Oh, Grey Wolf, 15 of our lumberjacks are too sick to work. And it's all my fault. I could kick myself for letting those men into town Saturday night with their paychecks.
Hey, where's my crew? Only a third of my jacks showed up.
They're in town, Tom.
Oh, I see. But how are we going to cut timber with no men?
That's the big question.
Hey, you guys, how about some lumberjacks? These trees won't fall down by themselves, you know.
Might as well come on over, Ralph. Join the Misery Peddler Society, too, and hear the sad story.
What a predicament. We got a deadline to meet, and half of Monday's already gone.
Tim, how many board feet do we need to meet the deadline?
5,000.
And when does it have to be at the mill?
By Wednesday morning.
It's a lot of logs.
We can't do it in a day, Bill. The truck will have to leave here just after noon tomorrow to make it. We'll lose a bonus and maybe the contract.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Me?
Yeah, you. You're the boss of the shebang, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know yet. Hey, I've got it.
Got what?
Hey, you fellas start logging like beavers. I'm going to see a friend of mine. We're not licked yet, and if my plan works...
Hey, Tim's taking over like he's been at it all his life.
Well, that's the story, Frenchie. Can you help us?
Oh, can Frenchy help you? I will say he come. My whole crew will be there in half an hour with power saws and bulldozers.
What did you say, Frenchie?
Sure, the whole crew.
Oh, I can't believe it. I only wanted a man or two and some extra equipment.
Timothy, my boy, we are moving to a new stand of timber. Now, the bulldozers, they move equipment. We not start work until next week. So we'll be down in half an hour. The whole crew.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, you don't know what this means.
Oh, never mind, Tim. The Lord, he times this right, no?
No, Frenchie. The Lord, he timed this right, yes. Well, there goes the deadline load. Hope he makes it. I told the driver not to take any chances by trying to make up time. Don't want an accident.
Good boy. Never risk the lives of your men.
Hey, you guys, come here, quick! We've got more trouble.
What?
There's ice on the roads between here and Lumbertown. I just got a phone call here in the shack.
Oh, that does it. Now we're finished. Well, that truck will never get there on time, and we'll lose out.
Now, wait just a minute.
Yeah, what?
I want you to get one thing in your head and get it so you'll never forget it.
What's that?
Just this. There comes a time in everybody's life when he's exhausted all his ideas, and every possibility of getting out of a jam is absolutely closed. Do you know what to do in a case like that?
No. What do you do?
You pray, Tim, if you're a child of God, and you find yourself up against the impossible. You pray. I'll guarantee that one or two things will happen. Either God will clear the way for you in answer to your prayer, or he'll strengthen you so that you're able to bear whatever happens. Do you believe that?
Yes.
All right, then, let's pray. Our Father, we come to Thee with a prayer on our lips.
Thanks for that prayer. I'm sure that whatever happens, I can bear it.
Don't sound so dismal, Tim. Now move over, pal. Tim's going to make a call.
Sure, Bill. Me?
Yes?
Well, who shall I call?
You're going to call Jim Barton at the mill.
Oh, but...
Never mind the buts, Tim. Take over. You're the boss.
Okay. I guess there couldn't be any harm in calling him.
James Barton speaking.
Mr. Barton, this is Tim Sullivan at Knotty Pine. I'm calling because, about...
Save your breath, young man. We know all about the icy roads. You're not the only one affected. We're extending deadline time half a day. We're making the deadline Wednesday noon this week instead of the usual 8 a.m. Tell your driver to take it easy. We want him and the load here safe.
Oh, boy, what a struggle. But we won, didn't we? Well, here's a payroll for your men, Frenchie, and thanks from the bottom of my heart. If it hadn't been for you, we'd have never...
Oh, never mind, Timothy. Frenchie and the boys only get week's exercise with pay. We only lay around anyhow. We get fast until the equipment's set up at new location.
What wonderful friends I've got. Bill, did you know that the bonus money was given to me? My uncle said I could use it to buy him out and stay in the logging business. But how am I going to repay you and your rangers for all your help?
Forget about it, Tim. The only reward I asked for, I've got. And that is to see you take hold of yourself and begin to manage things.
Yeah, you should.
Well, thanks a lot, all of you. And I want to say that if I've learned one thing, if I haven't learned anything else, when you trust God, He does things.
You're so right, Tim. God does things when you trust Him. And if you want to be on the winning side, boys and girls, make sure you're on the Lord's side. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Gene Kelly, yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, we find Gracie visiting at the home of her friend and neighbor, Blanche Morton.
Blanche, I dropped by to ask your advice about something. I've got a problem.
Yes, I know. What's he done now?
Oh, he hasn't done anything yet. But Saturday, he's going to have a birthday.
Would you have a party?
Oh, no. Just the usual quiet celebration. George and me and a soggy cake.
Can't you bake a good cake?
Oh, the cake isn't soggy when I bake it. It's just that George has so many candles on his cake now, and he can't blow them out. He has to throw water on them.
I see.
Poor George. Every year he has less and less wind and more candles. But this isn't solving my problem. What'll I get for him?
Gracie, why don't you give George something different and original this birthday, like I gave Harry?
Oh, what did you give Harry?
Well, we have a movie camera, so I took pictures of our little one and called it A Day in the Life of Our Baby. And then I gave the film to Harry. Oh, was he surprised.
Why? Didn't he know you had a baby?
Of course, but the pictures were a surprise.
Oh, well, that's a wonderful idea, Blanche. But George's birthday is Saturday. I'm afraid I won't have time to have a baby by then.
No, huh?
No. You see, tomorrow I'll be busy all day with my bridge club.
Gracie, I only meant that a movie might be nice. Say, how about a day in the life of George Burns? We'll shoot movies of everything he does all day.
Oh, you won't need a movie camera for that, Blanche. You can catch it with a Kodak.
Spends a quiet day, huh?
Oh, I'll say. I wish I had movies of the day George proposed to me. Oh, there was a day in his life. A lot more life in his day.
Gracie, that's a great idea. Get someone to play the part of George, and you and he act out all the wonderful things that happened that day. Oh, what a movie that'll make.
Oh, yes. Do they censor home movies?
No, why? Was George pretty daring in those days?
Well, he was the Errol Flynn of vaudeville. What a sport. He wore all those buttons. You know, Chicken Inspector, Free Sparking. Oh, and he wore one button that said, Valentino is hot, but George burns.
How nauseating.
Yeah, wasn't he cute?
Well, who can we get to play the part of George when he was in vaudeville?
Well, that won't be easy, Blanche. He'll have to be a great singer, a great dancer, a great comedian, and a great lover. Now, where can we find a combination like that?
Let's ask Gene Kelly.
All right, maybe he'll know somebody. You know, he's a very good friend of ours.
No, I meant Gene Kelly could play the part of George.
Oh, Blanche, please. Let's not send a boy to do a man's job.
Believe me, Gracie, if you can get Gene Kelly to play the part of George, grab him.
Well, he might have some of George's talents, but there's one thing that worries me.
What's that?
Can he dance as well as George?
Gracie, can a fish swim as well as a piece of lead?
Can a fish swim as well as a piece of lead? Do you need the answer right away?
Gracie, take my word for it. George would be flattered to have Gene Kelly take his place. What a surprise when he sees the movie.
Oh, I know, Blanche. Without giving away the secret, I'll find out how George feels about Gene Kelly. If he likes him, I'll give Kelly the break.
Break? Gracie, he's one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. Did you see The Three Musketeers?
Yeah, which one was he? Porthos, Amos, or Andy?
He was the kingfish.
Oh, well, I'll see you later, Blanche. George?
Yes, Gracie?
How do you feel about Gene Kelly?
He's a very good friend of ours. Why?
Well, I know that, but what do you think of him as a lover?
Well, this may surprise you, Gracie, but I've yet to neck with Gene Kelly.
Now, how about his talent? Do you think Gene Kelly is as good as you are in vaudeville?
As good? Are you kidding?
Well, is he?
Of course not. I could dance him off his feet.
Well, he dances pretty good in pictures.
Camera tricks. Shuffles his feet and the sound effects man makes the tap. Back in vaudeville, you had to have it. No retakes. No angle shots. He just stood out there on the stage and threw it at the audience.
And sometimes they threw it right back.
That was only at the Jefferson.
Oh. Well...
I forgot the Fifth Avenue. And the Regent.
Uh-huh. How about the Royal?
The Royal, too.
Gene Kelly is pretty handsome, though. Don't you agree?
Yes, he'll get by. But why all the sudden interest in Gene Kelly?
Oh, nothing. You've got a birthday Saturday, and I just wanted to know if you liked him.
I like him, but for my birthday, I'd rather have a tie.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, dear. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, I hope Gene isn't too busy to do this for me.
Why, Gracie, how are you?
Hello, Gene. Gene, I came to see you because I want to make a home movie with another man playing the part of George. Naturally, I thought of you. Understand?
Oh, but that one word, naturally.
Well, don't you think you and George have a great deal in common?
Well, we both put on our trousers, one leg at a time.
Oh, I don't want you to play the George Burns you know. I want you to play the old George Burns.
That's the one I know.
No. I want you to play the George Burns of vaudeville days. We'll reenact the day he proposed to me, and then I'll give him the movie for his birthday.
Well, that's a sweet thought, Gracie, but why pick me? Did George dance in vaudeville?
Did he dance? He was the most realistic dancer you ever saw. When he did Off to Buffalo, you couldn't tell him from a buffalo.
Well, I still have that trouble. Well, all right, Gracie. I'll play the part of George in your home movie.
Oh, good. We'll go to the park and film the proposal scene. But first you better have George teach you his dance step.
Well, why do we need that for the proposal scene?
Oh, well, when I said yes, he was so happy he went into his dance. And a crowd gathered and started throwing money at him. Oh, George got mad.
Well, I don't blame him at a romantic moment like that.
No, that wasn't it. A dime rolled down a crack and he couldn't get it.
Okay, Gracie, let's go have George show me that dance.
Now, don't tell him what it's for. I want this all to be a surprise. Promise you won't say anything.
Don't worry, Gracie. I'm going to be a mummy.
Really? Well, should you dance in your condition?
Well, I think it'll be all right. Let's go.
Well, look who I brought home with me, George. Gene Kelly.
Hello, Gene. It's good to see you.
Same here, George. Say, Gracie's been telling me about a dance step you did in vaudeville. Would you teach it to me?
Well, Gene, my dance steps were pretty tough. I don't know whether you can handle them.
Well, I'll try real hard.
My act used to stop the show, didn't it, Gracie?
Stop the show. It even closed the theaters. Nothing could follow you.
You're not kidding. You better make some coffee, Gracie. Kelly's going to learn my stuff. He'll be here for a long time.
Oh, all right, dear. Excuse me, Gene.
Now, Gene, I'll show you my act right from the top. Wait a minute, hold it. What's that? What's that? That's the introduction of the band. Now I go into my opening song. Hear the steamboat whistle blowing. Honey, don't cry when you know which time I'm going.
Just a minute, George. What's that? Well, what's that?
That's a steamboat.
Yeah. George, you better just show me the dance.
Well, later. Now I'll do the chorus and explain the gestures as I go along. The gestures. Now. Honey, my heart will pine for you. Feet wide apart and hands behind you. When the toil of day is through, chain over shoulder. Every little star, right hand on lapel. From afar, right hand in pocket with thumb. We'll be shining just for you,
George, that's nice, but let's get to your dance step.
I had 1,000,000 great steps. Which one do you want to learn?
Well, your best one.
Best one? Sure. You're really asking for it, eh, kid? Okay, stand back and give me plenty of room. Now watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Well, kid,
that was your best step.
Yeah. Think you can dig it?
I don't know. It's been buried a long time.
I doubt if you can handle it.
Handle that? Watch this.
I knew I'd have trouble. Now watch. I'll do it again and simplify it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, try it.
Well, now, wait a minute, George. How about this? Listen.
Well, this'll take longer than I thought. But you'll learn it if I have to do it 100 times.
Oh, no, not that.
Well, let's do it together.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, it's still the season to button up your overcoat, but then that's no cause for worry. Who's afraid of Old Man Winter, anyhow? A grand song hit of just 15 years ago had the perfect solution for all winter weather worriers. Now see if you can recognize the song from just the mellow harmony. To that we'll add this lovely counter melody for richness. Now we add the vigorous rhythm. And to round out this popular song, as you've always known and enjoyed it, we add the full-bodied melody. Yes, our musical weatherman reports it's June in January. Friends, you can see what it takes to create America's favorite music. The expert blending of not one, but many excellent musical parts. Well, it takes the same skill in blending to bring you the superb coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more Americans than any other brand. Famous Maxwell House coffee. Flavor has made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. Mellow, satisfying, good to the last drop flavor no other coffee gives you. And expert blending is the reason. To create the rich, heartwarming flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choice coffees from fertile Latin American highlands. First, they select premium grades of Monazali's coffees for mellowness. To these mellow-flavored coffees, fine Medellins are added for richness. But mellowness and richness are not enough, so other choice coffees are added for vigor. And then Bucaramangas coffees are added for fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So why wait beyond tomorrow to discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee? Famous Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, Jean, I called Blanche Morton and told her to meet us in the park with her movie camera. Where's George?
He's in the den, resting. He did that step of his 3 times and fell on his face.
Oh, well, come on, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, Gracie. To make this authentic, I should dress like George did when he danced in vaudeville. I can't keep on these clothes.
Well, you better keep them on. What kind of a dance do you think George did? He wasn't Gypsy Rose Burns.
No, I only meant that I should dig up an old-fashioned suit like George wore in those days.
Oh, well, we're in luck. George has still got that very suit he wore the day he proposed to me.
You're kidding. He saved that old thing?
Yes, you wait here. I'll go get him and take it off.
Gracie, won't that make him suspicious? After all, you want this movie to be a surprise.
Oh, don't worry, Gina. I'll be very shrewd and subtle. I'll get his clothes without making him the least bit suspicious. Hello, George.
Hello?
Reading the paper?
Uh-huh.
Lots of news, isn't there?
Sure is.
Well, enough of this conversation. Take off your clothes.
Take off my clothes?
Oh, too soon, huh? president?
Yeah.
Busy man, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, that ought to do it. Take off your clothes.
What for?
George, this close to your birthday. Don't ask any questions.
Oh, you're going to get me a new suit, huh? Oh, you don't have to do that. I've only worn this one for 17 years.
Well, take it off, dear. I need it.
Okay. Guess I can always wear one of my old ones.
Come on, Jean. There's Blanche waiting for us over there by the tree. Why are you stumbling?
Look, Gracie, I don't mind wearing George's suit, but do I have to wear these old tap shoes of his? They don't fit me.
Oh? Would you rather put on your own shoes?
I've got them on inside of these.
Well, do you think you'll be able to dance in George's shoes?
Dance in them? I could sleep in them.
Well, here's Blanche Morton. Blanche, this is Jean Kelly.
Always charmed to meet a lovely lady, Miss Morton.
Oh, gee, you rascal.
She's not Miss Morton. She's married.
Stool pigeon.
Well, let's shoot the proposal scene. Now, what's the first thing George did?
Well, he kissed me, but we'll skip that.
Well, why?
I couldn't kiss another man.
But you want the picture to be authentic.
Oh. Well, all right, Jean, you can kiss me, but only on the lips.
Only on the lips.
Well, my forehead is sacred to George.
Let's film the scene.
I tell you, George, I saw it with my own eyes. As I drove through the park, there sat Gene Kelly with his arms around Gracie.
No.
Yeah. And then they kissed. Well, I was amazed. Why should Gracie go for another man?
Yeah, she's married to me.
Say, that explains it.
How do you like that, Gene Kelly? I taught him to sing like me, to dance like me, and what does he do? He steals my wife.
Well, one dirty trick deserves another.
You're a big help.
George, if there's anything I can do, just let me know.
You can beat up Gene Kelly for me.
Don't hesitate, just name it.
I said you can beat up Gene Kelly for me.
Anything at all, ask me.
I'd like you to beat up Gene Kelly.
I'm yours to command, just tell me what I can do.
All you can do is chase women.
I heard that command and I'll obey.
Come in.
Hello, George. I rushed over. Oh, hi, Bill.
Hi, Tobe.
Toby, you're a big husky guy. Do you think you can beat up a certain movie star?
Sure. What's her name?
But it's not a her. It's Gene Kelly.
Gene Kelly. Well, that's what I rushed over to tell you about, George. I was in the park and I saw him kiss Gracie.
You too?
No, he only kissed Gracie.
Well, this clinches it. Now I know why she was so interested in Gene Kelly this morning.
Hey, George, here comes Kelly up the walk. Holy smoke, why would Gracie go for a jerk who dresses like that? Look at that suit.
Yeah. But that's the worst looking thing I ever... It's mine. The nerve of him. He not only takes my wife, my routine, but my best suit.
Look, listen, I know how to break up this romance. I'll get Gene Kelly to leave town.
How?
Never mind, I got an idea. Now, you guys wait in the other room.
Okay, come on, Toby.
Come in.
Bill, good one.
Gene Kelly. Listen, Gene, how would you like to leave town and go back to Broadway?
Well,
Huh? We'll team up. A great picture star is always a hit there.
Yeah?
People will mob the theater when they see that name in lights.
Huh?
Bill Goodwin and Hooper.
I'm Hooper?
Yeah, you see, I don't dance.
Oh.
But I do a patter that'd be dynamite accompaniment for you.
But, Bill, look.
Oh, it's solid, man. Now, dig this rhythm. Eef, ice, give me a piece of pipe. Eef, off, give me a cup of coffee. Maxwell House. Maxwell House.
Yeah.
Maxwell House is the coffee for me.
Yeah.
Rich, mellow, really delish. Maxwell House is my favorite dish. Listen, boy, and I'll tell you what it's made of. It's made of, parlayed of, the very best grade of. Coffee beans from the land of the Conga. Manizales, Netherlands, Buca, Ramanga. With other choice coffee, these all are blended to give you that flavor you savor in splendid. Maxwell House, Maxwell House. Maxwell House is the coffee for me. It's good to the drop that's the last to fall, and that little drop is the best of all. It's vacuum packed. It's roaster fresh in the famous blue tin. Maxwell House is the coffee for me.
Yeah,
you can say it again. Maxwell House is the coffee for me. Gene, how about our act? Shall we sign a deal? Shall we sign a pact?
Well, Bill, we're a very nice pair, but I got a deal with the Louis B. Mayer.
Well, okay, Smo, then I might as well go. Just give me a beat and I'll shut the door.
George, I heard the door slam. I guess Bill got rid of Gene Kelly.
Good. That home wrecker making love to my wife. I'll go in and thank Bill. Bill, I want to thank... Oh, it's you, Kelly.
Yeah, George.
Well, let me tell you something. I know all about the way you and Gracie were acting in the park.
You do? Oh, darn it, we didn't want you to find out.
I'll bet you didn't.
Well, gee, I hope it won't spoil your birthday.
That's darn nice of you.
Hello, George. Why, Gene, you got here first.
Yes, and I've got bad news for you. George knows what we were doing in the park.
Oh, George, you're so nosy. Now I'm mad at you.
You're mad at me?
It's a fine thing when a woman can't keep one little secret from her husband.
Yeah, I'm a dirty person. Gracie, did Gene talk you into this?
No, it was my idea. I needed a young man to take your place.
Take my place?
Yeah, she picked me because I can do all the things that you did 15 years ago.
I don't know what to say.
Well, the least you can say is thank you to Gene Kelly for doing such a good job.
Thank you, Gene Kelly. Gracie, I can't believe that you could act that way.
But she wasn't a bit nervous, George. The people crowding around didn't bother her at all.
People were watching this?
Oh, dozens of them. When we finished our performance, we got up and took a bow.
Any encores? This could only happen in Hollywood.
Oh, we were great in the park, Gracie, but wait till George sees the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a dozen. You took pictures?
Oh, well, don't act so surprised. You said you knew about the movie for your birthday present.
What movie?
Well, Gracie and I reenacted your proposal to her for your birthday present.
And there isn't a romance between you two?
Oh, George, you know there's no romance in my life. I'm married to you.
Thanks, kid.
George, surely you didn't believe that Gracie would leave you for me.
Well, it looked like that.
Oh, how can you be so silly? I wouldn't leave you if you were the last man on earth. That didn't sound right, did it?
No, it didn't. But you can't blame me for being worried, Gracie. Just between you and me, this Gene Kelly is loaded.
Oh, darling, he doesn't compare with you. Even Gene realizes that.
I do? I do. I do.
But, Gracie, he kissed you in the park. Does he kiss better than I do?
Oh, you're a much better singer.
But does he kiss better than I do?
You can dance rings around him.
Does he kiss better than I do?
You can act him off his feet.
But does he kiss better?
George, I can hold out longer than you can.
What's that mean? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
We're a little late. Good night, everybody.
Good thing.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Gene Kelly is currently starred in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer All-Star Technicolor musical, Words and Music, based on the lives of the music of Rodgers and Hart. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. Faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet.
And now, tonight's episode of the Green Hornet.
Lenora Kay, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I could hardly talk.
What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired?
Oh, walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year.
Well, what did you find out about?
Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. Most of them are better off than I am myself.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, just that. 6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that.
Really? Well, it's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years.
Sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey. But someone seemed to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer.
Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened.
Yes. And go down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford.
What do you want?
Do you have a list of the families you visited?
Oh, sure. They got it right here. Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
The ones with the little crosses beside them were the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on.
Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed.
Do what you like with it. But I'm through tramping around. My feet can't take it.
Oh, that's too bad. They're such nice big ones, too.
You and your corny jokes. You get that, Casey? Big feet, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you. You get out of here.
Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is it, Miss Casey?
Axford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones whom the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Axford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that was peculiar.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Axford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Oh, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well weed out those Axford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right.
You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am too. I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. And I'll be interested to find out if any of the fortunate 6 have been on our list for any length of time.
Oh, so will I. Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Spencer. It was in the modern edition.
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? What about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
I know.
Well, while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the number and description of the holdup car as they left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer.
Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief.
That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was flashing a big roller door in a Water Street bar.
That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup.
Sure, and that let Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the holdup job. But to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer.
He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
The city could do well without men like Spencer. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. Seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. Later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again. I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, shit, boss. Thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Give it, Virgil. Give it. Here. Take this over to Maggie Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? Did you get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all beat me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. For both of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. That wouldn't be so good, would it?
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. You know, somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Get going before Maggie Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't never had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reed, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock.
Wait for me, please. Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. So Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Oh, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Spilling all the papers. Confessed he done it. I guess his old lady's home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, do it, Bob, here.
Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year.
That. Come on in, dearie. Things are kind of mucked up a wee bit, but with the baby and all, and the old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to do all this.
Bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold, and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll be
that as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Maggie Hooker and her baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blarney. Safety praise. It's the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you, then?
Well, there's a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Maggie Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Sure, and after I get settled in the new place, look me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye.
Which case you know, Reed?
Well, hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reed.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. And what's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side. Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Say, Reed, come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll holdup they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
In this case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, actually.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang. And their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Oh, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking.
Go on, Miss Case.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy cow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters. Hello?
This is Axford.
Well, what's up?
I'm down at Cops headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
What's the result?
Reed, they can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer is laughing in their faces when they question him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed, that I will.
See you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods. I'll call Cato on the private line. Cato, I have a job for you to do.
Sure, Mr. Briggs. What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? I see his picture in paper open. He owns Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there. Shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I tried to find out.
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Cato.
Goodbye, Mr. Briggs.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reed returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club. Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Cato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
Well, they can wait.
And Axford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish brogue, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city tape.
Well, tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired. I'm going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night. Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. All right, Cato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big men who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
A bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn to go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he start?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on the west side of city.
Let's see those names. Mrs. Tony Coretta, Water Street. And Mrs. Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Cato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison. And both their families are living comfortably.
What all that means?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the party place. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
But first we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in the middle of next block.
Turn off into the back alley. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but I asked you for...
I'll come inside.
No. You're not come in like that. That keeps you not good. Please, you're not...
I won't hurt you if you do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you make a mistake. I know I get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I gave it. It's in our bag. You just not sure, Maria, I gave it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, she she not having the money for us to live?
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a feed, Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I'll make him sorry. I'm going to tell him I told him tonight. You've got nothing to be crying about this night. Now, hush. Sure, now. Did that you understand every word I've been saying? I'll be thinking... Glory be. Now, who can be calling at a time like this? Thanks be praised to the devil himself.
Let me in.
No, stop closing. What will you be sitting in me house?
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that Green Hornet, but isn't Magee Hooky you're backing up against me?
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the likes of you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Master of heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Now, quiet the spalpeen. You can have the money. But if you scare that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. Tis a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But to St. Pat who bear me witness, I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me friend Cassidy at headquarters right now. George, you will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker. Is that you, Mr. Britt? Yes, Cato. My plan's working out. Let's get moving. Where do we go next? I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Cato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Central will see to it that none of them are subject. Step on it. Through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reed's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Cato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all? Plenty, Ashford. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other three. Give it to me, then. Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of boys out. Cassidy. Yes, Sarge? Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer. Okay, right away. Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up? We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. This is a bargain he made with her husband. What do you mean? Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it? Holy crow. We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer. Wait, I got a call, Reed. Wait till he hears this. Boy, I got his scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out. I bet he's sleeping. So what? Reed, this is Axford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you have to...
Hold on, Reed. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
Because the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families, the women squawked, and then the cops found out that the guys were...
The story to rerun.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reed, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reed. Don't you know it's a tough fight?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reed, I want to... Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he said. Then call me when they do. Fool. Sometimes I think Reed's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do.
You'll lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel.
Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Cattle raising was the first great industry to flourish in the western United States. And with no adequate law-enforcing agency, cattle rustling kept pace with it. The masked rider of the plains fought the outlaws who preyed on the honest ranchers. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode through the length and breadth of 7 states in the cause of justice. And the stories of his adventures were told around 1,000 campfires. Those stories have come down to us through the generations. The part he played in the winning of the West will never be forgotten. Now let us return once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Paolo's waiting for us near the Cross J Ranch. There are outlaws in the district. Hi-yo, Silver!
Jeb Mulvey owned the Cross J Ranch. And in spite of his 60 years, he was as active as anyone in the surrounding country. As our story opens, we see his daughter Sue seated in the living room of the ranch house, awaiting her father's return. Night has fallen, and outside a heavy rain is beating down. Suddenly, footsteps are heard on the porch.
Oh! I never in my life seen such a... The water's just coming down in sheets.
It is a bad storm.
But by gosh, storm or no storm, I found out tonight what I've been aiming to know all this time.
Yes?
Only it would have to happen on Saturday night when all the hands is in town spending their cash.
You don't mean you found out about the rustling?
I sure do.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Wait till I pull up that chair there. Oh, it's good to get off my feet again.
And will you be able to find the cattle that's been stolen?
I don't know, but I'll sure get Midnight back anyhow.
Midnight? Oh, don't tell me he's been stolen.
Now, honey, I know he's your favorite horse, but don't worry none.
But I was riding Midnight only this afternoon.
Well, it was him that low-down rustler come for tonight. He took the horse right out of the corral.
Great heavens.
Only this time, with the rain and all, he warn't slick enough to hide his tracks. I found his footprints, and I covered them with a board, so as the rain wouldn't wash it out.
Then it was Midnight you heard whinnying and snorting a while ago.
Yep, as long as the rustler
Stuck to stealing a couple of cows once in a while, he was all right. But taking a smart horse like Midnight's liable to cook his goose.
It was Midnight that got you there in time to find those footprints.
Mm-hmm. And I got a blame good idea whose shoes made them prints. Leastwise, I've seen a plenty like 'em. And, honey, when I tell what I know, there's going to be some doggone surprised folks around here.
I can't understand what's been done with them cattle. The Cross Jays are well known around here. They'd be hard to sell.
I got a notion about that, too.
Oh, if only the boys had been here to help you trail it.
Shucks, it's only when they're gone the thief shows up. He savies what he's about, all right.
Can't you tell me who you suspect?
I ain't saying nothing till I'm sure. But I will say this. The way I got it figured, there's two of them. One steals the cattle, and the other takes it a long ways off where it can be sold.
But maybe... Oh! Oh, someone shot through the window.
He got me in the shoulder.
Oh.
It must have been that blamed rustler. He must have been watching when I seen them tracks.
Oh, you hurt bad. Let me see, Paul. Let me see.
Oh, there ain't nothing you can do, honey. Just get me the doctor.
Then you are hurt bad.
It ain't nothing the doc can't fix up.
Oh, little rotten, dry gulcher.
I sure hate to ask you to ride on a night like this.
I'll go right now.
Seems like the rain's letting up a bit. Maybe it'll stop before you get fur.
I'll hurry, Paul.
Oh, wait. Honey, ain't you going to put on your poncho and your boots? You can't go like that.
Those things don't matter now. It's only you that counts.
Without hat or coat, unafraid of the storm, Sue ran into the night, saddled a mount, and urged it toward town at breakneck speed.
Come on, boy. Hurry. Oh, hurry. I gotta find the doctor. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto had made their camp under the protection of a rock shelf at the side of the trail. Tonto, beside his masked friend, suddenly raised his head as his keen ears picked up the tattoo of horses' hoofs.
Rider come, plenty fast, too fast. Trail heap bad with mud.
And it's full of gopher holes. That horse could easily slip and break its rider's neck.
Maybe him drunk.
We'll soon see.
Wait. You here?
Get up. Faster. Faster. Tom's still so far away. He's coming on, boy. Paul may be dying. Get up.
Tonto, that was a girl. She was crying. She said something about her father.
We're not here playing.
Perhaps she needs help. And it's up to us to find out.
What you do?
We'll have to leave our shelter. You, Kemosabe, will follow our back trail. Find where she came from.
Hunter do.
And I'll follow her.
Here, Silver. Here, white feller.
We'll both meet here later. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white feller.
The cafe in town was a pleasant contrast to the bitter night outside. It was filled with cattlemen, cowboys, and townsmen, enjoying an evening of relaxation after the week's work. Old Doc Seeley stood against the bar, and as the sheriff approached, Doc raised the glass he held in greeting.
Hi there, Sheriff. Step up and join me.
Howdy, Doc. Don't this rain beat off?
I just emptied this here glass. Figured I might as well be wet inside as well as out.
I reckon you got the right idea.
What's been a-keeping you? I looked for you before this.
That blame rustling over the Cross J. I had some reports that had to be read out.
I hear Jeb Mulvey's fit to be tied. He's a doggone mad the critter that's been stealing his stuff.
Can't blame him for that, can you?
Blame him? Why, then I'd be a-gunning anybody I suspicion tall.
Well, one of these days we'll catch up with the skunk that's thieving.
Well, have a drink on it, huh?
Don't mind if I do.
Doc Seeley. Is Doc Seeley in here?
Doc, What, there's someone calling your name?
Why, it's Sue Mulvey.
What in blazes could bring Jeb's girl to town on a night like this?
Sue, here I am.
Oh, Doc Seeley, come quick.
What's ailing you?
Now, take it easy, Miss Susan. You look all upset.
Pa was shot.
Shot?
You don't mean it.
Midnight, my horse was stolen, and Pa found a thief's footprint.
He found trace of the rustler? Good for him.
But the rustler must have known Pa found his tracks, so he tried to kill him.
Well, how'd it happen?
Whoever he was, he shot through the window while we were sitting inside.
The rotten coward.
How bad's he hurt?
I don't know. He said it was just his shoulder, but I was afraid he's just trying to keep me from knowing the worst.
Well, then I'll be right with you.
And you'll come too, Sheriff?
You're blame right, I will. If your pa had a clue to the rustler, I want to know all about it.
Then hurry, please.
My horse is just outside.
I'll call my deputies. Slim!
What do you want, Sheriff?
Get a hold of Tex and Pudge. We're riding to the Cross J Ranch, and we're riding in a blame big hurry.
Old Doc Seeley, the sheriff, and his deputies, led by Sue Mulvey, rode through the night to the Cross J Ranch. The rain had stopped, but as the group of riders reined in their horses before the ranch house, they found the earth still soft and muddy from the storm.
Whoa, boy. Whoa there. Pa's still in the living room. The light's still going.
That rat, this mud.
Oh, please hurry.
No, just wait till I get McKay's out of the saddlebag.
The rest of you fellas stay outside and watch the horses. All right, Sheriff. Come on, Doc.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Doc, you'll do your best for Pa, won't you?
Yes, Sue. Of course I will.
Pa.
I don't see nothing of him.
You see, that just goes to show he wasn't hurt so bad you feared he was. He couldn't have gone to his own room if he was a-dying.
But I don't understand.
Where's your pa's room, Miss Susan?
It's right over there. But he was sitting right here when I left.
I'll have a look in his room.
If he's fit, tell Jeb I want to talk to him about them footprints.
Yeah. Jeb. Hi, Jeb. Well, he sure ain't in here.
Oh.
Where in Tunket could he have got that?
Something's happened to him.
There's blood.
Oh, that's where Pa was sitting when he was shot.
You needn't look so concerned wise, Sheriff. That just proves what we already know. Sue told us before Jeb was shot.
Well, maybe he's in the kitchen.
It's a darn funny thing.
It is at that.
Even if Jeb weren't shot bad, there wouldn't be no reason for him to go traipsing off.
He isn't in there either.
No, keep your chin up, Sue.
I've got to find Pa.
I've got it.
Huh?
I'll bet the sneaking coyote that shot Jeb the first time just waited till he seen Miss Susan ride off.
No. Oh, no.
Yes, sirree, that's just what he done. Then when he seen there was nobody about, he come in and took Jeb off with him.
By golly, that it might have been it.
Then go after him. Get him back.
I'll do that same.
Where was them tracks Jeb saw? Maybe that'll give us a lead.
By the corral, I think.
A masked man.
He's the outlaw.
I heard what you said through the porch window. There are no tracks. Put up your hands.
Arrest him.
Steady, Sheriff. You're covered. Blast you.
This man must be the rustler. He knew about those tracks. If they're gone, it'll be his fault.
Sure, that's it.
How'd you get in here past my deputies?
Tonto's guarding them.
Tonto?
My friend, I'll see you again.
Hold on there.
Don't let him get away, Sheriff.
After him. He's out the door.
Slim!
Yes, Sheriff.
Hicks! Pudge! Stop that masked fella! Shoot him!
I'll take a shot at him.
I'll get him.
They're almost out of sight. They're gone, all right.
Blast it being so dark. If it'd been daylight, we'd have drilled that crook. And I'm here to say the next time we meet up, he ain't gonna get off so easy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. When Jeb Mulvey, a rancher, discovered tracks of a rustler near his corral, after the theft of Midnight, his daughter's favorite horse, he was shot. His daughter Sue raced to town for help and returned with the sheriff and old Doc Seeley. But on their return, they were mystified by Jeb's disappearance. Their surprise was still greater at the arrival of the Lone Ranger, who earlier in the evening had seen Sue as she rode to town. The masked man announced that the rustler's tracks were gone. Then he disappeared into the night. Our second act opens 2 weeks later. The sheriff has searched unsuccessfully for a clue to the masked man, and Sue has taken up residence with the old doctor in town. We see the sheriff now in front of the cafe with a group of his friends. He is unaware that the tall stranger with them is the Lone Ranger in disguise.
And, fellas, we ain't seen hide nor hair of that masked hombre or Jeb since that night. Now, that's what I call a mystery. It is a mystery, Sheriff. Slim here says he never seen a horse like the one the masked hombre rode.
Yeah, sure never. Why, if I had my saddle on a horse like that, I'd figure myself the richest fellow west of the Mississippi.
All I want is to get my hands on that crook.
You think he was an outlaw, Sheriff?
Of course he was. The mask proved it, didn't it? And nobody but an outlaw could draw like greased lightning like he did.
Any fellow that can draw on you, Sheriff, has to be good.
Have you any theories about Jeb's disappearance?
I don't know as I have. Outside of the fact it must have been the rustler that took him away.
We ain't likely to ever see Jeb around these parts again.
Hey, Sheriff, who's that fella riding this way? Another stranger.
Say, look at that horse.
Huh?
Black all over, ain't it, Pudge?
Just like Midnight was. Maybe it is Midnight. Maybe it's got a double notch left ear. That's the way all the Cross J horses are notched.
Whoa there. Whoa, fella. Whoa.
By golly, it has. Look at that ear. And take a squint at the brand.
Cross J.
Say, stranger.
Yeah? I want to ask you some questions.
That's what I'm here for. Where can I get some grub for myself and feed for my horse?
Never mind that now. Where'd you get that horse?
Bought him? Why?
Where'd you come from?
Ain't you asking a sight of questions? Or maybe them things are my business.
Don't talk up to me. I'm the sheriff here.
Uh-huh.
He's got something to hide, Sheriff, or he'd be willing enough to talk.
That's a lie.
Now, look here.
I don't know what this is all about, but ask what you want to. I'm no crook.
What's the name of that cayuse?
I calls him Blackie.
Sheriff, he changed it from Midnight.
What's that?
Slim's right. Midnight's the name of that horse.
You must be loco.
Midnight was a Cross J horse. And that horse you're riding is marked with the Cross J as plain as your nose.
Sure has got the Cross J mark, but I bought him fair and square.
Yeah? And where would that be?
Why, at San Jacinto.
It's down the other end of Texas.
This is the crook we want, all right. He's figured we'd swallow his yarn.
What are you talking about?
You're under arrest.
Arrest?
Keep your eyes on him, fellas. If he makes a break for it, shoot him down. Shall I put the handcuffs on him, Sheriff? They ain't needed.
Look here, you're making a big mistake.
Oh, no, we ain't.
Hey, what are you doing to my horse?
I just touched him, that's all.
Leave the horse be. You strangers don't do nothing but cause trouble.
Yes?
Slim, Pudge, we're taking this other stranger over to the jailhouse.
Now, hold on.
Come along.
I'm coming. But maybe you don't know I'm a good friend of Sue Mulvey.
Yeah?
I am. And it was when I was riding this way to see her that I met the breed that sold me this horse.
Is that the best story you can think of?
It's true. Sue told me about the black horse she called Midnight. So when I seen this one with the Cross J brand, I bought it to give her.
Here's the jail. Get up them steps. Your lies ain't gonna do you no good.
You stubborn idiot.
And calling me names won't neither.
Bob! Oh, Bob!
Sue!
Oh, Bob, what are they doing to you?
Sue, tell the sheriff here who I am.
Well, this is Bob Scott. He's my best friend.
Yeah? And what horse is that black one over yonder?
That one? Well, I don't know.
It's Midnight, ain't it? This fella stole it.
Midnight? Oh, of course it isn't. I know Midnight anywhere.
He's wearing the Cross J brand.
But it isn't Midnight.
Now, look here. I savvy what you're up to, Miss Susan. You're just trying to shield your friend.
I'm doing no such thing.
You are, and I got it all figured out. This fella killed your pa, then come back here to marry you and get the ranch.
Well,
Sue, is your pa dead?
I don't know, Bob. Midnight was stolen, and then Pa was shot. I rode to town for help, and when I got back, he was gone.
And this fool sheriff thinks I killed him.
There ain't no use your denying it. Take him in, fellas.
We'll lock him up.
Wait. Bob, who did you buy this horse from?
Stranger, didn't I warn you to quit interfering?
Keep still. Who was it, Bob?
Why, I bought him from a breed named Miguel that lived near San Jacinto.
Thanks.
But what do you want to know that for?
You'll learn that later, Bob.
Stand aside, Miss Susan. We're locking this fella up pronto.
But you
It'll
can't.
be all right, honey.
Get along with you. I got a right good cell waiting for you, mister. And we're hoping you find it comfortable. 'Cause that's where you're going to stay till court sets and the judge says you're to hang.
When the Lone Ranger left town, he took off his disguise and put on his mask again. He rode swiftly to the camp he shared with Tonto and told him what had happened when Bob arrived in town with a black horse.
And, Tonto, when I touched the Cross J brand on the horse Bob rode, the horse jumped with pain.
Oh, why? Why him do that?
The brand had been freshly burned in, Kimosabe.
Oh.
It was so fresh it still bothered the horse.
Isn't that plenty strange thing?
I watched the girl when she looked at the horse, and I'm sure she was telling the truth when she said it was not the horse that had been stolen from her.
Oh?
And I believe the sheriff knows it isn't the same.
Then why him lock Bob up?
That's something we'll have to find out.
You got plans?
There's a breed named Miguel near San Jacinto.
Oh, Tonto know him. Him bad feller.
He sold Bob that horse.
Huh?
I want to know why he put the Cross J brand on that horse and notched his ears in the Cross J manner.
That helping you?
It's information we need. I wonder if Bob told that breed he was riding here.
Maybe him do that.
I wonder the breed could have planned Bob's arrest for rustling.
Him smart feller.
It would fit in. Bob's ignorance of where the stolen cattle had been taken would seem like a refusal to talk.
Huh?
And at the trial, the sheriff will probably say Sue wouldn't identify the horse because she wanted to protect Bob.
Not right.
Unless we move fast, Tonto, Bob will be hung as a rustler. And Jeb's shooting will be blamed on him, too.
Them not know what we know, huh?
Here, Silver.
Where you ride?
I'm going to San Jacinto.
You ride heap fast.
I will, Kimosabe. A man's life depends on this trip. Come on, Silver.
Before the Lone Ranger returned from his long journey, the day set for the trial arrived, and the entire territory was interested in its result. Everywhere, men discussed Bob's chances to escape the noose.
He'll hang. I'll bet he hangs.
And why shouldn't he?
There's enough evidence to hang a dozen fellas.
And good enough for him.
Can you see inside the courthouse?
The jury's come back.
Then come on. Let's hear the verdict.
The jury has found you guilty as charged in the indictment. It is the sentence of this court that you be taken into the custody of the sheriff and held in jail until the morning of the 15th instant, at which time you will be executed by hanging by the neck until dead.
Sentence was passed, and Bob was returned to his cell in the sturdy building behind the sheriff's office. The date set for the hanging was the next morning, but Bob was permitted to speak to Sue Mulvey for a few minutes on this his last evening.
Oh, Bob.
Don't take on so, honey.
You're not guilty. You're not.
Bless you for saying that.
It was unfair. The whole trial was rotten and crooked.
I know.
On the witness stand, everything I said was turned against you.
The sheriff made up his mind to see me hung.
But if they'd only believed me.
Sure, honey, but
Who'd think they'd admit I'd know my own horse? When I told them your horse wasn't Midnight, they told me I was lying.
If only your paw could be found.
Oh, I've given up all hope of that. He's dead, Bob.
Wait. Maybe you could smuggle me in a gun. That'd give me a chance to make a break for it.
Oh, you couldn't do it, Bob. There's 2 guards outside the jail, and the sheriff's in his office just across the way.
But if you could only...
Masked man.
Both of you, back up.
Now, wait.
You do as I say. Unlock Bob's cell door.
It's that same masked man, Bob.
What in blazes is he doing here?
Take your keys. Unlock that door.
You're helping a prisoner escape.
I'm not. I'm leaving him with you. But you're going to take Bob to the window of the sheriff's office.
Huh? What's that?
You'll stand outside the window, and I want all of you to listen. Now unlock that door.
Don't point that gun my way. I'm doing what you tell me.
What are you helping me for, stranger?
I'm not taking you away, but I want you to hear something that'll happen.
But I can't see
You
what...
men go quietly. Don't let the sheriff hear you outside.
I don't know what you're up to.
risking nothing. Bob will be in your hands all the time.
Slim it. Won't hurt none to do as this masked fella says.
Him and them guns is powerful convincing.
I'll leave you now. Note everything that goes on inside that office.
Come along there, Bob. But if you try to get away, you'll sure regret it.
I won't.
But what's going on?
Blamed if I know. Now hush up.
There's the office.
And the window's open.
Let me look in it.
We'll all look.
Quiet. The door over there's open. Someone's coming in the office.
Miguel, what are you doing here?
I do not know. I've been brought here. But now that I'm here,
You blame fool. Go on back to San Jacinto before you get us both in trouble.
No, senor, I...
Shut up. Don't argue with me. This is the second fool stunt you've pulled. The first was when you sent that black horse here with a cross J brand.
But it was you that told me to do it.
It near got us into trouble. The girl knowed it wasn't her horse.
Did I not tell you it would be so?
I told you to fix it up so Jeb wouldn't suspect we was stealing his critters. That's what the horse is for, to put the blame on somebody else. But after Jeb was done for, there weren't no need of it.
But why have you sent for me?
Sent for you? I never sent for you. I've told you the only time I want to see you here is when I've rustled cows for you to take back.
But the hombre that calls his horse Silver, he said that you...
I've heard enough.
Jeb Mulvey.
He is not dead.
You're doggone right I ain't. I've been with the masked feller's friend, the Redskin, ever since he found me out the house the night I was shot.
Why, you...
I told the masked feller I figured them footprints was yours, Sheriff. So then he found out a few things for himself.
Oh, you're alive.
Your old pa ain't so easy to kill, honey.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
I'd have let you know there wasn't nothing wrong with Miss Sue, but we figured it was best for the masked man's scheme to say nothing.
Well, for all your scheming, you ain't gonna get me.
Yes, you...
Drop that gun.
Why, you... Oh, my hand.
Come along, Sheriff. Now we're going to lock you up.
You too, Miguel. It'll be a pleasure, you dirty snake.
Come on, get along.
The deputies will take care of the sheriff and Miguel, Jeb.
Thanks to you.
And now I believe Miguel will be willing to tell what's been done with your rustled cattle.
He'll talk a plenty before we're done with him.
And now Bob is free.
Well, he ain't gonna hang, that's for sure. And just as soon as a few things can be fixed up, he'll get out of jail.
Oh, I'm so happy I could cry.
Huh? Now, if that ain't just like a woman. If you cry when you're happy, what do you do when you're sad? Now, dry them tears. There. We're going back to the ranch and thank our stars we met up with the Lone Ranger.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on, Silver, old fellow! Dan Crawford has disappeared. We're heading for the Bar Square Ranch. Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's logical. This is National Pickle Week. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected the mother of a large family and an expectant father. And here they are, Mrs. Lois Mayer and Mr. Charles Weiss. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Marr, Lois Marr, you're the mother of a large family?
Yes, I am.
Pretty young-looking gal, aren't you? How large is your family?
I have 8 children.
You have 8 children?
8 children.
You certainly don't look it. And Mr. Weiss, you're the expectant father?
Yes, sir.
You don't look it either. Do you have any other children, Mr. Weiss?
No, sir, this is my first.
Oh, your first, eh? Well, you better rest a while. The first one is the hardest. Where are you from, Mr. Weiss?
I was born in New Haven, Connecticut, raised in Newport, Rhode Island, moved to New York, and then came out here about a year and a half ago.
Who was after you? And Mrs. Marr? What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Marr?
Well, we just started catering not so long ago.
To each other? Well, where are you from, little mother?
I'm from Leona Mines, Virginia, and I lived in Cincinnati, Ohio after I was married, and then we came to California.
Is that the customary route? Now, tell us something about this catering you mentioned. What sort of a business is it, specifically?
Well, we put on dinners for parties.
Any particular kind of food, or just...
Whatever you choose.
I see. Well, I choose the food after I eat it, but... What do you charge for a dinner like that?
It's according to what you're going to eat.
You're pretty cagey, aren't you, huh? Well, approximately, Lois.
Oh, anywhere from $1.50 to $2.50 a plate.
And suppose you put something on the plate. How much extra? I'll just call you Charlie, huh? Not you, Mrs. Moore. I mean you. What sort of work do you do, Charlie?
I'm a sales representative for America's #1 television set, Admiral.
Did you just make that up? Did you get me one wholesale?
Come around.
Does anybody ever buy anything retail anymore? Huh? How old are your children, Lois?
Oh, I have them all ages.
You got one around 79? What do you mean, all ages?
No, 15, 13, 12, 9, 7, 6, 4, and 8 months.
You just got under the wire there with that. At a family your size, Lois, how large a hotel do you run?
We have 4 bedrooms.
How do you get them all out in the morning? I mean, do you put them on a conveyor belt?
Well, hardly like that. I
Well-
have 5 boys and 3 girls. And I wake the oldest girl up first, and the baby wakes up instead of the oldest girl. And I go around yelling, 7:15, 7:15.
Suppose it's 8 o'clock. Do you still yell at 7:15? How do you discipline the youngsters?
Oh, they're pretty well behaved most of the time.
You never take a swipe at them?
Only in self-defense.
Did you have trouble finding names for all these kiddies?
No, we have a book at home.
Well, Lois, my advice to you is it isn't too late. Throw the book away. How about you, Mr. Weiss? Have you got a definite name for your youngster?
Yes, we have.
You are? What are you going to name it, huh?
We don't know yet.
Well, that sounds pretty definite, huh? Sounds like an Indian name, huh? What is the kid's name? We don't know yet, Jones. Huh? What do you mean you have a definite name, but you don't know yet? Why?
Well, we don't know what it'll
Charlie
be.
Weiss, what kind of talk is that, huh?
We don't know what it'll be yet.
You mean there's a likelihood that it may have wings and fly out the window? Which would you prefer, Charlie, a boy or a girl?
Well, it doesn't make much difference to us as long as it's a baby.
Why do you want a baby?
Well,
what an odd thing to wish for, huh? Well, after we're through here, talk to Mrs. Moore about it. Maybe she can get it for you wholesale. Well, it's been very instructive talking to you two, and I hope you'll both be very happy. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,000.
To millions of car owners across this nation, the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer stands for two things: the best in new car values, the best in service. Next time you're at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's for service, make it a point to find out about the two truly great new cars he sells. One is the brilliant new DeSoto, the car that's really new, inside and out, bringing you more beauty, economy, and comfort. The moment you see the new DeSoto, you'll note its clean, modern design, the graceful new lines that sweep back from its magnificent new full-width front grille to its smart, roomy trunk. It's a thrilling car, this all-new DeSoto, the car that lets you drive without shifting. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the beautiful new Plymouth, the car that likes to be compared.
Now, let's see if you two will be high for the night and get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mountain peaks of the world as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you risk?
$10.
All right. Where is Mauna Loa found? M-A-U-N-A, capital L-O-A.
In the Hawaiian Islands.
The Hawaiian Islands is right.
We're off to a good start, Groucho. They have $30.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. In what country is Popocatépetl found?
In Mexico.
Mexico is correct.
They're climbing. They have $55.
You got $55, and here's your third question. How much of the 55 do you want to try?
50.
Where is Mount Everest found?
Oh, Everest in Tibet.
They're really climbing now. They have $105.
105. 105.
You're going to shoot the whole thing?
We'll shoot the works.
All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Where is Mount Vesuvius?
Mount Vesuvius is in Italy.
All right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $210.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho?
Yes?
The secret word is still tree. Perhaps the next couple will say it.
They might.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a housewife from the audience.
A good idea.
Her name is Mrs. Mary Ann Hughes.
A splendid notion.
And a hypnotist, Mr. Fred Schneider. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Schneider, you're the hypnotist?
Yes, I am.
Well, don't look me in the eye when you answer me. Somebody has to stay awake around here. Now, Mrs. Hughes, Marion Hughes, huh? Marion Hughes and Repented Leisure. Isn't that the, what they say? No, I guess not. You're the housewife?
Yes, I am.
Well, you're a very attractive housewife, huh?
Thank you.
What does your husband do, Mrs. Hughes?
Well, he works for Foodcraft.
Foodcraft?
Mm-hmm. He sells pickles.
How did you meet him? Was he pickled at the time?
No, he wasn't old enough to be pickled when I met him.
How old do you have to be pickled? Well, how did you meet him, huh?
Well, I met him in a blacksmith shop in Illinois. He was molding a brand for his pony, and he had heated the iron, and he had formed the letters M-A-X, and he put them in this big tub of water
Max?
because they were hot.
Was that the pony's name or your husband?
No, that was his name. He was going to brand his pony, Max.
What was the pony's name?
I don't know. I don't.
Didn't the pony have a name?
Well, I didn't ask him. I don't know.
Don't you think it was rather unfair to the pony to...
I'm sorry. I should have asked the pony.
Well, there you are with the pony and Max and the...
I hadn't noticed my husband very much. I mean, he put the brand in the tub of water, and a devil's horse came flying by, and
What's that?
A devil's horse?
A devil's horse?
Uh-huh.
Was he getting shoed, too, in the black... What's a devil's horse?
Well, those huge varmints they have back east. They fly through the air, and they look like a little horse, only they're an insect. And if they bite you, it's just sure death. They say.
Who are they? I mean, I've always wanted to track that down, they say.
Well, that's what I've heard all my life, and I saw this coming at me, and I didn't like it. Well, I got excited, and I fell over in this tub of water on the top of this brand. And I got branded.
Isn't it a little embarrassing to walk around the bathing beach with Max stamped on you? Huh?
No, it really isn't noticeable at all.
So I still don't see how this culminated in marriage. The mere fact that you were named Max at the time. Matter of fact, all three of you were named Max by this time. But what about you, Eye Strain? What kind of a brand do you carry? Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
Some hypnotist. She caught you napping, eh? Tell me, Svengali, what are some of the uses? What are some of the uses for hypnotism?
Well, it's being used a great deal medically today, especially through this last war.
Mm-hmm.
Such things as overcoming and removing phobias, bad habits.
Could you hypnotize me and cure me of my insomnia?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, I think so.
I doubt it. I don't have insomnia. I just can't sleep at night, that's all. Could you hypnotize me and cure me of smoking cigars?
Well, any ordinary person you could hypnotize.
Answer my question. Can you hypnotize me?
Well, I don't know. I have to try it first.
Well, flattery will get you nowhere. I guess I'm safe in ordering another box of cigars. Can you show me how to hypnotize somebody? Try it on Mrs. Hughes here.
Sure, I'd be glad.
Mrs. Hughes, do you mind if he hypnotizes you?
Oh, I don't think I like that.
Oh, you don't want to give up smoking cigars either. Well, how do you hypnotize somebody? What's the first step?
Well, the first step is to get their attention, have them concentrate on your voice, and then have them think of figures or numbers. As you count, for instance, to 5, they'll go deep asleep. Then you begin counting 1, tell them to relax and grow heavy, their legs and their arms. 2, they're growing very
Are you trying to give me the
sleepy.
double whammy here?
Well, I wasn't trying very hard.
Can you hypnotize a whole audience?
A large portion of a whole audience. I did a demonstration at the Long Beach Municipal Auditorium several years ago. Mm-hmm. There were about 3,500 people there, and several hundred actually went to sleep.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps the show was lousy? Well, now that everybody's in a trance, let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 no more than the other couples, and you get the big chance. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The expectant father and the mother of 8 children won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected American Patriots as your category. Is that right? Now, here's your first question. How much are the 20?
Okay.
What was the name of the American statesman who said, give me liberty or give me death?
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry is right.
They're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What was the name of the soldier and statesman who avenged the Alamo at San Jacinto?
Was it Sam Houston?
Sam Houston is correct.
They're on their way now. They have $55.
And here's your third question. And how much are the 55?
50.
What was the name of the patriot in charge of the Boston Tea Party? He also signed the Declaration of Independence.
Sam Adams.
Samuel Adams is correct.
Now they have $105.
This gal has read a number of books. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are the 105?
100.
100. What was the name of the woman who supposedly said, shoot if you must, this old gray head, but spare your country's flag?
James, wasn't Bessie, no.
I'm terribly sorry. It was Barbara Fritchie. Well, that's tough luck. You bet all your money and wound up broke. I'm going to give you another chance to make some money. Get this one right, and you win $10 in cash. Now, think hard. Who was buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and I will soon know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question.
Mr. Car Owner, what have you done about the warmer weather that lies ahead?
I'm sending my long underwear to storage.
But what about your car? Is it all set for the miles of pleasant motoring? Can you count on it for smooth operation on vacation and during those summer weekends? Better visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer real soon. Let his service experts tune up your car.
Bring in your violin, too.
You see, friends, a car that's been checked by DeSoto Plymouth mechanics will zoom along the road and purr like a cat.
May even drink milk. So take the man's advice, folks. Bring your car, your violin, and your cat in wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. All right, Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $1,000 question?
Well, the mother of 8 children and the expectant father are ahead with $210. And the secret word is still tree. We invited some boxers and some ballet dancers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Patty Taylor and Mr. Art Aragon. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A boxer and a ballet dancer, eh? Which are you?
I'm the boxer.
You're the boxer, huh? What is your name? Art Aragon, eh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Art?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh. Before we proceed, let me caution you. On this program, you're liable to hear bells occasionally, Art. Don't come out swinging if you do. What is your fighting weight, Art?
135 stripped.
Did you say strapped or stripped? Now, how much do you weigh with your clothes on?
I don't know. I never weigh with my clothes on.
You must draw a nice crowd when you get weighed at the union. Are you married, or haven't you lost a fight yet?
I'm married, but we don't fight at home.
You don't, huh? In the morning, does your wife have to count to 9 before you'll get up? Huh? What about you, Twinkle Toes? Let's find out something about you. You're a ballet dancer, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from? What is your name? Fifi? Patty, huh?
Patty Taylor.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
You're not married, huh? For a ballet dancer, apparently you're not on your toes. Let's see you get up on your toes.
In these shoes?
Hmm.
You need toasters for that.
How you have toes, huh?
About 10.
Did you say you were about 10?
No, 18 now.
Well, you just said 10.
10 toes.
Oh, 10 toes, but you're 18.
Yes.
Could be worse, you know. You could be 10 and have 18 toes. I knew a girl like that once. She was really 2 girls, but I don't want to. Now, one punch. How do you train for a big fight?
Well, let's see. I get up at 6:30 in the morning. I go run. I come back and I go to bed.
Wouldn't it be simpler to just stay there in the first place? Once you're up, why don't you stay up?
Well, that's not all of the training. I got a little bit more.
There is? What else?
Well, I get up at 10 o'clock and I eat my breakfast. Then I go back to bed.
You must have a fortune tied up in pajamas. Then what do you do?
Well, I go train the gym for a couple of hours, then I go home and go to bed. That's true. Then I get up at about 5 o'clock and I eat my dinner, go out and take a walk, and I come home and go to bed.
You don't see much of the outside world, do you? Why do you do all that work? Why is there so much sleeping and jumping up and down?
Well, how do you want to get in top shape?
Top shape? Well, who wants to be shaped like a top? Now, what are the first things you have to learn about ballet, Patty?
Well, the first thing would be the 5 basic dance positions.
And what are the 5 basic dance positions?
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Well, you ask a ridiculous question, you get a ridiculous answer. On the other hand, Aragon only has 2 positions. Vertical and horizontal. Now, could you describe the first dance position, Patty?
Well, position number 1, you have your feet together, your heels together, and your toes pointed outwards, and push your heels forward.
No, it sounds pretty simple. It's okay. Now, what are some of the basic steps of the ballet?
Oh, there's tours jetés, pirouettes, glissades, assemblées, jetés, and entrechacatras.
What time do you stop at Nacogdoches? Isn't all that stuff Greek to you, Art?
It's French.
It's French. Well, all I can say is vive la France! What qualifications are necessary to become a good ballet dancer, Patty?
Oh, most of the qualifications are physical. You should have a sturdy body and flexible and a slender figure. And it's good to have long legs, but it isn't necessary.
Well, the legs should certainly be long enough to reach the floor, Patty. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two. Now, let's see how agile you are in the quiz. Now, you beat the other 2 couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other 2 couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The mother of 8 children and the expectant father are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected sporting terms as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, how much you want to bet of the $20?
10.
Talk right out loud in
10.
the microphone. Like the fight was over and you were saying, hello, Mom. A Texas Leaguer is an expression in what sport?
Baseball.
Baseball is correct.
We're on the way, Groucho, with $30.
Well, you hit that over the fence. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25? 25, she said.
25. A lob shot is an expression of what sport? L-O-B.
Oh, wait just a moment. A lob. It's tennis.
That's right. Tennis is
Let's find it now. They have $55.
You got $55, and here's your third question. How much will you bet?
40.
Riposte, I guess, R-I-P-O-S-T-E, is a maneuver in what sport?
How do you spell it?
R-I-P-O-S-T-E.
You guess.
Post. Football?
No.
No, that's a tough question. It's fencing.
They now have $15.
That's a shame. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 will you try?
All of it.
All of it. A stymie is an expression of what sport?
That's easy, huh? I'm stymied. No, not marble. I'm stymied. You stymied the guy. Gee, that's simple.
Stymied. Thought it was marbles.
Well, I was thinking of golf, but I guess they have stymies and marbles. But I'd say you're right.
They wind up with $30, and that means the expectant father and the mother of 8 children with $210 Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. To serve you efficiently, to serve you promptly. Those are the aims of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer. No matter what make of car you drive, no matter what sort of attention it needs, a DeSoto Plymouth dealer is well equipped to give your car the very best in service. Skilled, factory-trained mechanics, the most modern tools and equipment made, service at a fair price, and prompt, courteous treatment every time. That's the kind of service you get when you drive in at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. That's the kind of service that means extra miles for your car. From coast to coast, there are more than 3,000 of these DeSoto Plymouth dealers, each with an earnest desire to serve you. And here's the mother of 8 and the expectant father, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. The Panama Canal, one of the great engineering feats of all time, would never have been possible if it weren't for the discovery of the Isthmus of Panama. For $1,000, tell me who discovered the Isthmus of Panama. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Balboa.
No, I'm sorry, but it was Christopher Columbus on his last voyage to the New World. Well, that's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,500.
So good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. May is National Car Safety Month. So remember, check your car, check accidents. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hello, mate. I figure myself and St. Patrick have quite a bit in common. Really, you have something in common with a saint. Yep. He drove out the snakes, and when I can get them, I'll eat snakes. You know, I think I have something in common with St. Patrick as well. And that is, I have the patience of a saint because I'm not clubbing you over the head right now. Babe it up! I'll write the Pope and let him know how you're doing. Ow! Looks like I'm not ready for sainthood yet.